explaining why Bezzecchi was a little bit off colour in that first session of the morning when he was down in 16th place. And then much more like in the afternoon when he was up in second, pain in his leg, and paraphrasing Marco Bezzecchi's own comments, a pain in his backside potentially coming from Ayagura, which certainly Marco Bezzecchi is accounting as a genuine threat here this weekend. A real opportunity, of course, for Bez to extend his World Championship lead this weekend with his teammate and title rival facing the double long lap.
Brilliant to see Taka Nakagami back in the MotoGP paddock. Of course, he was the leading light. He was the torchbearer for Japanese talent for so many years in the MotoGP World Championship. Very good reason why Taka's hanging around at this promote circuit, because on Monday with the continuing very important work, particularly the latest Spargo sideline after a real nasty testing crash in Japan a couple of months ago. All the heavy work, all the lifting work in terms of early development on the Honda 850 now has fallen on the shoulders of Taka Nakagami. So he'll be cutting a few laps here at that special Monday test. And of course, Taka Nakagami prepping next year's Honda 850. After all this time we're looking at on screen is Fabio Quartararo, his HRT bound next season. Pretty tough Friday once again for Yamaha. Fabio Quartararo was their best offering in 14th place. January 18th, Alex Rins 20th. Top at Ranscat, the old move down in 21st place. Problems for Yamaha once again on a Friday. No problems for Aprilia, and in particular Trackhouse with both their riders left in the Q2, and I agree with flying in practice Friday. Let's get a throw to the best double good Lahoover Jack.
Yeah, certainly a brilliant start to the second Grand Prix for the Trackhouse, and I agree in particular, Davide, for so long we've been speaking about if Ayagura can figure out one lap, what a threat he's going to be for MotoGP maybe race win. So was yesterday, you think, a breakthrough for What have you done, what has he done to find that step that he's been needing over one lap?
Yeah, first of all, I mean, it's not completely true that he always had, let's say, bad qualifying, because sometimes we qualifying on a first row, depending on the situation. Like, if you remember the first ever race, he qualified in P5. So anyway, here I think also I mean, before to come here, we thought about this track is really, looks like on a paper, really suitable for his riding style. It's so nice to see him riding here. So, and he felt good. Last year, we had a little bit of problem on a bike. We couldn't find the perfect setup. But here he felt much more comfortable from yesterday, and yeah, he went for it. So let's see. I mean, so far so good with him. He's quite confident, quite relaxed about, but now we have the qualifying. We have to confirm in about an hour.
He's still waiting for that first MotoGP front row start. Has he changed anything? Was the bike any different? He said he was doing a lot of work on the time attack yesterday and maybe not so much looking at the race simulations. So what was the plan yesterday to find that step? You say he hasn't had bad qualifying, which is true, but that front row still waiting for him.
No, but we didn't work specifically on a time attack yesterday. We did a normal job, and it is true that we work in a fast Monday test on a start, you know. Even if now we will see, maybe we'll change with the device situation. But anyway, not specifically this situation where we always start, maybe, not always, but often we start from the back. It's something that he knows he has to improve, and for sure it's something in his mind and in our mind. But we didn't spend the Friday on a time attack. That's what I'm saying. He tried to do the normal job, but I'm sure there is something in his mind that he tried to work on when he can.
And just on Raul, finally, just gone up to second, I third as well, so the good form of yesterday continuing. He was pretty ill in the week, a small acute dose of appendicitis. Yesterday evening he said he was finished, no energy whatsoever. So how has he rested overnight, and what kind of energy levels does he have this morning?
Yeah, no, it's very surprising. We really surprised what he was able to do yesterday, because on Wednesday afternoon he went to the hospital and we thought he was going under surgery, and we thought that he would miss this race and next race, and we were almost convinced. and but then the test say the doctor say he didn't need a surgery. It's something that he could have been better and better. So he's getting better and better, but of course he's 100%. But despite that, I mean, the performance is good because also last year here was very good weekend for him. So we try to save energy as much as possible and try to be at the top tomorrow afternoon.
Thanks, Davide. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to Davide Brivio. Yeah, it's well, they picked up where they left off on Friday, haven't they? The Trackhouse Aprilia colleagues, because briefly they were first and second. The Trackhouse 1-2 and really part of this FP2 section. Yeah, Ralph Fernandez mighty relieved to have been declared fit here this weekend. An inflamed appendix seems to be his issue coming into this Grand Prix. So they were fearful that he might actually miss, as we just heard from Davide Brivio. Latest European doubleheader this weekend in Renault. Next weekend, of course, we head off to another iconic classic, maybe the most historic Grand Prix venue of them all, the TT Circuit. Assen beckons next weekend for the Grand Prix of the Netherlands, where I'm sure the world's best riders will be met by a crowd in excess of 100,000 fans as they assault an island in that part of the world.
What's impressive about this current showing from Ralph Fernandez in this session is that he's on the medium rear tyre at the moment. The vast majority are out there on the soft rear tyre at the moment. We've got Fernandez, we've got Brad Binder, we've got Acosta, Jack Miller and Jorge Martin, who are currently out there working on the medium rear tyre. Everyone else currently out there, everyone's on the medium front, but everybody else, the names I didn't mention there, are all out there on the soft rear tyre, which includes Matt Marquez, currently in second place. He's joined Ralph Fernandez in the 152 this morning.
Has Martin found some confidence? Has he found some turning in that factory Aprilia RSGP? That was one of his main bugbears on day one here yesterday on the Grand Prix of Czechia. And also he said he was just missing that spark, just that explosive one-lap speed as once again he comes through the long lap penalty.
Does he go on the green this time, I wonder? Because he instructed that he's got to go. Yeah, he goes inside it this time and stays on the blue curve. So clearly the instructions have changed now for Jorge Martin, and he's been told you're not allowed now to go out onto the green on the outside of that long lap penalty loop. It gives you an unfair advantage.
Initially they were told that you could go on the green because they felt it was probably going to be the safest way to rejoin. Massimo really was pretty impressed with Jorge Martin's work there, certainly more impressed than what he was through the long lap penalty than his first corner exploits in Balaton Park a couple of weeks ago. So Martin, yeah, he just suffered that front end feeling here yesterday. It's very much a front end track, isn't it, this Renault circuit? Lots of high speed change of direction, lots of downhill hard braking as well as Fermin Alvarez jumped up into the top three with a 153.157. And as you can see, he's in quarters of mode going into Horsepower Hill.
So down to pit lane then and get a work on the Tech 3 squad, both Maverick Vinales and an So down to pit lane then and get a work on the Tech 3 squad, both Maverick Vinales and an Bash.
Tries to come back, it's not easy. But yesterday, as you said, he did a very good performance. A little bit unlucky not to get into Q2, but they've got another chance today to get into Q2. It's you know, it's difficult when you get on Saturday and you're fighting for Q2, but he just needs to build on what he did yesterday.
Telling us yesterday that you've asked for patience when it comes to organising the 2027 rider lineup. It seems as though you're going to have a mix of young and old, an experienced rider and a rookie. Well, right now, is that your ideal lineup going into next year?
Yeah, I think next year with the new regulation coming, with the new tire structure, right, it's a good opportunity to get a rookie into MotoGP, but also in my previous career, I did the mistake having two rookies. That's a little bit too much of rookie, you know. So one experienced guy, so we got a reference, and one rookie. I think for next year, I think it's the way forward, and that's what we are trying to do. And as Pete told you know, I'm very patient. I want to try to make the best decision with the most information available for us. And there is not many seats out there anymore, so we don't need to be in a hurry. You know, and we just look to little things to invest and give us the best performance next year.
It's always very exciting when rookies are linked to the move up to MotoGP to see what these young talents can do on the best bikes in the world. It seems as though a short list of two riders, one of the two names linked Senna Agius, the young Australian, obviously 2 victories this year, and of course the man leading the Moto2 World Championship at the moment. A lot of people are asking, what more does Manu Gonzalez have to do to earn a spot in MotoGP? What do you make of his performances so far, and why he hasn't been awarded with that seat in MotoGP yet?
I don't know why it hasn't been, asking myself why it hasn't been awarded, but obviously he's a long time in Moto2, and you know, he's eager to get to MotoGP, but why has he not got there? I don't really know, and that's why I'm waiting a little bit. What is there which I don't understand? And for me, this is all new, you know, so I don't want to jump to something without understanding it. Just saying, oh, this guy's got perfect results. Nobody has spotted that. No, people have spotted it. I'm not the brightest guy in here, you know, so it's just to make sure that we take the right decision and to find out a little bit more. Also, I always want the riders to be part of the team, not just the rider. I want to be the rider to be part of the team, and his personality is very important. And I want to speak with these people and to see how I see them fitting into the team. And as I said, I'm not in a hurry, so I will go outward and then decide.
Well, we'll keep a close eye on the coming weeks. Looks as though it's going to be an interesting fight to try and get a Tech 2 spot next year. Thanks, Peter. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Tech 3 boss Gunther Steiner. Watch this space. Clearly, that is the message from the French-based team. As Jack mentioned, putting the questions there to Gunther. The media certainly are running with the rumour of Senna Agius and Manu Gonzalez, current Dynavolt teammates in the Moto2 World Championship, strongly linked with a Tech 3 scene next year. The experienced driver they may be turned towards if Manu Gonzalez can't convince them. But he's their man in 2027. Luke Marini's name has cropped up in conversation around Tech 3 KTM. Well, we've seen him reverse the long lap on many occasions so far this weekend, haven't we? Jorge Martin, his last trip through as he tries to negotiate the long lap without going on the green. Well, he made a bit of a meal of it, Lewis.
Yeah, I don't know whether he was in any way distracted by Marco Benteke. He was just inside the long lap penalty, but I think you can quite use that as an excuse. You saw the entertaining footage of Jorge Martin picture-in-picture watching the replay, and there was a bit of a race without only grimace and a laugh from Jorge Martin. Of course, it's crucial to his race tomorrow afternoon to lose as little time as possible through that long lap penalty lane. Of course, he's in some respects riding a different long lap penalty route than he did yesterday, and now that he's clearly been instructively informed that he cannot go onto the green on the outside of that long lap loop, he went beyond the green and onto the gravel track this time, and was actually quite lucky he didn't drop the bike altogether.
Well, despite his dose of appendicitis, it's certainly not slowing down Ralph Fernandez right now, is it? Fernandez is flying once again, a 152.931. Coming at the top of this FP2 section. His closest rival is Marc Marquez. Marc on the other line this morning into the 152s. Aldeguer still third, Acosta is fourth, Iagura quickest on Friday on screens right now is fifth fastest. John Mears having a pretty strong weekend, directly through the Q2 yesterday in seventh. He's sixth this morning, although there was another tip-off at turn 7 towards the back end of that practice session for Joan Mir. His best Friday, his best start to the Grand Prix weekend since the Malaysian Grand Prix on our flyway tour in Sepang last November. So it's been a while since we've seen Mir out of the gate so quickly.
I've seen some standout qualifying performances from Mir though so far this season, so don't rule him out. Potentially a bit of a dark horse in Q2 to come, which is, as always, very heavily populated by Aprilias and Ducatis, but they do have 2 Hondas and 1 KTM already automatically through to qualifying 2. Mir, Moreira, and of course the KTM of Acosta, who was 6th yesterday. Here he is.
Well, we know Fermin Aldeguer only got the latest spec 2026 factory Ducati chassis given to him for some strong performances last time out in Balatov. Seems like him and his creature, Frankie Carcetti, have got that new framed in. Dialed in pretty quickly already here in Brno. Third ticket as Jorge Martin heads out on circuit. I'm sure at some point in the last stage of this practice session he'll be back in the long lap penalty loop once again. As a phone this morning, 11th, yes, he's 11th. FP2 is Jorge on 153.603, his best work so far. The spots clear with teammate Bez.
He's been through that long lap so many times this weekend, you almost wonder whether he knows the conventional route through turn 7, which of course we've already seen with Marc Marquez and Joan Mir go down at so far this weekend. Tricky little corner that through turn 7, the first of those consecutive left-handers that take you through the stadium section.
Yeah, turn 7 was where we saw Marc Marquez crash yesterday. We saw Dranmere on the floor there as well. Something they probably don't want us to be catching an eye on in the Hawaii factory garage. There's some adjustments go on to the factory machine of Marco Bezzecchi. Second quickest yesterday and looking really strong, particularly in the afternoon section. Was Bez. Awesome 151.826 from him. Later on saw him sail through into Q2 with no dramas. First time Bez actually finished a Friday inside the top 3 since the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. Sometimes he's a bit of a slow burner on Fridays. The most important thing is he's a rider with his crew that gets faster and faster and faster as the weekend wears on, particularly on Sundays. Still not able to find a gold medal around his neck in a sprint so far this season. In fact, there's only been 2 bronze medals for Bez on Saturday afternoons. They came in Le Mans and most recently last time out at Balaton Park. That's a tally he's going to have to up, Lewis, isn't it? Because we know how strong Jorge Martinez Chief Championship rider at the moment is. Jorge really does make hay on Saturday afternoons.
And if I'm being honest, Marco Bezzecchi hasn't really looked like winning any of them since the first sprint of the season in Buriram when he was leading ahead of Marc Marquez and crashed on the second lap. It's clearly an area of the weekend where he's not as strong, not only as his teammate, but just not as strong in general as he is on Sundays. So it's something that Bezzecchi's going to have to step up to. We have seen World Championships already, as his teammate Jorge Martin will know very well from 2024. Championships decided with the weight of sprint points counting very heavily in the favour of the eventual champion. So Bezzecchi was crucial to that. Will be qualifying on the front row of the Prix later on. He's only had 1 front row in the last 3 Grand Prix. That's the pole in Mugello, which he ended up converting into a 4 in the sprint. And you just know that Jorge Martin will be targeting the sprint heavily. Here he is on the 89 course, penalty free for the sprint this afternoon. So that is his big opportunity to take some points out of Bezzecchi and potentially mitigate the points that he's going to lose tomorrow.
Bez is still a bit bashed around though after that first corner incident in Balaton. And then the muscle cut in the right leg. He's got a bit of damage to his right foot and his right ankle as well. Yesterday here in FP1 was the first time he's been able to pull his leg over any kind of motorcycle in any shape or form since that top bruise in Balaton encounter. Not able to ride on his training bikes back at home at the VR46 ranch in Tavilla. That's Jorge Martin and back out of the circuit. He'll get down the hill and now it's a long road. Drop down, heavy braking, going into the Schwartz corner. Turn 10, just about the lowest point of this Brno circuit, and then you can start climbing. It feels like you're trying to ascend Mount Everest from this point onwards. This is where you need some serious grunt as he flicks it now through the right-hander of 12 and starts to rise up Horsepower Hill. This was where yesterday charging a little bit hot and then trying to use the lean angle, use his body to get that Aprilia turn, spinning the rear tyres. Well, 313, it was just a jaw-dropper, mesmerising shot. Jorge pretty much with his shoulder down going through that second to last corner. It is so spectacular, so awesome to watch, isn't it? All action. I love watching, I have to say. Look at this elbow down through the first corner. Spectacular.
This is Martin through turns 3 and 4. It's a beautiful style to watch. He's not doing that for entertainment purposes. He's certainly doing it because it's the fastest way of manoeuvring that Aprilia around the sweeping corners. All Prino, of course, it was a year ago here when he made that emotional return from the rib injuries that he suffered in Qatar. So this place, I guess, will have a bit of a sentimental sort of significance for Jorge Martin when he came across the line at the end of the checkered flag in 7th place and was in tears in the Aprilia box. How far he's come in the shape of, well, less than 12 months in his journey with Aprilia.
Yeah, it was his first Grand Prix finish here last year in nigh on 250 days since he won the World Championship in the dramatic final Grand Prix of 2024 at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. There's a little action of Aprilia star this time around. It's Bezzecchi. He goes through turn 7. At the moment, Bez down in 13th place. He's got some flesh rubber underneath him. He's got some brand new lead in front. Brand new soft rear tyre. That's a tactic at Bingham to oil as well. By his Aprilia stablemate Martin. So this should be putting Bez into the top 10. Speaking of walking wounded, it feels like there are a lot of them on this grid at the moment. Brad Binder referenced him yesterday, the South African 2022 Czech Grand Prix winner, 14th he is this morning on the factory KTM, straight after the recent Hungarian Grand Prix. He was in the surgeon life as well, for some arm pump surgery. So Binder still not exactly on his A game fitness-wise. Martin does improve on that, moves off to retire at 57.
Yeah, Binder was 19th at the end of practice yesterday, goes to qualifying 1 for the 7th time this season. Later on, KTM will surely fancy their chances of getting at least one more rider into Q2 alongside Pedro Acosta. He climbs 8 places down to a low 53 now. 53.293 puts him into 5th, so it's pretty fastest from Ducati, and Ducati 2nd and 3rd. Acosta's KTM is now 4th, and we've got another pair of prettiers, Benzecchi and Agura 5th and 6th.
Not seen too much of the champ, have we, so far today? Marc Marquez. And he's been doing some sterling and impressive work off camera, because he's delivered a 152.974, which still has him sitting in 2nd place behind Ralph Fernandez. Joan Mir's impressive weekend on Team News. You can see he's just moved up into 4th place. He's out on a fresh medium combination. 53.190 from Mir. And 2nd at the best time he managed yesterday. 5 riders in the 51s. We've not seen any rider in the Grand Prix history here. No, in the 51s. 5 of them managed it yesterday, including the 79 of Ayagura.
It'll be interesting to see if anyone goes to the medium combination in the sprint later on. Generally in the sprint, it's the soft rear tyre that is favoured. I imagine that will be the favoured pick, but we are expecting finishing temperatures later on. When we go green for the sprint at 3 p.m. local time later on, we're expecting air temperatures of over 33 degrees and track temperature in the mid-50s, and even over 10 laps that will have an effect.
Just stayed quiet there briefly as Ayagura went through that beautiful single shift gearbox on the Aprilia RSGP. Mugelli has just gone up into 8th place. Here's visit to Bono since he was on the box here back in 2020, as he found some cures to the chronic lack of grit that's dogged him throughout this season. Of course, he's on the hand-me-down Ducati GP25. Yeah, but Frankie, fair play to him, has just muscled that bike around to a 53.395. Pedro Acosta slightly removed higher up the order than the 6th place he currently occupies, as you can see, and he does right on cue, move up 3 spots in through the top 3.
Ayagura is back his first sector incidentally on his medium brand new tyres. We now do get a look at the reigning world champion, Marc Marquez, winner here on 4 previous occasions. Last of those, of course, coming when he did the double here last year. And it's the right-handers where he's perhaps going to be a little bit concerned about having the strength in his shoulder, and to use his own words yesterday, it's the left-handers where perhaps he might relax a little bit and save some energy, the energy that he's going to need if he's going to challenge for a 4th sprint win of the season later on.
Yeah, Balaton was Mark's 12th double win in the sprint and Grand Prix era. His 9th treble, the clean sweep of pole position, sprint win and Grand Prix success. Who knows, though, this is going to be a much tougher prospect, with a lot harder work if he is going to find another double victory here in Brno. To back up his brilliance at this Grand Prix of Czechia last July. He's on a really good lap at the moment, Mark, as you can see. His name on the middle of the bottom of the picture. Guru once again, this should be top 3, maybe top 4 then for the Japanese rider. Found a 53 flat as well.
As we briefly rode on board there with Marc Marquez, the world champion shows us how to climb the horsepower hill, the 93, just plateaus there as you now approach the braking zone for turn 13. Buttons out, of course, famously in class. We see Marc Marquez demonstrate how good he is to here on slicks on a wet track. When he took pole here back in, was it 2019? He was not going to have that challenge facing him today as he takes top spot now on a 52.8.
This is on warm rubber. This is on old tyres from Mark. This looks really, really good, doesn't it? I saw the number 93 after that pole position. I was commentating on that with our good friend Steve Day, and it was just unreal to watch. I remember what made it more special was Danilo Petrucci after that session. I said, I don't understand it because for everybody else the track was wet, but it just looked like he was riding it in the drive. And it was, I mean, he has delivered so many incredible pole laps in his career. One of his 76 MotoGP pole positions, and that was right up there with the very, very best. As you can see, Ralph Fernandez, well, all the Aprilias here late on, Ralph Fernandez, Agura, Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin, they've all gone for fresh rubber at the end of the session, and this is going to elevate Ralph Fernandez back into P1 surely, because look at this, absolutely destroyed the first 3 sectors. Maverick Vinales, who so much the focus of attention right now in terms of next year's rider market, fresh rubbers catapulted Topman up into the top 2 with a 152.915.
We have seen this year Ralph Fernandez at times struggle to truly exploit software tyre and for it to feel natural in qualifying trim, so perhaps this is just to get his eye in ahead of qualifying 2, and he's got it to some tune. A 152.050, well, it was a very close field with around 7 tenths between the top 20. Ralph Fernandez now has 8 tenths on the lot of them.
And here is Bez. This could be maybe a high 51. He's going to come right now. Lost a bit of time in that final sector, did he, Marco Bezzecchi? But this looks really good as far as Marc Marquez goes. He has been brilliant so far this morning. High 152s on tyres that are now 11 laps old for Marc Marquez. He has done sprint distance on that medium front software tyre this morning, and he's doing 52.8 late on. Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting factor to see where we can qualify in this upcoming session. Surely it's going to be a contender for the front row of the grid. Of course, it's been notable since we came here once again last year after a 5-year absence, how grippy this circuit is, which does, of course, in some way eat up the tyres. But of course, if it's so grippy, you're not really sliding as much around these sweeping corners of Brno, which is where the edge of the tyre really does get worn out, and potentially you are going to fall off the grip of performance late in the sprint. So if Marc Marquez is able to do those kind of lap times 11 laps in, surely he'll be going for the software tyre later.
Yeah, the 2022 running of the Grand Prix of Czechia was a mixture of a motocross track and ice speedway. There was no grip, it was bumpy as hell, but they, to be fair to them, did a phenomenal job of the resurface here to bring MotoGP back successfully here in 2025. A crowd over 90,000 fans. There's a bit of dirt being kicked up outside of our commentary box window, so somebody's just doing a little bit of off-roading as they ran off the edge of the circuit out of the final corner. Poetry in motion this morning. Ralph Fernandez, what a weekend trackhouse of Prix currently having. Iogur fastest on Friday, and Ralph Fernandez is going to be fastest on Saturday morning. That's a boost for the Spanish rider. He has been under the weather with that bout of appendicitis. Top job by Ralph to put himself in P1.
Never had a MotoGP pole position as Ralph Fernandez. 86 attempts at doing it. Could today be the day? Certainly the Aprilia quartet all look like they could have a major role to say. Of course, Martin's going to get through Q1 first, and with the Piaggio Group CEO looking on, it'll be a good weekend for the Aprilias too. Not only perform well, but perhaps stay out of each other's way.
Good to see Michele Paulino back in the paddock, keeping a very close eye on the Aprilia quartet as Marco Bezzecchi then gets ready for the practice start alongside it. Marc Marquez actually won 2 in the Czech Grand Prix here last July on screens. There's just another blistering launch by Marco Bezzecchi's factory Aprilia. They're going to have to be going some to get ahead of Aprilia if they're on the front row on that run down to the first corner. A relatively short run down to turn 1 here in Brno.
That's the thing, isn't it? It pretty much gains them are on the grid when they start as quickly as that. Wherever they qualify from, they generally move up a couple of places off the line, and it made such a difference to Marco Bezzecchi's sprint in Hungary, where he got himself that crucial track position that he could defend through the rest of the sprint. And what we've seen on Sundays, generally, with the exception of Le Mans, when Bezzecchi hits the front, he stays there. So if he can get the launch and get the whole shot at the start of the Grand Prix tomorrow, he'll take some shifting. He
absolutely nailed that one as well, didn't he? There he Vinales just braking hard in the run down the front corner just to make sure that the rear ride-up device and all device are fully disengaged. Pecco Bagnaia was just at the top of the pitch there as well. He had a very low-key start to Sprint Saturday. The double world champion down in 16th place, mid-53s are his best work. Maverick Vinales, though, the third quickest with a 152.9. That best lap, though, was coming on very fresh rubber, as you saw there. There's 2 laps on the medium front, 2 laps on the soft rear. But he's making it hard for that one on screens, Gunther Steiner, to say no in the race for a contract in KTM's Tech 3 project next year.
It's clear that Gunther wants to go for a blend of youth and experience next season with his Tech 3 MotoGP squad. And Maverick Vinales certainly does not lack experience. One he's set to make his 200th MotoGP start tomorrow afternoon.
Shoulder into the left shoulder anyway. He suffered in that wet Q2 session with Saxon almost a year ago. Still bothering him. He said yesterday, finding the right hand, that's where he could make up some time, but still suffering with a little bit of a lack of strength, a lack of ability in the left shoulder as he tries to tackle the 6 left-handers around this Brno circuit. Well, that will be a boost to his morale, a boost to his confidence. That third quickest. Vinales was 12th yesterday. It's only 300 per second away from getting himself inside that top 10. So it was mighty close as always. The rider did just creep into the top 10. And that was a big relief for Ralph Fernandez. Just how important could that be for his podium prospects? He'll certainly capitalise on that with a brilliant performance this morning in FP2. Bit of a dress rehearsal for the upcoming Q2 as all 4 Aprilias went on a fresh software tyre at the end of that FP2 session. Of course, one of that quartet, Jorge Martin, the only one of that quartet will be in Q1. Back to Martin. Ralph Fernandez, appendicitis or not, quickest in FP2.
And by some margin as well, 8/10 of a second, Ralph Fernandez had in his pocket over the world champion Marc Marquez, whose pace on used a software tyre at the end will certainly catch the eye. Maverick Vinales third from Ferdinand Aldeguer, and yesterday's pace setter Ayagura Acosta, 6th for the KTM factory squad. Gicciat, Benteke, Moreira and Mir completing the top 10. Quartararo first for the Yamahas in 11th. He's in Q1 shortly ahead of Morbidelli, Marini, Martin, who had his adventures trying to perfect the long lap move. Alex Marquez 15th, there to Bagnaia, Top Rack, Bastianini, Binder, Villa, Rins, and Cal Crutchlow 22nd.
So Ralph Fernandez, super fast in FP2 here this morning. Up next, qualifying in Brno. Welcome back to the lush green woodlands on the outskirts of Czechia's second city in Brno. Nestled right in the heart of those spectacular forests is one of the most spectacular tracks on the Grand Prix calendar. We came back to Brno in 2025. Always fantastic to come racing in this part of the world. And grass banks will be buzzing later on this afternoon for the 10-lap TISO sprint. And the main Grand Prix here tomorrow, the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. It is round 9 of 22 in this year's World Championship battle. 20 points, splitting factory Aprilia stars Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin going into the 10-lap sprint at the 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. Aprilia have had an exceptional weekend so far here in Brno. Ayagura quickest on Friday for the Trackhouse squad yesterday with a record-busting 151.735. And in FP2 this morning is his teammate Ralph Fernandez, who stole the show. Fernandez quickest with a 152.050. Both of those two then coming up in Q2 a little bit later on this morning. In Q1, it is Jorge Martin. He's certainly one of the big hitters in this session. Maverick Vinales, who just finished FP2 inside the top 3. Luca Marini, Fabio Quartararo, Alex Marquez on his return. First return for Alex since his scary Barcelona crash. And there, Bastianini, sprint podium here last year in Brno for the Italian. Morbidelli, Miller, Binder, Rins, Vaz, Gaglioglu and John Zarco's injury replacement Cal Crutchlow, all coming up in this opening 15-minute Q1 session. And then it'll be the battle of the pole in Brno. Grid position is going to be absolutely vital for Jorge Martin, isn't it? Particularly knowing he has to serve a double long lap in the main Grand Prix here tomorrow. That punishment, that sanction coming his way after he played skittles at the first corner in the Grand Prix of Hungary a couple of weeks ago. But he was so close, just over 100th of a second he was yesterday from booking the place directly into Q2. I have to say though, Lewis, you really do fancy to get the job done this morning and participate in that second session.
Yes, even if his qualifying has perhaps been the weak point in his time with Aprilia, it's always been a strength for so much of his MotoGP career, but yeah, certainly on reputation, on equipment that he's got underneath him, the Aprilia certainly appears to be the reference motorcycle at the moment in MotoGP. Jorge Martin would be favoured to get through. In terms of who the likely threats to him are going to be in this session, Maverick Vinales would certainly be one. We saw him up in the top 3 at the end of the FP2 session that has just been completed. Fabio Quartararo, we know how special he can be on a qualifying lap, and of course the factory Yamaha is performing slightly better than it did in Balaton Prague. Whether it's performing well enough to get him into Q2, we shall see. And of course there are 2 other Ducati riders in this session alongside the quartet that are already through to Q2, Alex Marquez and Frankie Morbidelli. Alex Marquez, perhaps a bit of a long shot for him to get through given his physical situation, but we have seen Morbidelli already come through Q1 to qualify on a front row this year.
Good weekend for the 31-year-old Spaniard Vinales, set to make his 200th Grand Prix start. It has been some journey, hasn't it, in his MotoGP career. One of only 5 riders to win for 3 different manufacturers. He could be the first rider in history to win 4 different brands in the top class. Alex Marquez, I think he was a lot quicker, a lot more competitive yesterday than he was expecting on his much anticipated return. Of course, we haven't seen Alex since he was a neck fracture and he destroyed his right collarbone in that horrific, scary incident with Pedro Acosta in the Grand Prix of Catalonia just a few weeks ago. Pacific yesterday and Pacific for the remainder of this weekend. Alex did a top job yesterday. He was 15th fastest, only 8 tenths of a second behind Ayagura. And only another couple of attempts from Alex. He'd have been threatening a place directly into Q2. He had Bastianini behind him, Morbidelli behind him. The Yamahas of Miller Rins and Mazgat Lioglu behind him, Brad Binder also too. So it was a very eye-catching return from Alex, although he did say at the end of practice yesterday, my body is well and truly cooked.
Yes, and he's got a couple more days to come. There are certainly plenty of fans here in Brno who are going to feel pretty cooked as well for a very different reason as we go through the day, with temperatures in the mid-30s expected later on this afternoon. Q1 underway, and Jorge Martin has plenty of company. No surprise that Martin wants empty tarmac ahead of him, but also no surprise that the rest of this Q1 field all want his rear tyre.
Yeah, the last time he was in Q1 was in Catalonia, and that led to a season worst grid position for Jorge. I thought it was a bruising weekend for him at the Circuit de Barcelona of Catalonia, where he had 5 crashes across the Grand Prix weekend, and a real big one at the one-day test, which hospitalised him. He said yesterday, nowhere near his 100% physical best. How many times over the last 18 months or so has it been a Grand Prix where Jorge Martin has been in peak physical shape? He's thrown himself down the road far too often in that factory Aprilia this year. He does lead the crash count, 15 so far this campaign.
Spent much of the weekend practicing the long lap penalty loop, which you can see there on the right hand side of your picture. That will not be in his mind this time. It'll be about taking the fastest possible line through turn 7 and each of the 14 corners around this circuit. Frankie Morbidelli, it's a clear strategy from Frankie, isn't it, to latch onto the rear tyre of his teammate, and the 2 Prima Yamahas trying to go with them too. Of course, the Yamahas will certainly need every bit of encouragement and slipstream they can get off horsepower hill.
Fabio Quartararo needs some help of horsepower hill on what is a very underpowered V4 powered YZR M1. Quartararo was the leading light, as he so often is, for the Iwata factory yesterday. Did a pretty good job actually, didn't he? Fabio Quartararo, he was second fastest in the morning section, 14th yesterday afternoon. A big action field for any of the Yamahas to be threatening a place into Q2. in about 10 minutes or so time. So we go then. This is the first flying laps underway. Martin with Morbidelli to close cover behind as they get the power down, get the hammer down there through the fast kink of turn 2. Already motoring at 230 kilometers an hour at that point.
Morbidelli very much at this stage is going with Jorge Martin, and surely, given that Ralph Fernandez has done a 52 flat as Morbidelli goes wide there through turn 3, which is going to cost him a 10.42. A 52 flat from Ralph Fernandez in FP2 moments ago, so surely that's going to be the benchmark they're looking for to clear this Q1 hurdle. It might even take a 51 to get through in this session. Martin is now into the stadium section, and usually he's been going hard right coming out of turn 6. This time he's very much sticking to the left-hand side of the racetrack.
52 flat from Fernandez was on fresh tyres at the end of FP2, so he's getting himself warmed up for his pole attack in Q2. Marc Marquez, though, was looking incredibly fast on worn Michelin tyres. He did sprint race listing, head on the sprint over the lap this afternoon. He was still doing very impressive low 152s as we got down then into the Kevin Schwantz corner. This is turn 10 where the circuit leaders bottom out. Lowest point of this spectacular undulation around Brno. And it's all about the climb, the ascent up Horsepower Hill. And the April's not been lacking horsepower so far this year. It's the fastest motorcycle in Grand Prix history at nigh on 370 kilometers an hour. This Jorge Martin blasted through the speed traps in Mugello.
Martin to quarter of a second up on Morbidelli, 3/4 of the way round. Most of that was in turn 3 when we saw Morbidelli go wide. Vinales is sort of similar to Morbidelli through the third sector, so we'll see what sort of lap time Martin is going to demonstrate. Is he in the 52s? Answer no, he's in the 151s immediately. It's Jorge Martin, and that is the second fastest lap time of the weekend.
Gosh, straight out of the gate, Martin delivers something pretty special. That's a top lap time, that by Martin. That will take some shifting. Straight away, 2 tenths clear of anybody else on circuit. Frankie Mulday desperately trying to go on the rear tyre, and Martin ahead of him. Fair play to Frankie, he found a 52 flat, which is half a second quicker than anything the Italian was able to find yesterday. So catch the Martinator if you can.
And Quartararo catch him? Well, the evidence of the first 3 sectors suggests the answer, at least on this lap, is no. Let's see how much time he loses in that final sector. 10th and a half, 6th place for Fabiano, 52.412. That's a 10th quicker than he went yesterday afternoon. He is the leading Yamaha at the moment in this session. He's 10th ahead of Jeff Miller.
That's a statement over that, isn't it? From Martin. Great performance has been tracked Luca Marini. His name being mentioned, as we mentioned, with Tech through KTM in 2027. That's the experience as the Luca Marini done such a sterling job behind the scenes and trying to develop and get the RC213 Honda back to a competitive and race-winning level. Mikahiko Kawase, currently HRC MotoGP technical manager. That will be a role change for Kawase-san next year. So he will be filling the shoes of Alberto Prix, which is HRC factory team manager in 2027.
Well, wishing Brad Binder exceeded track limits on his first lap because he's had it deleted. He did do a 152.3, which really put him fifth in the end. That's been taken away, so Binder's put on the bottom of the order in 12th place on a weekend of the Festival in FP2, where he's perhaps not physically feeling as strong as he ought to. Here comes Luca Marini looking to try and close in on the top 2. He moves up a place into 5th place on a 52.2. That will be 15th on the grid, which is around about where Marini generally qualifies, it has to be said.
Morbidelli's not in relaxed mode at all, is it? Because there's only 300ths clear of Vinales, who in turn is exactly the same gap ahead of Alex Marquez, 0.033 of a second. I think he can't relax at this stage of Q1. Jorge Martin at the back of the factory at Aprilia Garage with a brilliant opener. It's some start to Q1 for Martin. He's so aggressive, isn't he, on that direction change through 13 and 14. And just look at the lean angle he carried through that final corner. Great shots of Martin and Morbidelli. Elbow kissing the curb on the inside of that final turn. Going through their third gear, about 130 kilometers an hour. That was the corner speed that ultimately propelled Martin to the 151.819, which will take some beating, you feel, in this Q1.
Aprilia once again demonstrating their immense potential and performance. We've now had a 51.7 from Agura yesterday, a 51.8 from Martin this morning, a 51.8 from Bez yesterday, and a 52.0 from Raul Fernandez moments ago in FP2. So once again at a circuit that clearly favours them much more than Balaton Park ever did. They couldn't really let their bikes go around the tight, twisty Balaton Park circuit. Aprilia right back on form here.
Getting himself in the zone, getting himself focused. A 51.819, well, that might have already job done for Martin. Frankie Morbidelli trying to get himself in a Q2 for just the 4th time so far this season. Got a bit of work to do just to make sure that place is secure. He'll be on 36 Ducati rider. With Maverick Vinales and Alex Marquez in particular are very close. It will be a brilliant performance for Alex Marquez for getting himself into Q2. I mean, Alex has found a 152.086, which is a significant stride forwards compared to yesterday. He's half a second faster as well. I think coming into the weekend, if you said to Alex, you should be doing 52 flats in qualifying, he'll be signing a dotted line very, very quickly.
Yeah, I wonder whether he's finding out how his brother's been feeling for much of this season, where he's desperately trying to push. He shuts the visor and just goes for it when his body is probably telling him this probably wouldn't be the best thing to do. Alex, 4th at the moment, will be 14th on the grid as it stands right now. Marini 5th then on a 52.2. He's got to find a quarter of a second from there just to get on terms with Morbidelli. Bastianini 6th ahead of Quartararo, Miller, Razgatioku and Rins. Of course, Cal Crutchlow at the back of the field, understandably, as the replacement for Jean Zarco at LCR. So if you take him out of the equation, the 4 Yamahas, as it stands, will be right at the back of the grid.
Big ask for Luca Marini to make it 3 Hondas in Q2. Already safely through yesterday. Joan Mir and the brilliant, the very, very impressive Diogo Moreira directly in the Q2 in the 3rd successive Grand Prix now. There's the Brazilian. What could Marini do? Marini's going to have to find at least a quarter of a second if he's to threaten a spot himself in the 2nd qualifying session. Here we go then, the final throws of Q1 about to commence here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. It's Advantage, Martin and Morbidelli as it stands right now.
Does anybody look for Jorge Martin's rear tyre? And this time Morbidelli and Bastianini having a look behind. That's not looking for Jorge Martin, that's just making sure that no one's coming into turn 1 on a time lap that they might get in the way of. So Martin's at the back of this train, having led them on the previous run. Once again, he's got a Pramac Yamaha for company. Once again, it's Jack Miller with his good friend Carl Crutchlow also looking to tag onto the back.
For Martin, and well, the 51.819, that's enough. Someone's going to have to find something extra special to deny him a spot in Q2. I think that's got the other, there's a big glare over his left shoulder. So you understand where Jorge Martin is behind it. But he hasn't gone actually meaning ugly either, so only Frankie just touring around this particular lap to try and get his hooks into Martin once again.
Morbidelli is far from certain of a place in Q2 with a 52.0, which he offered him at the start of the session. He'd have probably taken it, but he's only 300 at the moment ahead of Vinales, who in turn is 300 clear of Alex Marquez. All 3 of them on 152.0s. Here is Alex Marquez leaving pit lane. He's got Brad Binder for company, who, as mentioned, still does not have a legal lap time next to his name. Pressure on the South African now with 4 minutes to go.
Suffering is Binder. Still recovering from that very, very recent arm pump surgery on the right arm. He was under the knife very quickly after the Grand Prix of Hungary. So Martin just indicating, nobody's chasing me. I'm not going to be the lead-out rider here. I've already nailed it on 51.819. I can afford just to cruise around below. One of the Yamahas that are trying to hover around the rear tyre of the Martinator.
And now Frankie Morbidelli sits up at the front of the train, has a good long look behind. Of course, even in these hot conditions, you don't want to let the temperature drop too much out of your tyres. Fabio Quartararo just powers past them, leading Cal Crutchlow around. Of course, Quartararo, with his riding style, doesn't really benefit him by following anyone, because of course he needs to try and break his blades as he can to try and overcome the deficiencies from his machine.
Jorge Martin would have probably pitted there and called it quits, and then just still been going into Q2. He's hammered down now though. head down. He had a big look at his pit board there on the right-hand side as he came over the finish line. He should have been good feeling. 51.819. He set on his first flying lap in this session. He's going to see him sailing into Q2. That's going to be ugly. This is a cheap company as he powers towards the hardest braking zone here at this Brno circuit into turn 3.
Quartararo was actually on a time lap there when he went past the train of riders on their app laps. He did a 52.185, so he was just a tenth and a half away from getting himself into qualifying too, and he remains the top Yamaha. He's now moved ahead of Marini and Bastianini.
So significant step forward, but not significant enough for the factory Yamaha and the French winners. Torn through 7 is Morbidelli. The long lap goes Luca Marini on the factory Honda.
0 personal best for our time screens at the moment. No one really on any sort of push lap at the moment. Who's Maverick Vinales, who's certainly got the biggest incentive to go for a push lap here, given that he's sitting in 3rd place with extra rings for company. Crucial couple of minutes here for Top Gun.
52 flat in FT2, 52 flat so far this morning in Q1 from Vinales, and we're hoping that's not his ceiling, because he might need a 51 to get himself through into Q2. Rings just behind him, 2 very, very experienced Spaniards on your shot now, because these two have been serial rivals throughout their careers, fighting it out with the Moto3 World Championship back in the day. Might have 2 rivals as well. Down here we go. Here is Maverick Vinales then. It's pretty close. This lap up to halfway through the second split now, coming into the stadium section. Through the right-hander of 6, he'll bank it hard left now through turn 7. Let's just check Maverick's progress in this second sector. Anything going for Top Gun? It is something very special potentially brewing here for Vinales.
Yeah, Vinales, who, as we've mentioned, is celebrating a career milestone tomorrow with his 200th MotoGP start. Can he get himself at least on the front 4 rows of the grid? He's got to beat a 152.020. He's actually only got to improve on his own best lap time by 34 thousandths of a second to get himself up ahead of Morbidelli. He's now into the heart of the 3rd sector. We'll find out his progress now. Unfortunately for Vinales, it's been an average 3rd sector.
He has not been in Q2, Vinales, since that fatal factory appearance in Q2 last year, when all of his left shoulder injury problems really did sort of blunt his progress on the Tech 3 KTM. Keeping a very close eye on proceedings is the boss, Gunther Steiner. Through the final corner, powers Vinales. Is this good enough to not Frankie Morbidelli out of the top 2? Over the line we go. Vinales finds a 52.223. It's not good enough at this stage.
Wins behind him did improve to a 52.5, so he's gone up ahead of Binder, who did set his first legal lap time of the morning, a 52.556 for Binder, but he's currently down in 10th place with only Toprak and Carl Crutchlow behind him.
His wins comfortably the 52s now this morning. Didn't find a 52 at any stage in proceedings on day 1 here in Brno. With hopes of finding that 52 yesterday were curtailed by electronic glitches on the new V4 M1. What about Vinales? I know there's nothing really going here, is there, for the number 12? So Vinales, yeah, and he's rolled out of it, so it's game over. So there you can see inside Tech 3, frustrated faces, a bit of a shake of the head there from the boss, Gunther Steiner. They will have big hopes of Vinales getting through the Q2 after a real good performance in FP2 this morning. But you always felt that opening salvo from Martin, that brilliant 51.819, was going to get him cruising through, and that has proven to be the case.
So how good those first laps were, because it was sort of an anti-climax the end of that Q1 session, and none of the top 4 improved on their second run on a second tyre. So Martin and Morbidelli remain the top 2. Vinales and Alex Marquez remain 3rd and 4th. Quartararo, one of only 4 riders, 5 now with Crutchlow, who did improve the second time around. So Quartararo moved himself up ahead of Marini into 5th, so Marini stays 6th, 16th on the grid for the Italian. Bastianini will be disappointed with 7th on the 52.3, then of Miller, Williams, Binder, Top Gun and Carl Crutchlow. And a fist bump for Frankie Morbidelli, and potentially an assist to Jorge Martin in the process.
Yeah, on previous occasions this year, when Frankie couldn't have the Q2. Barcelona, of course, most recently, it was his last front row start in the MotoGP World Championship. got through by the skin of his teeth, didn't he? It was tight, very tight. Two Spaniards behind him, Vinales and Marquez, not even a tenth adrift in third and fourth, respectively. Going to be a miracle territory for Brad Binder to repeat his 2020 brilliance in the Grand Prix here 6 years ago. He's going to be 20th on the grid, unfortunately. Certainly not helped by recovering the right arm. He's still got the knife for arm from surgery. And we expected much more, didn't we, from Bastianini. Third in the sprint here last year, in podium contention in the Grand Prix when he crashed out of fourth place. Well, the beast, 17th on the grid, and he's got any hope of getting anywhere near the podium this afternoon and tomorrow. Well, he's going to have to be super aggressive and lightning off the line.
He improved by around about 3/10 of what he did yesterday. What's Top Rack been up to, or as we look at what's going on behind him with Bastianini at the inside of Frankie Morbidelli? Also a bit of fun games going on. That will in part explain why none of them improved, but I don't think that's the only reason. And there, Bastianini then coming out of turn 10 and getting a little annoyed, I think, with Frankie Morbidelli and potentially also with Top Rack ahead of him. Bastianini, I don't think that's the sole reason, though, that the beast missed out.
He's frustrated, but let's be brutally honest, don't think he had anything in his locker to find a time that was going to get him through ahead of Martin and Morbidelli. But frustrating, of course, is the Italian, because he would have penciled in Bruno as being one of his opportunities to get back to the podium positions after given how strong he was here 11 months ago. He's not really been at the races at all so far this weekend. The Beast, 16th yesterday, and he's going to start the sprint and Grand Prix here down in 17th place. Top job that by Brazilian racing rider Alex Marquez. He was not even a tenth of a second away from a place in Q2 himself. He'd have had to work really hard for that 52.086. So once involving Vinales,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Bastianini, wasn't it, on the second of the Tech 3 KTMs. So Maverick off the hook on that one.
I think they were all, well, didn't see a single personal best sector time from that group on that final one anyway, so as we already mentioned, I don't think Bastianini can put the absence of a Q2 place entirely down to that. But stewards will of course have a look and decide if any foul play took place, and potentially Jorge Martin might have some company along that penalty loop tomorrow.
It's absolutely roasting right now here in Brno. Temperatures around 34-35 degrees potentially for the sprint later on this afternoon. Sprinting into Q2 though goes Jorge Martin and Frankie Morbidelli.
Martin keeps up his 100% Q2 record this season. Second time this year he's come through Q1 to do it, but Martin does top Q1 for Frankie Morbidelli. Maverick Vinales and Alex Marquez third and fourth. All the top four failed to improve on their second run. Quattararo did to take fifth ahead of Marini. Bastianini, who was angered at the end of the session by semantics up ahead of him. Miller eighth ahead of Alex Rins. Brad Binder 10th, 20th on the grid for him ahead of Top Rack and Carl Crutchlow.
So Jorge Martin in Q1. The 6 riders so far this weekend to lap in the 151s. That's got the Spaniard, the 2024 MotoGP World Champion, and Frankie Morbidelli on his last appearance in Brno on the podium here in MotoGP back in 2020. Those two still in the fight for our 9th pole position in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Already directly through into Q2 yesterday was Ayagura. Brilliant performance by the Japanese star. He led the way with the fastest time of the weekend so far, a 151.735. Already directly through with World Champs leader Marco Bezzecchi. Fabio with Gian Antonio strong once again on Fridays. 7 times in 9 Grand Prix so far this year. Could you have been top 3 on the opening day? Pecco Bagnaia, the MotoGP World Champion, 4th. Marquez seeking back-to-back double wins here in Brno with Spig. Pedro Acosta, Joan Mir, Diogo Moreira, Fermin Aldeguer and Raul Fernandez, despite a nasty bout with appendicitis, which unfortunately did not require surgery for the Trackhouse Aprilia Spanish rider. They were all directly through to Q2 yesterday. Raul Fernandez was the fastest this morning with FT2, so he's already had a very positive and promising start to sprint Saturday here, headed the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. That's a truly iconic and classic venue. That helicopter shot just showing you how vast this Brno complex is. how it sprawls its way around the neighbouring forests close to downtown Brno. It is known as the Adrenaline Factory, and it's time to pump up the adrenaline as we go qualifying here in MotoGP. Last time out it was Marc Marquez on pole position in Hungary for the 76th time in his career in the top class. He converted it into his 18th sprint victory and then eventually his 74th Grand Prix success in MotoGP, the 100th of the number 93's Grand Prix career. Just the third rider in history to score 100 Grand Prix wins or more, joining an exclusive club which was only previously occupied by Italian icons and legends Giacomo Agostini and Valentino Rossi. So can Aprilia then, or can in particular Tracking for Aprilia, continue their impressive opening couple of days here, opening day and a half here in Brno. Agura fastest on Friday, Raul Fernandez quickest this morning in FP2. Marco Bezzecchi coming up shortly in Q2. He's been a frequent front row starter so far this year, as Bez poles already so far this year in Thailand and most recently in Mugello. On both occasions, sprint success has eluded him, but he has gone on to complete the Grand Prix victories on Sunday. 2 of his 4 wins have come from pole so far this year.
You're concerned about being involved in someone else's accident at the first corner, which, let's be fair, Marco Bezzecchi was back in Hungary. The safest way to get yourself out of all of that chaos is to qualify on pole position, which will be Marco Bezzecchi's aim today. Sure, that man will be cheering Bez on alongside his pair of riders that are in this Q2 session. Frankie Morbidelli joining Babic Dan Antonio for Valentino Rossi's VR4016 in Q2.
And what a place for him to be back trackside. The first of his 115 Grand Prix victories came right here, didn't it? 30 years ago, all the way back in 1996 when he won a 125cc, a classic back in the day. Celebrations, he got so carried away and so delirious, he almost got crawling into the pit wall, didn't he, Valentino Rossi? But the doctor back where his winning journey, where his winning story started. Great to see Valentino here trackside, watching both Fabio Di Giannantonio and thankfully Frankie Morbidelli in the second qualifying session.
As you saw there, he was the only rider with more Brno poles than Valentino. It's Marc Marquez, who's got a good record, as you saw there, of qualifying in the front row when he's, of course, been here. Was missed Barcelona when, of course, he was undergoing surgery following the pair of injuries post-Le Mans. 2 poles already for Marc Marquez this season, and, of course, 3 sprint wins. He's done a lot of his good work on Saturdays, and we certainly saw how strong he was on an old soft rear tyre in FP2. What can he do on brand new rubber neck?
All about the centuries last time out in Barton, wasn't it, for Marc Marquez and Ducati? His 100th career success, the 100th win for the factory Ducati team. Almost a third of those wins have been collected by Pecco Bagnaia. Well, that was never in doubt, was it? I am a believer. Marc Marquez has had to believe in his ability to bounce back from so many injury setbacks. He's come back in Mugello, and then he's come back to the top step of the podium in Balloton. His first win in 2026 on Sundays. His first win since the San Marino Grand Prix on Italy's Adriatic coast last September. Getting him back onto the top step of the podium in what was his 8th injury comeback. 8 major comebacks from injury since Jerez all the way back in 2020.
Riding aboard there with Pedro Costa, and he has got himself onto the rear tyre of Marco Bezzecchi. The 3 fastest laps so far this weekend in this event have all been set by Aprilia riders. Agura's 51.7 yesterday, and both Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi have done 51.8. Martin did his in Q1 moments ago, so it feels like the Nawali bikes are the bikes to beat, but they don't have an unassailable advantage over Ducati.
Might need an all-time lap record to secure pole here today. Agura's 51.73, we've already seen Martin in Q1 get down to a 51.819. So in terms of the fastest ever time here in Brno, the goalposts surely going to get moved once again. Agura never started the MotoGP Grand Prix higher than 5th place. 2 former Moto2 world champions going toe-to-toe here. Of course, our last 2 Moto2 world champions, Diogo Moreira and Agura.
Moreira always picks the right rider to follow, doesn't he? This time he's identified Ayagura of the two factory Ducati riders right in tandem. Bagnaia just giving himself a little bit of space there behind Marc Marquez so he can fully open the top on his factory Ducati as Bagnaia goes in search of back-to-back Renault poles.
Over the line out, Bagnaia goes in. This is now his charge towards what he hopes will be back-to-back poles. It was the impact that the resurface on this Renault circuit did to the lap time. So what, 3 seconds quicker than Joan Zarco's 2020 pole Pecco Bagnaia was last year, of course. And we went a lot quicker yesterday. And so nigh on 4 seconds quicker are the lap times compared to the fast pace we saw here 6 long years ago. They did a phenomenal job on the pretty tough task of resurfacing this Renault circuit. Not only is it 5.4 kilometres in length, making it very, very long, but there's so much undulation. And it's probably one of the widest circuits as well. So congratulations once again to all those involved in the Renault surface. Pecco Bagnaia was very complimentary about their work once again here yesterday. We followed in Marc Marquez through turn 7, who was on the floor yesterday there in FP1.
Thought he was going to be on the floor again there. He got a little bit of a twitch to the inside of turn 7, but safely through. He's a tenth of a second up on his teammate Pecco Bagnaia at the halfway stage. Bagnaia just up behind there. You can see him coming through the picture. We're also keeping an eye on Ralph Hernandez's progress on the track out of Prix after he was fastest in FP2 earlier on.
Hernandez looked well sharp, but he on fresh rubber at the end of that FP2, just getting himself dialed in. Let's not forget as well, he was diagnosed with appendicitis pre this Grand Prix of Czechia. Thankfully for his sake, and thankfully for Placas for him. Thankfully for MotoGP fans, he was declared fit on Thursday. He might have to undergo surgery to remove his appendix and then miss this Grand Prix, miss next week action in the Netherlands. Here comes Marc Marquez then. A full attack mode on the 93 factory Ducati through the final corner. This is going to be the opening lap times fired in immediately. We're in the high 151s. A 151.856 then from Marc Marquez. It's his best time of the weekend so far. Ralph Hernandez though, so close to a new all-time lap record. Second rider in the 151.7s. That's Diogo Moreira. Diogo Moreira behind Ayagura. And Moreira, he just looks at his tactic is quite simple. Who's P1 on Friday? Well, I'm chasing them in qualifying because Moreira down to Antonio. Well, we said you're going to need an all-time lap record here to take pole in Brno. Fabio De Gianantonio now with a 151.643 takes top spot away from Diogo Moreira. This is a lightning pace early on here in Q2.
We've got one odds on that front row after the first laps. De Gianantonio, Moreira and Ayagura. Marc Marquez's lap, as Jack's just informed us in our headsets, has been cancelled. Can only pick the track limits because we haven't had any yellow flags waving. But Pecco Bagnaia on a 151.987, that's been made to look positively pedestrian with the pace right up at the sharp end of this Q2 session.
Fabio De Gianantonio has already had a couple of pole positions so far this year. He led qualifying in Goiânia. He led qualifying most recently at the Circuit of America in Austin, Texas. No front row though for Digia since the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez, as Marco Bezzecchi bringing his A game, as he often does, to this Q2 session. Out of the Kevin Trans corner he goes. We'll now go through the left hand of the turn 11. This is where Marc Marquez was out the front of the factory Ducati in practice yesterday afternoon. Now, climb, go through the gearbox and rely on your horsepower to fire you up horsepower hill. This will be close, won't it, as far as Marco Bezzecchi goes. Pedro Acosta directly behind him, trying to get his hooks into the World Championship leader. 72 versus 37 then now. Through turn 14 we go. It is going to be pushing Bez onto the front row of the grid. Is it going to be even better? Will be pole only 5th. That's a good time in that 4th split.
210s though covered the top 7 at the moment. That appears so good through the final corner. Acosta followed him through the final corner to 6th. So we've got Marc Marquez here with no time set. We haven't seen a replay yet of where that was. It was turn 12. Coming out of the penultimate sequence of left-right. The Marc Marquez veered out onto the green. Only has to be millimetres to go onto the green. Your lap time will be cancelled. So pressure on the world champion. 12th as he pits.
Here from Fermin Aldeguer. Drops the elbow knee down through that final corner. 3rd gear over 130 kilometres an hour. And then go through the gearbox over the line. Aldeguer 10th. He's found a 152.044. The top 9 The first 3 rows of the grid as it stands right now, all in the 151s. Yesterday, only 5 riders found that kind of dynamic hot pace, but on course for his first front row start, which would just be quite sensational for Moreira, a 151.691, less than 500ths of a second behind Fabio Di Antonio. This will be something of a shock front row, wouldn't it? Vidya on pole, not a shock. He's had 2 poles already so far this year, but Moreira and Agura, our 2 most recent Moto2 world champions, potentially on course for their first ever top class front rows.
And surely it won't be long before the rest of the MotoGP field get wise to this tactic of Diogo Moreira, because he's so quick now that a lot of people will be thinking, never mind Diogo Moreira following me, we need to follow him.
He's just got so much speed, so much pace, so much potential. Confidence. It's only the 9th start in MotoGP for Diogo Moreira. Directly in the Q2 in the last 3 Grand Prix. This would be awesome, wouldn't it, if Moreira could get himself on that front row of the grid. His best qualifying so far this year was an 8th place in the Mugello, which he did follow through to a double top 10 at the Italian Grand Prix. He really is stepping up right now. He's been showing that he's going to be the hot reference in the future potentially.
And he's behind Agura again. They've gone out together. There he goes on the inside of Marc Marquez. And Marc is now behind Diogo Moreira. Marc Marquez, of course, doesn't have a banker lap to his name to settle on. So bit of a balancing act here for Marc Marquez as to how much risk he takes. It's Marc Marquez, so surely he's going to carry maximum risk. But if he does take it now, with the 12 on the grid.
Moreira then hotly in pursuit once again of Agura. As it stands right now, those 2 will be starting on the front row of the grid, which would be some performance by the pair of them. And there's Marc Marquez as Agura just goes back a bit hot on the brakes in the turn 5. There's actually seen deliberately trying to drop Moreira behind him. But Moreira in, Agura in hot at turn 5, and then Moreira thought about trying to latch onto his rear tyre once again, but Agura was having none of it.
Yeah, more about consolation prize though for Diogo. Oh, I guess I'll follow Marc Marquez and Jorge Martin then.
And here's Marc Marquez under a bit of pressure here, having had his initial first fast lap taken away from him on the green on the exit of turn 12. He was looking to get the best possible drive up Horsepower Hill, wasn't he? Bezzecchi's heading back out onto the circuit. He's currently sitting in 5th place, a second row which right now would feature Raul Fernandez, Bezzecchi and Acosta.
96 MotoGP pole positions collectively up ahead of Diogo Moreira there, but he's now in between both Marc Marquez and Jorge Martin, so he's clearly adopting the Marquez tactic, isn't he? What does Marc Marquez always say? Follow the rider who needs to push for a lap. The rider who needs to push for a lap right now is Marc Marquez.
Bagnaia from attack mode. He's got Raul Fernandez about 50 metres or so behind him as those 2 charge towards the most severe braking zone around this Brno circuit into turn 3. Squeezing that front brake for as long as you dare, just to get the bike pulled up there. Scribbling off over 200 kilometres an hour, 250 metres on that run down to turn 3. Yeah, Bagnaia and Fernandez are on the money. You can see there between your screens. This could be back-to-back poles here for Bagnaia if he carries this lap on through. Super fast in sector 1.
Yeah, first sector carries you through to the exit of turn 4 and out to the heart of 7 here with Bagnaia. Those grass backs on the right-hand side getting ever more full with spectators, and they're currently watching Bagnaia on course for another all-time lap record. His lap record that he set here last year has been beaten by countless riders this weekend, but not yet by Pecco Bagnaia.
31 of Ducati's factory challenge 100 MotoGP successes have been taken by Pecco Bagnaia. Down we go into turn 10. He's flying. He is motoring here, isn't he, Bagnaia? He is relishing in this high grip situation. Struggles so much on the GP26 to find rear grip. I think this newly resurfaced Brno circuit has offered so much traction. So many riders also flying. Agura is halfway around his current lap, and he's absolutely charging towards a low 151. If Bagnaia does take this lap through to provisional pole, I'm not so sure how long he will do there, because Ayagura, Marc Marquez, Fabio Di Giannantonio are charging. Bagnaia over the line. He does go to the provisional pole at 151.383. Where Agura's going, Agura could be giving us a 150, which would be unbelievable. Here is Marc Marquez, but look at Ayagura. He's running a 150.
It's a big final sector though for Pecco Bagnaia. He pulled a quarter of a second out of Digia, so Marc Marquez is going to have to deliver in this final sector. Of course, it was Bagnaia and Marc Marquez 1-2 in the grid here last year. Marquez over the line. It is a 1-2, but Ayagura chasing a first MotoGP pole here.
Over the line he goes. Agura does move into pole position. He's so close to that magic 150. What a lap. What a lap from Ayagura. A 151.139. How's that this stage destroyed the opposition? He's almost a quarter of a second clear of Bagnaia, almost 3/10 clear of Marc Marquez, 4 times Bruno winner. What about Di Giannantonio? Nothing he can do. That is a brilliant 151.350 from Digia, but still not within 2/10 of a second of Ayagura. What a sensational performance by the Japanese star.
Unreal performance from Ayagura so far. At the moment, Marco Bezzecchi does not have an answer to it, nor does Jorge Martin. Martin's currently 10th and on a slow lap. With 2 minutes remaining, he'll have one more shot at this. Bezzecchi 2/10 down. He's got a narrow gap to try and fit into if he wants to get himself onto the front row of the grid. Di Giannantonio, Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. There's a 10th between them. Can Bezzecchi get ahead of those and join Agura on the front row?
Before this weekend, we've never seen a 151 lap in Brno. We almost got treated something out of this world by Ayagura. We were almost expecting him to deliver a 150, which would have been some performance. What about Bezzecchi? Not on the front row into the final 2 minutes of this super dramatic Q2 session here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. Bez up to 4th for the 151.428.
Not a disaster by any means for Bezzecchi, but surprising that he's not on the front row of the grid. Raul Fernandez has rolled off, so he will not be improving on 7th. He did put in a 151.772, his best lap time of the weekend, but it's 6/10 slower than his teammate on course for a maiden pole.
And Marc Marquez is cruising, so Marc Marquez is going to be at best on the middle of that second row in 5th place. And I think just setting himself up. He'll get over the line here. Is Martin just building up for one final big assault? One final big push. Right. Is he going to...
It's cruising over the line. He's now throwing his head on the bubble, but he's not going to carry the speed. And it's going straight to improve. In with a minute to go. Surely this is the end of Marc Marquez's session. Moreira is still with him on the second row of the grid. Moreira 6th. He's pitted. He won't improve from that 151.6. We've got Fernandez, Acosta and Morbidelli on the 3rd row. And a crucial final lap has just started too for Jorge Martin, who sits 10th at the moment.
Yeah, last time he was in Q1 and got himself through in Catalonia, he was on the 3rd row. Oh well, this time around here in Brno, he's going to be on the 4th row potentially. Yeah, nothing going at all for Marc Marquez. You can see the body language as he came out of that final corner. He was not anywhere close to full racing speed, so he's going to have to take his medicine and start at best from 5th place. Is he going to be under any pressure to be bumped off the second? I don't think he is.
Anyone who might do it is Fermin Aldeguer, who's just the personal best in the 1st sector. Martin, personal best in the 2nd sector, but he's already nearly half a second down. It's going to take something magical from Martin to even get himself onto the 2nd row from there. Best he can hope for, I think, here, Martin, is maybe squeaking onto row 3.
With Taka Nakagami here, trackside here, the last time a Japanese rider was on pole position in MotoGP in Aragon a few years ago. Unfortunately, it was a very short-lived affair for Taka, who crashed out on the very first lap, but I'm sure Nakagami, watching trackside here as he's ready to test the 850cc Honda on Monday, will be super proud of Ayagura, who has delivered brilliance on Friday and Sprint Saturday so far here in this Grand Prix of Czechia. Fast as he was yesterday, he's destroyed the field in this Q2 session. He's not even close. What about Fermin Aldeguer? What about Roy Martin? Have they got any late fireworks to deliver it? No, Martin then will be heading the 4th row of the grid in 10th.
Oh, if Aldeguer, I was going to say Aldeguer might beat him, but he's clearly had a problem in the final sector, so he stays 11th. So Jorge Martin, surely by the time he serves his 2 long lap penalties tomorrow from 10 from the grid, he's going to be way out of podium contention. He needed a good qualifying today with those penalties to come. Martin hasn't got one.
Nothing going for Digia, nothing going at all. He'll settle for a front row start though. That's going to be his 4th front row start in 2026. Francesco Guidotti just saying you can go and speak with Davide Brivio to get some quotes on the absolutely unbelievable, phenomenal performance of 2024 Moto2 World Champion Ayagura. Not only has he found himself qualifying on the front row of the grid for the first time in his MotoGP career, but he has done it in some style. He's done it in dominant fashion. A 151.139, an all-time lap record for the second day in a row for the Trackhouse star. Nobody else within 0.2 of a second. First Japanese pole sitter since that terrible Grand Prix at Aragon back in 2020. Just phenomenal. It becomes the 112th different rider in MotoGP to find themselves on pole position. Absolutely show-stopping that. Brilliant performance by Ayagura. It's almost 0.6 of a second faster than his all-time lap record yesterday. It was not even close. It was not a contest, was it? That Q2 section. Once he got his head down, it was game over. What a pleasure it was to watch Ayagura absolutely destroy the all-time lap record here once again in Brno.
Nor was it remotely a surprise either after what we saw yesterday. You wouldn't know from his body language that he's done something so special, but it is a special pole position. Let's get some Trackhouse reaction now and join Jack.
Davide, that's a pretty ridiculous lap time. Come on, we didn't have a single 51 coming into the weekend. We've done a 51-1. Yeah, I told you this morning that it's not always the problem just at the time attack. No, I mean, of course, congratulations, great job. As I say, he was feeling comfortable since yesterday, and yeah, he went for a lap, and yeah, I mean, great job, and now let's try to do the most important job, which are the races. Hopefully, maybe we have to work less than normal on recovery, hopefully, if we have a good start. So let's thanks, great job, go ahead.
A superstar performance by Ayagura. This is his 138th Grand Prix start. He's only his 7th career pole position, his first in MotoGP. Not exactly a prolific pole sitter, is he, Ayagura? There's been no Japanese winner in the MotoGP World Championships since Makoto Tamada was successful in front of his home crowd at Bategi all the way back in 2004, 22 long years ago. Those odds have just been slashed quite dramatically on Ayagura, ending that long drought, that long barren run here in the Grand Prix of Czechia, because that was one of the laps of his life, one of the laps of his life. When you look at the calibre of this MotoGP field in 2026, arguably one of the strongest grids we've ever had, and Ayagura has just obliterated them, absolutely obliterated them.
There's at least a smile. Go on, punch the air eye. It's an incredible achievement. He's so laid back normally. He's almost horizontal, but he is absolutely thrilled with that. Yeah, qualifying has been the big Achilles heel. The racing, generally, is the easy bit from Ayagura, but as Dorna Sports rightly points out, he shouldn't have to overtake as many people as normal on his way to the front tomorrow.
6 different pole sitters in our opening 9 Grand Prix. He's got some experience coming alongside him on that front row of the grid. Fabio Di Gianantonio is second. Pecco Bagnaia is back on the front row of the grid. Just the second time this season that Bagnaia's found himself on the front row. Marco Bezzecchi, the World Championship leader, will lead row 2. And row 2 is going to be as well. Mouth-watering prospect. Bez ahead of Marc Marquez in 5th place. And Diogo Moreira, best MotoGP qualifying for him. He completes that second row. Ralph Hernandez leads Pedro Acosta and Frankie Morbidelli on the 3rd row. Jorge Martin with a double long lap to come tomorrow is on row 4 with Fermin Aldeguer and Joan Mir. Agura on pole. Moreira top Honda in 6th place. 2 candidates for star performers in that Q2 session. I think the future of MotoGP is in very safe hands.
And the future of MotoGP from all corners of the globe as well. The stars of Asia and South America delivering this morning. Marc Marquez doesn't look particularly chuffed with that, does he? Second row of the grid for him. 5th place, of course, not helped by having his first lap cancelled for exceeding track limits at turn 12, but he will start in the middle of that second row. Certainly, keep a close eye on him in the sprint later on. He generally does some pretty strong work on Saturday afternoons. Cheerful exchange between two Italians who will start together on the front row of the grid. Gian Antonio and Bagnaia.
Yeah, Mark looking a bit miffed there, wasn't he? The third time in 8 qualifying sessions this year he's found himself off the front row of the grid. He knows he's got some serious work to do to fight his way through. And can anybody in the 10 lap sprint this afternoon and over 21 laps tomorrow get anywhere near Ayagura? Well, he was for the world stage, wasn't he? Applications are open for the Idemitsu Moto4 Asia Cup in 2027, of course. That was the class that launched Ayagura on this journey to this very special moment. The MotoGP program, which has pretty much unearthed most of our current MotoGP grid. Top Honda once again, the top talent of Diogo Moreira. An awesome 151.691 from the Brazilian. Superb once again.
Yeah, he's going to become a serious problem for the experienced heads of MotoGP. We're only halfway through, not halfway yet through his rookie season. He's already picking up some serious scalps. Jorge Martin must have felt pretty confident having come through Q1. Didn't match that 151.8 that he did in Q1. He's a tad slower in the end in qualifying too. And that in part is why we find him on row 4.
Yeah, a thumbs up, there we go. That's about as animated as you're going to get from Ayagura. He is sort of a very typical Japanese character, isn't he? Very sort of reserved, very sort of calm and measured in everything that he does, but he is blindingly fast on a MotoGP bike here in Brno. On the front row, once again, they're in the Grand Prix of Czechia. Pecco Bagnaia is with Jack.
Pecco, huge congratulations. You were just saying you're expecting a 151.3 to be pole. Ayagura had blown that out the water with a 51.1, but that session, super competitive, super fast, so I imagine very pleased to have finished it on the front row.
Yeah, honestly, yes, because this morning we tried something on the bike that I didn't like it, so I was struggling a bit, and we moved back to the bike of yesterday, and in qualifying we just needed a bit of time, first time attack. I didn't overpush like the second one, and to understand again the bike, and the second one was better. We are still missing something compared others, but we are improving, and I tried this afternoon to fight against them.
Great job. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is a top job by Pecco Bagnaia. Fourth fastest yesterday. Finds himself on the front row of the grid for the second time this season, as mentioned. It is his 59th front row start in the top class. Just living the experience, having a bit of grip underneath it here this weekend in the Grand Prix of Czechia. That's what's been sadly lacking for Pecco so far this year. He finds himself 7th in the World Championship. A rather grumpy looking Pedro Acosta in the factory KTM garage, who does look a little bit lost for words right now, doesn't he? That young Acosta, 22-year-old Spaniard, who's going to have a lot of work to do. He was on double podium here last year. It felt like the 2025 season really did pick up and run here last year, but 8th on the grid. Fabio Di Gianantonio, though, 2 Ducatis on the front row. He's the lead on one of them. That's going to start us for Jack.
Fabio, top job, middle of the front row, top Ducati as well. I've heard you a couple of times this year say that you are Ayagura's #1 fan. Is that still the case after that?
No, after today, no. no, I is riding incredibly well. He did an amazing lap. I thought that my 51.3 was enough, but then for sure it was better than me. I'm really happy about my job, my work that I did today with the team. Displaying the pace was on point. On qualifying was important to be in front row, and we achieved it. So a part of I'm really happy.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic job by Fabio Di Gianantonio. Who would have thought a 151.350 in Brno was not going to be good enough for pole position? It was because Ayagura was just simply in a class of his own. He was a league apart. He was super rapid yesterday. Marco Bezzecchi, the only rider within 2/10 of him on free practice Friday, and nobody within 2/10. The first Japanese rider on pole position in 6 years. The first MotoGP pole position of his career. Ayagura with Jack.
What a lap that was. A new all-time lap record of Brno, a 151.1. You've been MotoGP's
overtaking king so far this year, but from pole position, looks as though we're not going to have to do too much overtaking.
Well, first of all, the lap was really nice. To be honest, I didn't expect that I'd go fast that much, but yeah, anyway, it's good to have one fast lap, especially in the Saturday morning. And we see this afternoon and tomorrow will be a long race, so yeah, that's it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, we didn't expect a 151.1. Doesn't sound like I did as well, but he delivered it. A super special lap time, a super special feeling as well for the 25-year-old rider from Japan. His first ever MotoGP pole position. And what is this young man's key weapon? What is one of his real super strengths at MotoGP? Well, his pace at the end of races on worn tyres. So many people have talked about, haven't they, with Ayagura and getting himself on the second or first row of the grid. We're going to be in a spot of bother. I think the competition are in a spot of bother, Lewis.
Yes, big bother later on with Ayagura from pole position. Surely, with the form he's demonstrated this weekend, he's got to be targeting maximum points now this weekend. I mean, tops Friday practice, we now have tops qualifying, and history made. The first Japanese pole sitter in MotoGP for the better part of 6 years. His first MotoGP pole position. Ayagura on pole for the Czech Grand Prix. Fabio Di Gianantonio and Pecco Bagnaia will join him on the front row of the grid later on. A heavyweight second row with the points leader Bezzecchi, the world champion Marc Marquez, and the Moto2 champion Diogo Moreira. Sixth, Raul Fernandez 7th in the end ahead of Pedro Costa and the Q1 graduates Morbidelli and Martin 9th and 10th. Aldeguer 11th from Joan Mir, who could only manage 12th out of 12 in Q2. Vinales 13th from Alex Marquez, who did a good job in Q1 given his physical limitations for 14th. Quartararo top Yamaha 15th from Marini, Bastianini, Miller and Rins. Brad Binder had his issues with track limits in Q1. He's 20th on the grid ahead of Top Razgatioglu and Cal Crutchlow in the second of the LCR Hondas. Marco Bezzecchi didn't make the front row today, but does maintain a small, narrow lead in the BMW M Award. He's 2 points ahead now. Fabio Di Gianantonio, who qualified second today. Marc Marquez 6 off the lead in third. Pedro Costa next up in fourth. Ayagura lifts himself up into 8th place today, having taken his first MotoGP pole position.
It's the first pole position in the MotoGP World Championship with a new all-time lap record to boot as well here in Brno. Some Saturday so far for the 25-year-old from Japan. Last pole position was at Buram in Moto2 when he was eventually crowned the Moto2 World Champion on that very day. What a performance, what a lap then by Trackhouse star Ayagura, who is now eyeing his first sprint victory later on this afternoon. We'll see you later on for coverage of the Tissot Sprint. after that crash he had yesterday at the start of practice, and likewise Casey O'Gorman, who had a very similar crash right at the end of the session, but he was up in the top 10 this morning, so I'm expecting that both Marco Morelli and Casey O'Gorman will make light work of Q1.
Yeah, two rookies who on pure pace have no business being in this Q1 session really, but crashing in at Moto3. Morelli, of course, made his Grand Prix debut here a year ago at the Czech Grand Prix and caught the eye qualifying up in 8th place when he was a Boe substitute for Rouchet Mougli. And I felt through most of the practice, Keeper, I don't know what you thought, he looked like perhaps one of the likeliest threats to his teammate Max Kilo too much of practice until that crucial high side yesterday. But a crucial 50 minutes to come with years to ultimately challenge his teammate up at the sharp end of the grid.
Absolutely. Marco Morelli has been in great form in qualifying this year. That's why this is his first appearance in Q1. He's been fast. He was inside the top 3 earlier on today as well. So he's got great pace, great one-lap pace. For Marco Morelli, he really needs to do a mistake-free session here, clear Q1 and get himself in that Q2 battle. What a fantastic view that was, all the way down the front straight towards turn 1. So we pick up Morelli there coming through that long right tangent. It starts this lap with just over 5 kilometres. It's a long way round here in Moto3. It's a long way round here anyway in MotoGP. So we're going to see an interesting strategy, I feel, play out here. Whether or not they do 2 laps, come in and then it's all go for broke and wait a bit, or 3 runs. Let's wait and see. Let's go and check in with someone who probably this time yesterday wasn't expecting to even be in Q1. It's down at Grid Lab. Who have you got for us, Al?
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. Hello, boys, and hello to the Macaulay Web. Weren't expecting to see you in Q1 or Eddie O'Shea. A slight miscalculation, I think, from the team. You released a statement earlier on. Just talk about how that came about and how Eddie's feeling ahead of Q1, but he's looked good so far this season.
Yeah, so far this weekend, Eddie's had really, really good pace, both Eddie and Joel. Eddie, you know, is by some margin one of the lightest riders on the grid, and you know, we have to be really, really careful with his weight. You know, he can fluctuate almost a kilo to half a kilo on a race weekend, and that mixed with basically a miscalculation of the ballast on the bike during the session made us fall under the threshold for practice. So yeah, unfortunately we're going to go through this session, but I think he's got a pace to go through to Q2.
Yeah, after a more difficult weekend about for both Eddie and Joel, I think for quite a lot of people in general, quite a specific circuit, they both look way more comfortable. And hearing what they were saying yesterday, they sound fast and confident of being able to get a good qualifying under the belt. Is that how the team are feeling as well?
Yeah, exactly. You know, we knew going into this year that Vallotton and probably Austria is going to be our 2 bogey tracks. You know, they're quite suited to the KTM style, so it's pretty much damage limitation on them weekends. But you know, coming into here, we have a nice run of tracks ahead of us: Assen, Sachsenring, Silverstone, Germany, all of the tracks which I think will suit our bike.
Go well today, Macaulay. Good luck for Joel in Q2, and hope to see you both at the forefront.
Cheers, Macaulay. Cheers, Elliot. Yeah, really big shame that Eddie O'Shea does find himself down in Q1, but he had good pace. He should be able to move through into Q2. We'll have to wait and see, of course. Mark and Ruddy already back in, so I reckon they've just maybe gone out on some old rubber there. And they're calling him. We saw in the box communication that he's going to come in for a tyre change, but I'm interested to see whether this is a planned run through pit lane. Adrian Cruz says and Adrian Fernandez touching by the number 11 of Cruz says it appears not.
Yeah, it was Morelli leading that trio around, and I think Adrian Fernandez was thinking, I'll just do what Marco Morelli does, following through pit lane and hopefully get towed around to a Q2 lap time. But clearly it's a deliberate strategy from the Aspar team. I think what they would like to do in an ideal world here is just use the one tyre in this Q1 session. And I think Marco Morelli potentially has the pace to do that, so potentially now just saving the sole tyre that they'd like to use for this Q1 session when they send it back out shortly.
Exactly, like we said, it's going to be a different strategy around here because it's plus 2 minute laps, so you're not going to get a great run at it. You're not going to have a lot of laps and a lot of volume, so you've got to make that tyre work in the best way possible. Don't forget one mistake at this place. It's exactly the same as every other place, but it probably costs you a lap or 2. It's a long way back if you do make a Horlicks and ruin a tyre. So they're leaving it late, so that runs its own risks as well. Marco Morelli, of course, unable to get back out yesterday after his crash, but I can tell you that him and Adrian Fernandez are now both leaving pit lane as we await our first big lap times of this session, our first time laps of this session. And once we come through the chicane, we're not far away away from getting those first-time laps in.
Including Marcos Uriarte here on the number 8. If you're joining us for the first time this weekend in qualifying, first of all, welcome. Secondly, Uriarte in for David Munoz, of course, significant injury sustained in that last lap crash back in Hungary, fracture to his left side of his pelvis and also damage to his left arm. A rider who just when he was getting some momentum back into his Moto3 career, unfortunately another spell on the sidelines for Munoz. We wish him all the very best, but a very able deputy. Of course, he's already substituted an impact already this season as Uriarte when he replaced Munoz back in Austin.
Although I think it threw all of us, Lewis, that he's now using the 88 and not the 89, which I'm not really sure why the 89 hasn't been used. Maybe it's to be distinguished in the MotoGP paddock. Of course, we have a famous 89 up in MotoGP, or Hey Martin, but that may well be me clutching at a reason as to why I can understand it if I don't otherwise get it. But he is the 88 this time around. Marcos Uriarte, of course, more on his teammates. He's coming up in Q2. David Armando's been very quick. That was a bit tight there. Nicola Carraro and Casey O'Gorman was getting a little bit too close for comfort on this one down towards turn 5. O'Gorman's getting under his teammate Leo Ramersdorf, but this is where O'Gorman crashed yesterday. It's going to be, I thought it was going to be 3 corners and 3 passes for O'Gorman that time. Oh, it is in the end, I suppose, on the exit of turn 7. O'Gorman drives under Eddie O'Shea, who is top at the moment, ahead of Ramersdorf, but then it's Uriarte, and then it's O'Shea Rudley. We are waiting everyone else to set a lap time.
Yeah, those who joined us or joined Kiko and El this morning for free practice 2 might have seen an incident at the end of this session involving Leo Ramersdorf going the way of Cormac Buchanan. If you did see that incident, you'll be not remotely surprised to learn that Ramersdorf will be given a long lap penalty for tomorrow's Moto3 Grand Prix for that.
Yeah, it was always going to be a penalty. I think they were just waiting to see what kind of penalty, and in the end it is as correct as possible, really, a long lap penalty for tomorrow. Let's just, while we're waiting for the lap times to come in, head down to pit lane. Now, what is
Yeah, you saw Marco Morelli, Adrian Fernandez and Adrian Crusoe's come into pit lane. It's a clear tactic from Aspar and Morelli to only use one rear tyre in this session. It looked used when he came in, but I think it was a fresh one at the start of the session, but definitely no plan to use 2 soft rear tyres. So watch out for that one. We're confident that Morelli can get through by using only one soft rear tyre.
Thanks for that, El, and they should be confident as well. As I said earlier, Marco Morelli was up inside the top 3 this morning. His pace was very, very strong indeed. He was 7/10 off what Alvaro Carpe was able to do, but a 2:05.1 is not slow at all. Marcos Uriarte has gone P1 at the moment on a 2:05.8. That's not a bad banker at all in the first half of this. Of course, we're waiting for the second half of it to really kick on, and whilst Morelli's going to only be using one tyre, I don't think we're going to see everyone else roll that risk.
Uriarte is 2:05.8. That is his best lap time of the weekend. He's a smidge faster than he went, 10th quicker than he went in free practice 2 earlier on today. So steady progress being made by Marcos, who did come here last year. Of course, at that point, he was the injury replacement for Matteo Bertelli at the level up MTA squad. So Uriarte always has his phone on standby, doesn't he, in case Moto3 team in need calls him.
And I tell you what, he's a pretty good substitute rider as well. He was pretty quick yesterday. Also worth noting that Marco Morelli was in Q2 here last year, qualified 13th, because he was deputising on his own debut for the Grid Emirav team. He was teammates with O'Shea on that day, so came home with points as well. Not bad at all.
Here he is on the 97. Still can't shake up Adrian Fernandez, whose strategy for this Q1 session is very clear, but in fairness to him, it looks like it's going to be a successful strategy too, as they're set to go first and second as we tick through the halfway point in this Q1 session. Morelli on a 2:05.7, Fernandez a 2:05.625. Adrian Fernandez on the Leopard Honda couldn't get out of the 2:06s yesterday nor today, so with the help of a tow from the Aspar rider, there's a sizable step forward.
Yeah, massively. 2:05.6 is first 2:05 of the weekend, as you say. There's a little bit of slipstream, but the slipstream is mega important around here. There's a lot of places, and particularly in these Moto3 machines, where you can benefit out of the last corner all the way down the front straight, out of turn 2 all the way down here towards turn 3. 4 down towards turn 5, and you've got all the way out of 9 to 10 and all the way back up Horsepower Hill, more so out of 12 up to 13, but there's a lot of places where you can get a load of free time. And whilst we've got 6.5 minutes on the clock, Al, you've spotted something or someone else. What or who is it?
Yeah, I've spotted Mirjak Couture down in getting late on. Adrian, of course. Adrian struggled so far this weekend. Obviously, we know what's happened in the background. We're not going to go into that right now, but what's the reason for Adrian just struggling to get going here in Brno?
Is you know, you say we don't go back what happened last time, but it influenced him very much on his moral. I mean, so he's trying very hard because you can see Pini is quite good here, and Adrian now is passing in Q1. I hope that he will go in Q2, but obviously it's not a good moment for him on what happened in Hungary. But we are behind him and trying to forget this when we are on the track, and we will try to do our best for him, and I'm sure that he will come back soon.
Have you noticed a difference in Adrian's sort of personality and persona on the bike and off the bike after what happened? Is that sort of the sole reason as to why he's just been a little bit off the pace this weekend?
Oh yes, because you know, when you know that, sorry, it's very noisy. When you know that you can fight for the championship or at least to be in a top 3, and now all this is ruined. So it's not easy, but now he has to show that he's also a great champion, and that he will come back soon with his head. And we saw the changes. He's not the same Adrian that he was in the beginning of the year, because we worked very hard since years with him to put him in a good shape, and his head also, and also physically. So now he's a little bit demoralized, but Adrian, I think he will come back, and we hope that.
What was the tactic in this session? Was it to go out and try and follow Marco? Obviously, Morelli was really quick earlier on. Did Adrian need that sort of reference in front of him?
Yeah, you need some slipstream, and so you follow Morelli. I think it's a good thing. Everybody is trying to follow someone. And this will be maybe as a solution to go in Q2.
You mentioned him just previously, obviously on the other side of the box. Guido managed to get into Q2 yesterday after a big high sides in FP1. How's he feeling this weekend? Has he taken a bit of a step forward, feeling more comfortable?
Yeah, he's more comfortable, but as I said, he must forget what happened and try to change his approach now for the remaining races, and I hope that everybody knows that we are fighting against the decision, and that the thing will change for him.
Thank you, Mia-Drag. Good luck for the session and for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Cheers, Mia-Drag. Cheers, Al. I think Mia-Drag just missing that we were talking about Guido Pini there for a moment, but that was a very downbeat Mia-Drag Couture, normally with a little bit more energy and enthusiasm than that. Of course, he is going to be downbeat. We've seen his star rider, his main potential championship contender, basically disqualified to the front from the first 6 Grand Prix of the year. If you are just joining us and have been living under the rock and you do normally follow Moto3 and you're wondering exactly what we're talking about, check it out on MotoGP.com as Cormac Buchanan. Wow. Another crash and a real crucial point in this session. He is 8 as he showers the Brno circuit with a load of rocks. And this is going to be the front end going and gone.
Yeah, through turn 10, second pole of the weekend for Cormac Buchanan. Of course, remember last year when we came here, Cormac Buchanan was super quick, and then he had that crash which gashed his knee and unfortunately caused him to withdraw from the weekend. So Buchanan was often been fast here. It's kind of the story of Buchanan's Moto3 career, fast, but often on the ragged edge, and in that case, once again, going the wrong side of it as he spits gravel all the way up Horsepower Hill.
Yeah, he's dropping gravel absolutely everywhere. I'm sure he's going to be called back into the pit lane here. I don't look like he was going in it, though. Less than 2 minutes to go, then your top 4 moving throughout the Q1 into Q2 as it stands. Adrian Fernandez, Marco Morelli, Marcos Uriarte. It's a great job by the number 88 down in 3rd. And Keso Gorman in 4th. Big names missing out. Yamanaka, O'Shea, Ramosdorff is there in 7th. Buchanan's just crashed. He's 8th, 9th. For Adrian Cruz, who had his personal best qualifying and Grand Prix result last time out in Hungary. Zen Matani 10th, Uche Moodley 11th. That's Buchanan's teammate. And bottom at the minute, Nicola Carraro without a valid lap time set, so the music on Sniper's team machine is only going to get one track on this and driving the screen in.
Yeah, there he is on the outside of Eddie O'Shea. O'Shea is on an amp lap incidentally, which is why he has jumped out of the way of Carraro. Carraro's not on a particularly special lap though. He's nearly 2 seconds off at the third checkpoint, so he's only going to get himself up ahead of Moodley. So Carraro's going to be leaning all down to this one final lap. Marco Morelli comes into the pits. I think he is rightly confident that a 2:05.792 will get him through.
Yeah, Nicola Carraro could do with something to cheer about. He's had 4 DNFs and 5 GPs. This will be his 60th start in Moto3 this weekend, but it's been far from ideal so far this year. He's still yet to score points. He comes across the line by virtue of it being his first lap. It is his personal best lap, and it's quicker than Ruche moving, but 30 seconds. Potentially causing an upset. I'm looking towards Yamanaka and O'Shea here.
O'Shea's going to be the rider here. Based on what we saw from him yesterday, of course, there has to be an asterisk next to that due to the fact the fight is underway, but you certainly can't criticise Eddie O'Shea's riding. He's riding super well at the moment on board that MLab Honda, but he's going to have to deliver this all on his own. He doesn't have anyone up ahead of him that can act as a bit of a toe tuck to drag him up the long straights that we have here around this Brno circuit. So crucial couple of minutes coming up for Eddie O'Shea. We'll get an impression of his first sector now, and crucially for Eddie, it is a personal best. There's a big gap to fit into behind Uriarte third on a 2:05.8, back to O'Gorman who's in the 2:06s.
And Yamanaka's going quick as well, as is Marcos Uriarte. O'Gorman's in touch with that first sector. He's a great first sector, but it's only 23 thousandths of the best one, so not so bad from O'Gorman. We're taking him through the second sector, and everyone's finding a bit of time in that second sector. Yamanaka, O'Gorman, Marcos Uriarte is 3 tenths up, and Eddie O'Shea as well there.
4 riders though, Kiko, on red first sectors. Marco Morelli suddenly feeling a bit nervous in the Aspar box.
I'll tell you what, he's not even leading, is he? He's there in second place at the moment. Those riders with red sectors, they include Yamanaka, O'Gorman and Marcus Uriarte. I'll tell you what, this is by no means done. Yamanaka and O'Shea at the moment also doing very, very well indeed. This is by no means over. Yamanaka's got Leo Ravastor, who's been a bit of a mobile chicane.
I'll tell you what, Aspar will be panicking now. Aspar will be seriously panicking. Morelli second, so it's 3 riders beat his 2:05.792. Morelli will be dumped out of his Q1 session, and 4 riders currently on course to beat it.
Surely Aspar haven't dropped the ball for a second round in 3 weeks, because they really messed up the strategy with Max Keeles over in Mugello. If you think back to the Italian GP, surely Marco Morelli's not going to be...
Fernandez might be bumped out too.
Well, yeah, Fernandez is in P1, at least he's a position high. Fernandez does get... Morelli's out, he does get moved out. Fernandez is going to be okay just because Yamanaka couldn't quite get through there, but Marcus Uriarte on the 2:05.0, that's already going some. O'Gorman was provisionally P1. O'Shea has gone up into 3rd place. Adrian Fernandez has been moved back to 4th. Oh dear, as we have a big look in to the number 97. Marco Morelli will take no further part in qualifying. They run the risk with one tyre. They have been put in the box early. Marco Morelli had called it a day, and now he's going to pay. Down in 6th place in this session, that is 20th on the grid.
Yeah, I was right down there in pit lane and told us that Jorge Martinez Aspar has stormed out of the back of the box. He is absolutely livid. They clearly thought one tyre was enough. It wasn't so much the fact he only used one tyre. I think it was just you weren't on track at the end. The track clearly ramped up during that Q1 session, because it wasn't as if Morelli was close. He missed out by nearly 2 tenths of a second from Fernandez, who clung on to that 4th place. Uriarte in a 2:05.0. That is going some.
It's really going some. That is one of the fastest laps of the weekend thus far. I'm looking at what Marcus Uriarte was able to do. This was this morning. He was in 15th place with a 2:05.9, so he's still 9 tenths quicker than what he did this morning. Well, I am absolutely shocked that Aspar have again made a questionable decision when it comes to strategy. We thought Morelli was going to be safe, but the thing is, if you're not out on the track to set a lap time, you can't improve. You're not in a position to respond if the others are right there. Eddie O'Shea, great lap from him. O'Gorman likewise. And Marcus Uriarte stole the show. Adrian Fernandez was lucky in the end that he was able to get in behind Marco Morelli earlier on and set that quicker lap time.
Of course, we talk about the strategy, don't we, about saving extra tyre for qualifying 2. That's only useful if you're in qualifying 2. Marco Morelli is not. Shout out to young Katie O'Gorman too, who of course had that big crash yesterday. He's bounced back too from that. So the Brit and the Irishman in this Q1 session both advanced through, overcoming their various issues from yesterday.
Yeah, and they joined Scott Ogden as well. So the British Isles having a great day here in Brno. We're going to have some decent representation up there in Q2 coming up. Joel Kelso for Australia is also moving on through. He's already got through, of course, but he's done the hard work earlier on, and he's had decent pace all the way through. Keep an eye on him for a front row, but Mark Suriarte as well. I mean, that was a real surprise. Late on, it's P1 and Q1 for the AC8.
All right, well that was from Marcus Uriarte. What a session for him. A 2:05.0 saw him breeze through in the end. He was some 6/10 clear of 5th place. Uriarte, O'Gorman, O'Shea and Adrian Fernandez, who got his lap done early, of course, when he was following. Morelli took 4th place. Yamanaka 5th from Morelli, a shock 6th ahead of Cruces. Moved the 8th. Ramastorfer, who has a long lap tomorrow, 9th. Cormac Buchanan, who crashed down at the Schwantz curve, 10th. Zen Mitani 11th, and having only got a lap time on the board in the very closing minutes, Nicola Ferraro qualified at the bottom of the list. A bit of a surprise sprung late on in that Q1 session. A nasty shot for Aspar, but intact. Have both riders firmly intact in the battle for pole position. Uriarte tops Q1. The battle for pole is next.
Moto3 Q2 is coming up very, very soon. And what a Q1 session we have just had here at the majestic Brno circuit here in the east of the Czech Republic. This track was built over in 1987. We are nearly 40 years racing here. There's more than the gap that we have between 2020 and 2025, but what a place it is. Motorcycle racing deep in the veins, in the blood here in this part of Europe. Road races, Grand Prix dating back all the way through the 40s. It's really, really popular in this part of the Czech Republic. We're getting underway very, very soon. Moto3 Q2. It has been a brilliant first session. If your name is Marcus Uriarte, he really pulled it out the draw and got himself through. Adrian Fernandez, he was at the other end of that top 4. And really, you wouldn't have had money on Adrian Fernandez not moving through. One rider who didn't move through was Marco Morelli. The other two that did, Eddie O'Shea and Casey O'Gorman. They join these guys. Hakim Danish has been fast, so fast this weekend. But he was unbeatable yesterday. David Almanza and Max Kilos are on his shirt tails. Both were quicker than him this morning. Alvaro Carpe was right there this morning. Joel Esteban, Scott Ogden, Brian Uriarte, Jesus Rios, Rico Salmella, Valentin Peroni, Matteo Bertelli, Joel Kelso, Guido Pini and Vader Patama, the 14 that were already seeded through. And as I say, they're joined by Marcus Uriarte, Casey O'Gorman, Eddie O'Shea and Adrian Fernandez, who just crept in at the expense of Ryuto Yamanaka. But probably in a more headlining of fashion, it was Marco Morelli who failed to make the cut. So we are just now 2 or 3 minutes really away from getting underway here. Q2, the battle for pole, Lewis. Who's it going to be?
That's a difficult one to call, isn't it? From Moto3 qualifying sessions so far this season, 6 different pole sitters in the 8 Grand Prix we've had. Of course, the last couple of pole sitters have both gone the same direction. They've gone to David Almanza, so he'll certainly be one of the key contenders. He was second quickest at the end of practice yesterday, but one of the key contenders clearly is not involved in this session. Of course, Marco Morelli, who was expected to comfortably breeze through this qualifying session, he's not a part in it. How are they feeling down at Asparel?
Yeah, I was down there at the end of the session and it all looked pretty comfortable, pretty rosy when Marco Morelli pulled into pit lane. We explained that he was only using one tyre, and that was the case. And once he pulled in P2, it looked like it was job done, but absolutely not. Some improved lap time at the end of the session. And the surprise, as you were saying, boys, correctly called. And yeah, once it was clear that Marco Morelli wasn't in, Jorge Martinez Aspar was not a happy bunny. He knows that Morelli has the pace to be on the podium and fighting for a potential win this weekend alongside teammate Max Kiles, of course. And he was visibly frustrated, walked out of the box shaking his head, not happy at all. He's back in here now and just talking to the team, but they know that's a massive opportunity missed for Morelli to have a great qualifying and be in the mix with teammate Max Kiles. Unfortunately, Morelli has a mountain to climb tomorrow now.
Thanks for that, Al. And another thing is, of course, it's this guy here on your screen, who was just on your screen, Max Kiles, doesn't have a playmate. He doesn't have a teammate to perhaps stay out of that big gaggle of riders and work together with in terms of slipstreams. As we touched on over in Q1, Lewis, this place requires slipstream. That's what me and Greg Couture was saying as well.
It certainly helped Adrian Fernandez, who was behind Morelli and ended up taking a potential Q2 place away from him. So Adrian Fernandez joins his teammate Guido Pini, last year's pulsar, of course, here when he was an intact rider. Guido Pini, both Leopard Hondas represented in this Q2 session.
Valentin Peroni's been pretty decent in qualifying this year, but it's been a really poor run of form on a Sunday. Not always his fault. Absolutely last time out, no fault of his own. Valentin Peroni, a DNF after that crash on the last lap with David Munoz and Ryan Uriarte. Just to throw a couple of little stories out there, David Almanza looking for a third consecutive pole. We haven't had 3 straight poles since by my making Ivan Ortola. That was back in 2024. And as for Alvaro Carpe, he has been on the podium in the last 3 GPs, but not once has he come from inside the top 10 on the grid. So if he can sort his qualifying out, Lewis, he may well be chasing the first Grand Prix win.
First time in his career he's put 3 consecutive podiums in a row together. Hasn't been on the front row of the grid or hasn't qualified there since Correct. Back at the end of April. That'll be a run that Carpe will be keen to end, and demonstrated he's got the potential to end it with that all-time lap record earlier on today.
And he was on pole the Grand Prix before that in Kota. He finished third that day. Arguably should have won it, but the win went to Guido Pini's way. And Carpe and Peroni just lumped a load of spots out of each other. So there's plenty of things to look at in a positive light for Alvaro Carpe, but he wants the ultimate round, the ultimate trophy, the one you get the P1. Right, Q2 underway then. 15 minutes counting down already as we take the drone up over the bridge and out into the countryside, and what will soon be through the forest, because this place laces itself around a massive tree setting. It's brilliant round here. Already a little bit of dawdling going on when the exit of the pit lane. Here's Alvaro Carpe, who it's got to be said, also the lap record holder, courtesy of this morning, with absolutely rapid over this morning. 2:04.394.
Alvaro Carpe, if he matches or beats that, he will be going a long way to put himself on the front row of the grid. We were doing low 2:05s at the end of qualifying 1 moments ago, and well, it worked for Adrian Fernandez in qualifying 1 by latching onto the back of an Aspar rider. He's following a similar pattern here.
Yeah, the one thing I just want to touch on with Carpe's lap time this morning, obviously it was a bit cooler than what it is right now. I mean, a little bit cooler. We're not talking a swing of 15 degrees, but 6 or 7 degrees cooler it was this morning. It's warm out there today. We're expecting temperatures to carry on rising. Around 34 looks like the maximum we'll get today. Thunderstorms maybe this evening, but they absolutely will not impact what we see on the TV right now. It's going to be bone dry all the way through this one. So Carpe on that 2:04.3 this morning. Brilliant lap, but also he did stick a set of fresh tyres at it. Max Gieders was doing 2:05.2s at the end of the 14 lap run. So that's tomorrow. The pace is all about Quiles, but on 1 lap pace and speed, Alvaro Carpe with box seats after what we saw on the 2.
Yeah, for a bit of a reference, track temperature officially at the end of the Moto3 session earlier on today, which finished at just after 9 o'clock in the morning, was 31 degrees on the ground. When MotoGP's qualifying session finished, and that was about an hour and a quarter, hour and a half ago, the temperature had already gone up on the track by 11 degrees, and it will have only gone north from that point on into this session. What we do know, though, since the resurfacing when we came here last year, is this Brno circuit, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, it gives up very good grip indeed.
Yeah, that's brilliant as well when you get time to go for growth and try and get down to a great lap time. That's what Adrian Fernandez is going to be doing. He was following the other CF Moto Gaviota Aspar team machine earlier on in Q1. That was Marco Morelli. This time it's Max Quiles, who you've got to say, as he lights it up coming through turn 3, is one of the favourites for pole today.
Had to be so impressed by Quiles' run in pre-practice 2 earlier on today. He looked so strong. He did a succession of laps in the low 2:05s and high 2:04s. Of course, if he does that sort of lap time in this qualifying session, he won't be too far away from the front of the grid. But clearly on his own, and when he's not being disturbed by a tossy of Moto3 riders trying to overtake him, Max Quiles is super strong. But of course, qualifying, I wouldn't say he's been absolutely infallible in qualifying as of late. Front row in Hungary last time out, but of course 15th in Mugello and 6th on the grid in Barcelona. 3 front row starts, and for a rider in such a dominant championship position, you'd have expected more than that.
Yeah, last time he was on pole was back in Jerez, but he really did convert that in pretty dominant fashion. He was on the front row the next time out. That was at Le Mans, and yeah, he got that one sorted out as well. Took the victory and then made it 3 on the spin, and we got to Catalonia. And obviously last time out he was second on the grid and made it through to P1. We've got yellow flags out already at turn 6, and that is around here. Who is it? That looks like Jesus Rios to me. Now Jesus Rios has been enjoying, or not enjoying, as is the case, the scenic route down at turn 5 and turn 6. He had a turn 5 get off earlier, that was pretty sizable. At least he got round one corner further this time round at turn 6, but good to see that Rios has managed to keep it upright and eventually get it back on its wheels, and he can have a little roll down pit lane, 10.5 minutes or so on the clock, so he has got time to do a quick once over with the team down in pit lane and then see what he can do. He's on for a 5th place on the grid. On the spin is Jesus Rios. 3 P5s in the last 3 qualifiers.
Straight into the 204s then with Max Quiles, 204.888, which is in line with what he did earlier on today, albeit on a race run in free practice too. So a little bit of an early shot across the bows from the World Championship leader Danny East, going well halfway around the lap, and he's certainly caught the eye in practice so far.
Yeah, Denise was on a 204.754 yesterday, so and that was done around the same time, maybe a little bit later than where we are right now. So Denise knows the conditions pretty well. It's a bit warmer out there today than it was yesterday, but we're experiencing pretty high temperatures anyway. Denise is on the charge coming through the 3rd sector. He's in the 4th, and he's a 10.5 up. He's following David Almanza, who's no slouch in qualifying either. Almanza's working his way down towards turn 13 and 40. Let's take them through these final couple of corners. The big left-hander here, and it's all about track position and the brilliant wide sweep through turn 14. The run to the line. Hakim Danish is on 4th, provisional pole with his first flying lap, but it's a 0.45. That's his fastest lap of the weekend, but not quite the fastest lap of the weekend. That's on a still with Alvaro Carpe, but Danish, as you can see, means business, and if that's his opening gambit, I can't wait to see what he's got left in the locker.
Probably would have got some faint slipstream there from Almanza too to help him. Almanza's 3rd on a 204.981. Fernandez, Esteban and Uriarte at the moment just behind that, but only 7 riders have put lap times next to their names, and for the obvious reasons, Jesus Rios has not.
This is like, out the front door, another big one for Jesus Rios, and that's the 2nd time his visor has come off today as well. He had a big one at turn 5 earlier. The number 54, the rider from Marbella in the south of Spain, is really having a bit of a tricky Saturday at the Moto3 office, but Jesus Rios, at least he got the bike back. That is a really, really important thing to note, because if he hadn't been able to get that started, that bike would have been in a really awkward place in the track. Max Quiles, 204.4, that's the fastest lap of this session at the moment. Just to go back to Rios, by difficult on the track, I mean that part of the track, the inside part of the track, is very difficult to get the bike back into pit lane, not the literally racetrack itself.
To the final couple of corners, or the final pair of left and right-handers. So many sweeping S-bends, which make this such a popular circuit amongst the riders. You really can let the bikes go. The MotoGP riders say that these are the kind of circuits where you can really stretch the legs of the incredible machine, so it must feel quite huge if you're on board one of these small pocket rocket Moto3 bikes. As we look back from Alvaro Carpe, tandem riding team tactics going on down at the IO squad. It's Uriarte trailing Carpe, which might help him on the run down to the line, across the line for their first representative laps, and they go 3rd and 4th immediately.
Pretty decent stuff. Ogden straight up in 6th. Eddie O'Shea out of Q1 and into Q2 with P7 provisionally. O'Gorman and Pini ahead of Fernandez, Kelso and Fratama. So 7th back to 12th. It's all Hondas. Almanza comes across the line. That's 5th for him at the moment as he helps Hakim Danish across the line once more. But Danish's lap time will get cancelled for track limits. Not the one he set before, but the one he just completed. I've got to say, looking down through the field, who are we expected to come good here? Valentin Peroni down in 13th place, that's a bit of a surprise. Matteo Bertoni down in 17th, but he's not really set up properly representative lap time just yet. But they're your 2 riders who are a little bit out of position in some.
Beta Fatama, another one, practiced down in 12th, although he was, of course, the lucky recipient of a Q2 place yesterday when Eddie O'Shea got turfed out of the top 14 due to an underweight bike with practice. Without that, Fatama would have been in that Q1 session that we just watched, but generally Fatama figures it out by the time we get to the business of the Sunday.
Exactly, you don't get any points on Friday or Saturday, so save your best for Sunday. The thing with Patama is that he's not really had the best weekend so far this weekend, though, so he probably wouldn't have minded an extra 15 minutes to learn the way that Bruno goes. So we look at the KTM Iron machines getting down in towards turn 10. This is Vader Patama, who Rich is talking about now. Half a second off through the opening two sectors. We're going to click him through sector 3 as they come across the line just there. As he takes in Casey O'Gorman, can't get through on him this time around. O'Gorman's a bit wide. Patama does in the end get through, but the lap time has gone away from the Indonesian at the moment, so he's not going through this time around. Carpo with his hand up, trying to get out the way. Ryan Ariarte will move on through.
Yeah, O'Shea and O'Gorman, of course, came through Q1. Those are good laps, those, on mid-205s. Pretty much matching what they did, or in O'Shea's case, beating what he did in qualifying 1. But imagine Uriarte must be out there. That's Marcos Uriarte, the 88, must be out there on used rubber because he's got a 205.7. Confirmation from El in pit lane that he is indeed on old tyres. The tyres presumably were used in Q1 because he was 6/10 quicker than that in the earlier qualifying session to earn his place in this battle at the top.
Max Skiles it is at the moment with 5.5 minutes left on this Moto3 Q2 block. He leads the way and is on course for his first pole since the Spanish GP. Hakim Ganesh is chasing that pole position. He's 31 thousandths off at the moment. Brian Uriarte sits pretty in third ahead of teammate Carpe Almanza, who's on for a third pole this weekend if he can get up towards P1. He's there in 5th place. Scott Ogden is 6th. Adrian Fernandez is heading out now with Max Quiles. Those two are obviously working together because they have been following each other in the first part of the session, and they're on an alternate strategy because everyone else is in. Word up from pit lane as well. Jesus Rios, you can see at the very bottom of the timing tower, has yet to set a lap time. That's because he's crashed, but he has headed back out onto the track.
Yeah, which is good news for the young Spaniard. The bike clearly ready to go, so not too much damage done through what looked like a crash that could have done a lot more damage than it did for Rios. So he has a second opportunity to get himself up the grid from what is currently 18th place. Here is Brian Uriarte. But yeah, this stands on for back-to-back front row starts. He clearly has used the victory in Mugello as a springboard, of course, front row, and then a 4 after getting his bike back to the pits after the red flag on the final lap back in Hungary. And at the moment, Uriarte on course for, I mentioned, second consecutive front row start.
You know, you were saying about this track being nice and big and wide and open and long, and still somehow Quiles and Fernandez find themselves all together, as do these 5 riders. Uriarte, Rios, Ogden, I think that's Carpe and Joel Esteban. So Rios now back out from training. Looked like he was going to go, and then he's obviously just waited a little while. So Jesus Rios, number 54 for the Reba Coles Snipers team, is going to look to try and get back into some kind of form. As I said earlier, he's had 3 P5s in qualifying of late in the last 3 GPs, so we'll be looking not just for the top 10 but to repeat those front 2 rows of the grid that he's been enjoying for the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, Adrian Fernandez has very much got the tow ropes hooked in on the rear of Bad Aspar, KTM or Quiles. I mean, it's a fairly foolproof strategy, I have to say, given how quick Quiles is going. Fernandez, though, currently in 10th place. Of course, another rider who would have used up tyres coming through qualifying 1. So this is where we'll get a true idea of what Adrian Fernandez has up his sleeve, with, of course, the assistance of the World Championship leader, who looks a little preoccupied, looking down on his Aspar KTM, but doesn't appear as if he's got too much to worry about.
Yeah, is he preoccupied, or is he making himself look preoccupied? To us up here, there's Jorge Martinez.
Honest, Adrian, I've got a problem.
Yeah, literally. And is he going to pull in? Yes, he is at the moment, and Fernandez is actually now going to have to do this all on his own. So Max Quiles, we'll find out if he has a problem in a moment or not, but Aspar himself and Nico Tirol looking on pensively.
He's going to be trundling up pit lane now before he gets back out. He's going to be actually quite tight, isn't he, to get round to the finish line to start a lap. So as they come through to Fernandez was up to sweep around the outside of them, so he wasn't delayed by those riders leaving pit lane. But it's going to be touch and go here now for Quiles to defend his pole position.
Seen this film before, Lewis, back in the Jello, remember when he was not able to get back out and get on a live flying lap.
He's got a banker in this time, I guess.
Well, exactly, and it's a pretty good one, but the problem is, as we saw in Q1, everyone does...
He clearly does have a problem.
There is a problem, isn't there? So he wasn't sandbagging, he wasn't juking us, he is actually parking it early doors. So Max Quiles, it's not a strategy problem this time, it is a bike problem, and he is not happy as he explains the problem to Jorge Martinez Aspar, the team and the guests watch on. At the moment, with what Paul says, he's going to have to cross fingers.
I think there the bike is cutting out on him, but either way, Quiles is now going to be a spectator, and he'll just be hoping that no one beats beats a 2:04.490. Good news, Max, is that so far this weekend, only one rider has beaten that.
Yeah, Alvaro Carpe, and at least he's 59 points back in the championship as well. Carpe at the moment, 4th place, quarter of a second or so off what Keeler has been able to do, but we are waiting for them to all really get down to business and on with their flying laps. You can just see at the very, very top of the screen there that there was a little bit of dawdling and a little bit of game playing going on. Adrian Fernandez is coming through the short corner now. This is turn 10, and then we climb up Horsepower Hill. I think it's something like 79 metres of elevation change from the very bottom to the very top. Not for me, I'm afraid. I'm quite happy sat down up here in Coventry. The stairs up to our gantry are enough for me.
A little bit of a hazard, I think, a bit of a safety hazard outside our Coventry box. Fortunately, we haven't had any rain to make these stairs up to the box rather slippery. It's beautiful blazing sunshine for this battle for pole position. We follow Alvaro Carpe, who is on 2 personal bests at the moment, but potentially a front row, but certainly not troubling Quiles' 2:04.4 at the moment.
Yeah, we're getting a few personal bests. That's one there by Adrian Fernandez, but he's done all that in the last sector. Carpe's on one, Ogden was on one, but I think that was him just running right out wide at the Schwantz corner, and that's going to be his lap done because they're not going to be able to get round. Rios is on one by virtue of the fact that this is his first flying lap, and a second up at the moment would not put him inside that top 10. So Rios, it's a damage limitation job for the 54 at the moment.
A really strong third sector there for Carpe. He's closed in significantly, so he might just get himself up ahead of his teammate Brian Uriarte, who of course Carpe gave a bit of assistance to on the previous. So this time it's Carpe following Uriarte. That's a good team strategy, good team tactics. You follow me on the first one, I'll follow you on the second. 51 leads 83 over the line, and is Carpe going to improve? The answer is yes, and he pops his teammate off the front row.
Exactly, up to P3 for Cut. He was out. They were 3rd and 4th anyway. Uriarte's taken a checkered flag. He's 4th. Rios comes across the line. That's 14th for him. He's ahead of Joel Esteban, though at least he gets up to the provisional 5th row of the grid. Max Quiles has calmed down a little bit. It looks like he's still going to get pole. It won't be his arrival to Park Furman that he'd have been thinking of, but it looks like it's good. Well, I say that. David Almanza's on a lap here, as is Hakeem Daniche.
Yeah, well, this will have been on the outlap then for Max Quiles, who is clearly pushing on, unless we're watching a slow-mo replay of his first run of the session. Yeah, we've got Almanza's now a 10th up at the halfway stage, so yeah, let's not put the Tissot watch around Max Quiles' wrist just yet, because David Almanza, who's got a couple of them from his last couple of qualifying sessions, he wants a hat-trick.
I tell you what, I think he'll still get on the front row here, Max Quiles, but David Almanza is going gangbusters on this final lap. We pick him up there, back it in, brilliant, through turn 10. Almanza looks at one with that little Roddy Donald intact GP KTM, blasts up the hill now through the third sector. He's 2/10 and a bit more under Quiles. Quiles is pole, may well just have to wait.
I think Daniche is flying too, but a problem Daniche's got is he's got a lot of traffic at the back of the picture. He's stuck behind Pini. As long as he hasn't been held up, he'll get a massive slipstream now up Horsepower Hill.
And Almanza's probably a bit too far back to be getting the slipstream to the line. So the 22, is he on course for a 3rd consecutive pole? This would be something quite special for David Almanza. He's kept it neat and tidy, going onto the green, which he doesn't. Kelso moves up tight for Almanza, fit to pass, and the fastest lap of the weekend. And it's Daniche, who comes in second, 17,000 to the second line. Quiles is still going to get a front row, but it's a new lap record and a 3rd consecutive pole for David Almanza. It's the first time since 2024 that one rider has set 3 consecutive pole positions. David Almanza does it again. Fantastic for the number 22.
Well, he's very strong on Sundays, let's be fair, but certainly a bit of a Saturday specialist at the moment is David Almanza. Great qualifying that from Hakeem Daniche, who of course has started on the pole position, or started on the front row of the grid earlier this season. Yeah, in fact he did. He got promoted to pole, didn't he, by Almanza's illness back in Mugello, but that now equals the best crew qualifying for the Malaysian, and that is no surprise after what we've seen from him so far this weekend. Quiles then did not look particularly disappointed, did he, being relegated to 3rd. He knows that he's got some serious race pace underneath him.
Yeah, Almanza and Daniche were 1-2 on the grid in Mugello. The 3rd place that day went to Joel Kelso, so Kelso, what did he end up in the 9th place, so just behind Lady Batama. Scott Ogden finished 7th there, so not bad from British Scott Ogden. Tell you what, look who's in 6th, Lewis.
Yeah.
We missed that completely. We're too busy going on about David Almanza, and rightly so with that new all-time lap record. But Eddie O'Shea, well, that has got to be, in fact, no, I know it is, his career best Moto3 Grand Prix
By 3
qualifying.
places.
By 3 places. In fact, where we are finishing this first tour of Europe is where he got his last one. That was P9 last year in Germany at the Sachsenring. Obviously, he has been disqualified already this weekend, so we'll put provisional on it for now, but I'm fairly sure that McCauley Webb, Michael Laverty and everyone down there is pretty sorted out today with that 6th on the grid. Let's get some instant reaction from down in pit lane. Al, who have you found?
I'm down here with Nico Tirol. Nico, not quite the pole position you or Maximo would have wanted, but still front row, and just explain what the problem was. What did Max say about what he unfolded on that last couple of laps?
Yeah, we are super happy because at the end he did a very good job. He have a super pace, but at the end when we change the tires, he say he have some problem with maybe with the gearing, with the gear. But we don't know very well. We need to analyze after with the data, with the bike. But also, like I said, this is not the pen of Massimo side. We need to analyze, but the job is done and we are ready for race.
Thank you, Nico. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Front row, more than good enough. Thank you, chaps down there in pit lane. Brilliant job by Max Keeler's. Third is almost as good as pole. You need the front row around here at Brno. The problem is that he's got probably the 2 fastest riders who are on that front row with him. David Almanza, we know is going to be there come Sunday. Hakim Danish is a slight question mark, but judging by what we saw on Friday, Danish is here to stay in Brno.
Yeah, what a fine young talent Malaysia and the Moto4 Asia Cup has produced in Hakim Danish, 17 thousandths away from what would officially have been his first Moto3 pole, even if he did start from one in Mugello. And, well, I guess the question that might hang over David Almanza tomorrow might be a physical one. Of course, we didn't see him fade, understandably, given that he was fresh out of hospital a week ago, a couple of weeks ago in Hungary. 2 weeks on, having been able to properly train and get himself back up to speed, you'd expect he'll be in it for the long haul tomorrow.
That's his 5th pole position as well, by my calculations, and a 10th front row. You have to be careful with the pole position because obviously he did get the pole position and he didn't have it taken off him in Italy. He just couldn't start from that pole position. But I think as far as everyone's concerned, he keeps the watch for it, he earns it, it wasn't taken away from him. Hakim Danish, that's another front row, a great job indeed for him. That's by my reckoning a 3rd front row this season, still chasing that elusive first proper pole position.
Yeah, Danish was on the front row of the grid back in Brazil, as we mentioned in Mugello. And, well, Max Keeler, the TV broadcasters can wait for me, is how the Moto3 World Championship leader is approaching this as he trudges up pit lane, up to Part Ferme, which he practically has a weekly ticket for these days.
Exactly, he can accrue some extra points on his membership in Part Ferme because he's been there quite a lot throughout 2026. Alvaro Carte, his main championship rival, I say main, his closest championship rival, is there in 4th place. Brian Ariarte there in 5th, and as we said already, Eddie O'Shea in 6th. Scott Ogden there in 7th place. Now that is one of his best performances of the year. In fact, no, it isn't. It's his total best there in 7th place. Vader Patama up there in 8th. Kelso and O'Gorman completing your top 10. Outliers further down the field, 12th and 13th for the Leopard Racing Hondas. They would have wanted more from that. Rios, I don't know if he's out of position or that's about where he's been. You'd have expected Ray to be a row ahead, but that crash obviously just costing him in the end to the 54 going from 15th place. And then further down,
Marcus Ariarte was the name I was going to draw attention to as well, because he did a 2:05.5 in qualifying 2. All that hard work to get himself through Q1. If only he'd matched that Q1 that time in Q2, he'd have been up on the 2nd row of the grid.
He would have been on the 2nd row of the grid. He would have been between, he would have been 6th. He would have just notched Eddie O'Shea back to that 3rd row. But Marcus Ariarte obviously going for broke in Q1.
Yeah, not easily repeatable that time, clearly, was it?
Exactly. There was only a handful of riders that were quicker than him, and that's your top 5 here. Gotta say, 2:04.6. I would have been saying that gets you to the front row. That's 5th place for Brian Ariarte. So, the times were absolutely tumbling in the end. Half a second or so, more or less, between your top 5. And then it's another half a second back to Eddie O'Shea there in 6th place. We're just waiting to hear from David Almanza. He's too busy doing some pictures at the moment. You'd have thought he got used to the Part Ferme procedure by now. It's his 3rd on the spin.
Copy-paste from Mugello, copy-paste from Balaton Park. But can he stick around at the front of the field at this time? Almanza retuming that ball, which is good for us all to see after the injury and the illness of so far this season. He is very much on form. 3 poles in a row for David Almanza. Once again on a Saturday afternoon, he has an audience with us.
David, congratulations, the first Moto3 rider since 2024 to have a hat-trick for pole positions. Talk us through the lap-ins. You're looking really good for the race as well. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, of course, we are so happy with the hat-trick, 2 in a row. It's amazing, the work of the team. We are so happy, and of course, also we are ready for tomorrow. We have a good pace, and the thing with the bag is the best. And yes, nothing all. And also, I need to support to David Munoz, one hello. And yes, we are ready for tomorrow.
Great job and good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, brilliant job from David Almanza, and eloquently put as well. A nice little salute to his full-time teammate on the other side of Team Dave, David Munoz, who's obviously going to be out for a little while just yet. But when your teammate's doing this, at least it gives the team something to cheer out. I just held my breath there coming through this final corner. I know it's a replay, nothing happened, but that bike was moving around all over the place. But that's how Almanza likes it. He is up 1 with that KTM this year.
Yeah, and he is rewarded with his 3rd consecutive pole position and his 4th of the season. David Almanza by 17 thousandths of a second denies Hakim Ganish made a Moto3 pole. He qualified 2nd. Max Quiles with some technical problems later on left in 3rd. 4-5 for Io, Carpe for Moriarty, career best 6th for Eddie O'Shea, Brits 6th and 7th with Scott Ogden heading row 3, Patama and Kelso next up. O'Gorman came through Q1 to 10th, then Patelli and last year's pole to Pini. He outqualifies his teammate Adrian Fernandez.
Welcome back to the Czech Adrenaline Factory here at the Automotodrom Brno, here in the east of the Czech Republic. We're here with the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. We've segued out of Moto3, we are straight on with Moto2 Q1. And what a performance it's been by a few riders here in Moto2 right the way across this weekend. And I can tell you something, without giving away too many spoilers yet, we're going to get into it properly very soon, but that crowd that you've just seen are going to be cheering on someone very, very special, because it has been a fantastic job by Philip Salach this weekend, and really right the way through 2026. We are just a few moments away from getting underway here at Brno in Moto2. We're going to take you through the runners and riders very, very soon. Yesterday afternoon it was David Alonso who was the fastest, but these guys are the ones who are coming up in Q1. Alberto Fernandez, as well as Tony Arbolino, Ayumu Sasaki, Danny Munoz, Aaron Canet, Luca Lanetta, Adrian Huertas, Barry Baltus. You're not going to see anything on him. We're going to bring you up to speed with the number 7 very shortly. Dennis Onju, Angel Piqueras is taking part in his first qualifying since Kota. Jacob Wilson is still in for Mario Aggi. Sergio Garcia, likewise there in Q1 for the Gresini team. Xabi Zuratuza, your full-time replacement for Jorge Navarro, who has since left the Cleat Forward team. That was announced last time out at Balaton Park. But, as we say, we'll bring you up to speed with Barry Baltus' big crash yesterday. In practice, we had a red flag. We didn't see anything of the crash of the aftermath. I can tell you Barry is okay-ish. He's done quite a job on his shoulder, some ligament damage incoming for the number 7. He's already out of Brno and on his way back home to Belgium to get treated, get seen, and hopefully get fixed up good and proper so we can see him back here very, very soon. So Barry Baltus will not be with us this weekend, but we do with Belgium well. That's the crowd that I was talking about. That's the rider I was talking about. The big Philip Salach sign right in the middle. Lewis, you're up here with myself, Hugo Giles. Elliot York's down there in pit lane. But what a job it's been by Philip Salach. We're not going to see him in this segment because he's already moved through. He was fastest this morning as well. He's not been outside the top 2 all weekend. The Czechs are out in force, supporting their home hero top.
Yeah, they believe that they might yet see home victory this weekend for Philip Salach, who's of course chasing a maiden Moto2 victory this weekend. We'll see him, as you mentioned, in qualifying 2, and will be quite the roar when we see him on screen. This is qualifying 1. This is Alberto Ferrandez, who of course made automatic qualifying 2 last time out in Hungary, and backed that up with his career best Moto2 result so far, a first career top 10. It's fair to say the Bosco-Scoros haven't looked quite as competitive relative to Calex this weekend as they have in previous Grand Prix.
Yeah, not this weekend. It's been a very tricky one so far, particularly for Celestino Vietti. Now, he did get through, so Vietti's fine. But really, the Bosco-Scoros have been struggling a little bit more. Vietti seemed to find something this morning, but overall, it's not been their track at all. Danny Munoz is coming up in this session now. Those of you who saw the crash last time out for Danny Munoz and Ivan Ortola will be aware that obviously it was a far from ideal finish to the Hungarian GP for Danny Munoz. Ivan Ortola was at fault for that one, and he has since been given a penalty coming up. He'll have to serve up tomorrow.
Yep, and it's a shame for Ortola because he's been very quick so far through practice. Really caught the eye in FP2 with his long run earlier on this morning. You mentioned the absence from this session of Barry Baltus. We wish him well. He's not the only rider who started this weekend who unfortunately will not complete it, and that also applies to Alonso Lopez at the Gresini team. I'm sure you'll see confirmation on your screens as the session gets underway. Lopez came here with an injured right hand after a training crash. Thought he could still ride through the problem in free practice form, but as it turns out, he's got 2 fractures in his right hand as Lopez, so he's in Madrid now undergoing some surgery with the hope of potentially being back next weekend for the Dutch GT. His place has been taken by a rider who we actually saw make his debut here 1 year ago, and is the European Moto2 champion at the Pole Milan paddock.
Indeed, as we get ready for Moto2 Q1 here, coming up very, very soon. Tony Arbolino is going out for it as well. Tony Arbolino has shown a little flurry in recent rounds, nothing to get too excited about, but he has shown that he can be one of the riders that can move throughout of this Q1 battle. They all get out towards the pit lane exit and now head out to the track. Danny Munoz he leads way ahead of Sergio Garcia. Alberto Fernandez to lead come through. That's Tabalek on that Gresini machine. He, of course, parachuted in this morning, really. The number 14 is going to be out to enforce in this session, but don't expect anything too spectacular from the reigning 2025 Moto2 European champion.
Yes, Fernandez at the front of the picture already launching some moves on Sergio Garcia. He's got enough to worry about this weekend without Fernandez dive-bombing on the outlap. Of course, Garcia, he was the rider we thought went to watch himself from an injury point of view this weekend for the Gresini squad, because Garcia, he had arm pump surgery following the Hungarian Grand Prix as he's trying to toast out a bit of revenge there on Fernandez as he wants the track position on this lap. Garcia was down in 26th place at the end of practice yesterday. Clearly not comfortable physically, nor comfortable particularly with the bike he's got underneath him.
He wasn't too bad at turn 7 then, because he was just parking it right back underneath Alberto Fernandez. He's got a little bit of history going back to Cota, of course. Garcia, who was already in deep anyway when Fernandez became a bowling ball in the opening lap down towards turn 10 and turn 11. Garcia was really caught up in that Fernandez mess, and these are already at it already here on the outlap of Q1 in Brno. Here they have Mark Vidias, Bosco-Scoros sliding into view. Dennis Onju, the 22-year-old Turk, and he's got Aaron Connect, a previous winner out here. Moto3, 3 podiums to Connect's name. Not so much success here though in Moto2. This is Barry Baltus, of course. This is Connect's ex-teammate, and unfortunately Baza will not be out there this weekend, and we wish to see him back as soon as possible, because we didn't see it, but from what we hear, it was a bit of a scary off yesterday in practice.
Yeah, it's a real shame at any point when something like that happens to you, but a shame for Baltus on this weekend. He was on podium last year, and he was on course to make his 100th Moto2 start this weekend. Sadly, that will have to wait. Here comes a Munoz then, Danny Munoz, who is one of 8 riders who still has a 100% Q2 record so far this season. Not an automatic Q2 record, because it's the 3rd time now this year we've seen him qualifying one. But in terms of pure pace and certainly in terms of championship position, Munoz is surely the red hot favourite to come through this session.
Yeah, Munoz should really clear this without too many dramas. He has been in here, as you say, Lewis, already in 2026, so he's no stranger of what he needs to do to get out of Q1. But thankfully for him, it's not as often. It's only, well, I say not as often, it's 3 out of 9, but more times out of not, he's made it through into Q2 directly from practice. So Munoz is your pace setter at the moment, I suppose, in terms of who we expect to move through, but we're still waiting for those lap times to come in, and while we are still waiting, let's just head down to pit lane. Al, what have you got?
Yeah, cheers boys, down here with Hiroshi Oyama. Hiroshi will come on to Tayo very shortly. A great day for the Japanese ride yesterday, but I want to touch upon Jacob Wilson as well, who was with you guys this weekend again. How's he getting on? He had a really promising Friday. What's his race pace like, and how much is he enjoying being in Moto2 with you guys?
I think now this weekend, from last weekend to this weekend, he showed his clearly steps. He was struggling last 7 races with Moto2 category, switching Moto3 to Moto2, but finally he started to understand how to go, how to ride, and how to get confidence. So we can say now he started to enjoy. I can see from his race, and let's see in the Q2. Now he's in Q2 qualify, so let's see how he can improve his lap time in this qualifying session.
What has Jacob said about the step from Moto3 to Moto2? And obviously he rides a Boscoscuro in the Moto2 European Championship. You guys are the Canucks, so what's been the big difference?
The speed up and Alex is quite a big difference. So now the Jacob is riding for us instead of Mario Aji. So Jacob is riding with speed up, and now this weekend with Alex. So this is quite different. So I don't want to say what it is, but it's a quite different characteristic bike. So I think quite interesting, these two different characteristic bike in the grid, and the both are quite, you know, the tight forward. So yeah, it's interesting to see these two manufacturers fighting. As well, also this year the other Sashi manufacturer also coming better. So let's see those manufacturers fighting the Dodges. Looks very nice.
You mentioned in there, of course, Mario Aji still injured. What's the update on Mario? When can we expect to see him back on track?
In 2 weeks he had another doctor check, and if doctor said he's fine, maybe he can come back to the assembly. So we're hoping that he can feel well, and then he can come back stronger.
Yeah, that's good news. And finally on Tayo, Hiroshi, first points last time out in Hungary, and now straight into Q2 yesterday. He looks like he's getting to grips with Moto2. What's been his big progress?
Yeah, I think he started to understand this championship, and then it was good. He scored a point, and the race in Hungary race was not so many rider crash, so was not lap he achieved by himself, so was quite confident from him.
Thank you, Hiroshi.
Thank you, Hiroshi. Thank you, Al. Yeah, worth noting. Entire for the time. What day it's been for the ex-Moto4 Asia Cup riders, because back Indonesia's on the front row in Moto3. I won't give away what exactly the position is for Ayagura in MotoGP, but if you have been living under a rock, then I think you won't have to wait too much longer to find out where he is qualifying, because the race is getting underway, the sprint is getting underway at 3. Entire for the Sato has already moved through up into Q2 via practice, so not bad at all, Lewis.
Yeah, first time for Sato. Hiroshi yesterday described it as an important achievement. Taiko Sato has achieved that, and of course he's been making steps. He's been heading gently in the right direction in his Moto2 rookie season, but it's good to see some tangible reward for that first World Championship points in Hungary, now first Q2 appearance. And continuing on the theme of riders that have come from the Moto4 Asia Cup, or its previous life, the Asia Talent Cup, Ian Sasaki accompanies this session on a 1:58.770. 400s clear of this man, Munoz in second.
In a previous life, and also for the first couple of mentions when we do have the Moto4
habit.
Asia Cup with us here up in commentary. It is a bit of an old habit, and old habits do die hard. We're about halfway through this session at the minute. Not a lot to really bring you up to speed with. Sasaki, Danny Munoz, Luca Lunetta is probably one of the surprises there, but of course Lunetta has finished inside the top 10 before in Moto2 this year, and Sergio Garcia there in fourth. Munoz, as we said earlier, is one of the favourites to move through here. He's second place at the moment, and very great guns on this lap as well. Riders within some touching distance, Adrian Huertas and Angel Piqueras. Great to see Angel Piqueras back out there, Lewis, after that scary crash in Kota. He was with us in Hungary, but he had to withdraw before qualifying, so good to see him out there giving it a good go today.
Yeah, taking a long-term view in Hungary, and he appears to be closer to the pace here, and of course closer to 100%, as Munoz gets us now down to 58.623. I'd say one rider who certainly deserves a mention. We've mentioned him already in terms of the fact that he's with us this weekend, but Milan Pavelec for Brasini, he did a 2:00.064 earlier on today. He's improved by 7/10 of a second early in this Q1 session. He's ahead of Ferrandez, he's ahead of Wolfsburg, he's ahead of Zarathustra, and he's only half a tenth behind the uber-experienced Aaron Canet on the Mark VDS Boscoscuro.
Yeah, Aaron Canet, we know this year is just not really at the races, is he? We know that the Mark VDS racing team is really struggling to get to grips with the Boscoscuro without Jake Dixon at the helm, of course, from last year. So, yeah, tricky times down there, but I can tell you 8th and 9th in Q1 is absolutely not what I would have thought they would be. We see Luca Lunetta come in, we talk about the Boscoscuro struggling. He's in that top 4 at the moment on his Boscoscuro, so not too bad for Luca Lunetta, who is, of course, still getting up to speed in Moto2. He's lost a lot of track time due to the fact that he had that big crash over the season opening Dorna.
Yeah, he didn't come here last year, neither did Luca Lunetta, because of the injury the first time he broke that leg, which was back at Assen last year. It feels as if Sergio Garcia is having to be sort of either calmed down or cheered up there by the Gresini squad. He's in 4th place at the minute, so I guess this is exceeding Garcia's likely pessimistic expectations coming into this qualifying session, as he sits 4th, sitting at Mark VDS in 8th. There on the screen was Denis Onchu. No pressure, Denis, but it's not been the best day so far for Turkish sport.
Exactly. I don't want to put the kibosh on England up here in the comms box, but it's been a pretty good week. You probably wear that one out, Jump Junior guy in my slightly raspy voice on Friday
in
morning.
Brno on Wednesday evening, you'd have struggled to miss it.
Yeah, you'd have struggled to not hear me as well, because I was giving it some, wasn't I? But, you know, it's been a vast improvement on a Moto3 Friday morning, that's for sure, when I've been quieting down. 5 minutes then to go. Moto2 Q1. Sergio Garcia is the last of those riders through at the moment. I can tell you that Sergio Garcia's time in Brno has not necessarily been the best. He's never actually been here in Moto2, but back in Moto3 he completely failed to score points out of DNF and finished one race in 16th. So at the moment, Sergio Garcia at least is having something to cheer about, even if he is hanging on to that final Q1 or Q2 spot, let's say, here in Q1 with 4.5 minutes on the clock. But every rider is in the pit lane at the moment, Lewis, so I think we're going to have a proper old style, superbike style, super pole, go for broke lap at the end of this one.
Yeah, which is checking Garcia's best qualifying of the season so far. He qualified 12th back at the French Grand Prix, but he's been eliminated in qualifying 1 in 3 of the 8 Grand Prix so far. Someone is very calmly trudging across the pit lane there, blissfully unaware that a posse of Moto2 bikes riding in his direction. Fortunately, they saw him coming up. I think I'm a good up behind, saying, "What are you up to?" As he's busy trying to get his qualifying session up and running. Arbolino down in 7th place at the moment, unable to get out of the 59 so far.
Yeah, it's not to be for Tony Arbolino round here. As I think a Moto3 podium and a pole back in 2019, about as high as his highlights here in the Czech Republic go, and in Moto2 last year they were pretty limited. So Tony Arbolino not really getting on with Moto2 in the last couple of years. Let's be fair, since this new tyre came in, a slightly bigger profile tyre and wheel came into use. So Tony Arbolino still trying to work it out. Right, 3 and a bit minutes to go then in this one. A 58.6 at the moment. I tell you what, 58.6 isn't too slow. Yesterday, a 58.623 would have put you 4th. It would have put you just behind Manny Gonzalez. So not a bad opening gamble from Danny Munoz. Now this is going to catch the attention of the stewards and Simon Crowfoot. Pencil sharpen up at the ready side, because you're going to be looking at a few of these riders and scribbling down their numbers the way they were carrying on, coming through the one-lap penalty area, and they're still going on. That's Sergio Garcia, Jacob Wilson, Dennis Onchu, Ayumu Sasaki, Luca Lanetta, Anko Picard. Couldn't quite see the last one was just coming through shot, but all of these, Tony Arbolino, all of these are going to be really in a bit of trouble, particularly even though there's no one else out there on a lap. It's just dawdling on the racing line, which at the end of the day should not be encouraged at all.
Yeah, blue flags are waving, but as Kiko already mentions, there's no one coming their way on a hot lap. Hot laps coming in what are very hot conditions. 2 minutes of this session to go, and of course, given that they have dawdled so much, they're going to leave themselves just one time lap. The point is now being passed where you could do 2 laps in a row. It's going to be a one-lap shootout.
The thing is as well that there might not be live laps, but Dennis Onchu looked like he was going for proper broke there. He was on a charge all the way through, because he's seen an opportunity to come through this and get a bit of clear air probably. So you know, you really don't want to be riding slowly on the race line, because all these three now, Huertas, Ferrandez and Wilson, have sped up and just put themselves right in front of Angel Picard. So he looked to me like he was actually going somewhere up towards the final couple of corners. So we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. 1 minute and 40 seconds or so on the clock. This is everyone's final flying lap. Munoz, Sasaki, Lanetta and Garcia are the 4 that are going to go through as it stands, and it can all change in the next 90 seconds or so.
Yeah, there are almost 2 waves of riders here, because Saki's leading this train. Up ahead of them, we've got the Elfmar with the S pair of Onchu and Kinet, and with them is Zabi Izurutiza on the forward bike, the 85. There's Ralston still not lucky problems. There is he. Is he up the inside of Alberto Ferrandez? It's not a way to make friends on your second Moto2 outing, Jacob, but he's getting stuck in.
It's not the way to really get through on a fast lap either. You can see how much chatter the number 22 is experiencing down at turn 2 as well. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to clear Ferrandez because he thinks he's got a bit more pace at that particular part of the track. You can see Ferrandez is really strong. He's lighting it up all the way through turns 5 and 6. Sasaki's bailing out of this, and Sasaki's got to be really careful not to clobber into Alberto Ferrandez. That wasn't really the best riding from the wild, the crazy boy. Jacob Wilson's a little bit angry as well, it seemed there, on the run in towards turn 8, but Ayumu Sasaki, who is second at the moment and moving through as it stands to Q2, will not be making friends here.
Yeah, the only riders who are improving are already in the top 4, so I think our 4 going through the Q2 are already set. We've got Garcia and Lanetta on personal best. Garcia, as you can see at the one of our screens, might well go top in this session, which might well finally put a smile on Sergio's face, and smiles and Sergio Garcia have not really gone hand in hand with it.
No, not really, but at least it's going to give him something to cheer about, as long as he can clear Luca Lanetta and not lose time to him. He's not lost time to him in that third sector. 10.5 up for the number 3, who's chasing the 32. A little bit of slipstream up Horsepower Hill and then into the penultimate corner at turn 13. He doesn't make the move, so we get a little bit more slipstream by the line. Let's see then as they come through. Sergio Garcia is sitting vulnerably in 4th place at the moment. Let's see if he does move up and indeed continue to bag that spot. Does he? Yes, goes through 1. Lanetta improves as well, goes 4, and that is that. Garcia, Munoz, Sasaki and Luca Lanetta. I cannot say how much of a good job that is by Milan Pavelek as well. They're in 10th place, ahead of ahead of Alberto Ferrandez, ahead of Jacob Wilson and ahead of Javi Zuratuza in his first GP of the season. Brilliant job done by the 40, the teammate to our fastest rider in Q1, Sergio Garcia.
Showing exactly why he is the European Moto2 champion, and who knows, with Lopez having undergone surgery this morning on his broken right hand, might well see Pavelek next weekend too at the Dutch TT at Assen. Ferrandez will be disappointed with that. Don't think getting tangled up with Ralston last night would have made much of a difference in truth for Ferrandez, because he needed to find some 6 tenths of a second if he was going to move his way through. As he punched the tank with his Bosco Spiro, this was when they went side by side through turn 3, but just didn't look like he had the speed at any rate.
Yeah, last flying lap, but it was anything but flying, really, wasn't it, for Ferrandez? Because that's coming through turn 4 with Ralston, and then as you're about to see, is that we don't see. Gino Paul's every picture tells a story. You get his thoughts there, and then looking at the camera, but it was more here where Ferrandez was really balked by Ayumu Sasaki. Sasaki in turn would probably be getting looked at for it, but it's still going to go through in the present up in towards Q2 because he came home third.
Good job there from Lunetta, it has to be said as well, on a 58.8 to take 4th place. So the young Italian from Rome, 20 years of age, will take part in his second Q2 session of the season, ensuring that Ethan Guevara and Celestino Vietti, who will become permanent visitors to qualifying 2 this season, will have some Boscoscuro company.
Sergio Garcia's lap time, 58.559. That's only a bit slower than what David Alonso was able to do yesterday, although the benchmark really was moved this morning. Philip Salac was quickest on a 57.9. We only have a 57 lap round here in Moto2 trim. So the time, there is a bit of time left on the track, but I've got to say that's a decent lap from Sergio Garcia to be more or less matching what Alonso was able to do yesterday.
And the Brasini team in both MotoGP and Moto2 have had their issues with injury this weekend, so I think that's one team who are due a bit of good news and may now have it, courtesy of Sergio Garcia, who will be the sole Brasini entrant in qualifying 2 in Moto2.
Just if I can, outside the top 4, touch on Adrian Huertas. Unlucky for him not to be moving through into Q2, but that is one of his better qualifying positions of late. He's not been in the top 20 over the last 3 or 4 rounds, so at least Adrian Huertas is going to be 19th on the grid and is very close to moving through. All at sea again for Dennis Onchu and Aaron Canet, 8th and 9th in this session. That's going to leave them right down the order as far as the overall grid is concerned. And a good shout out to a couple of our replacement guys as well. We've spoken about Milan Pavelet, but let's just talk about Jacob Wilson as well. He was only a second off Sergio Garcia's time, which when you put it in the context of that was a second off what David Alonso was able to do yesterday. It's not bad for someone who's not had a pre-season test or a proper run of a Moto2 machine. So hats off to the 22 Jacob Wilson down there in charge.
They said yesterday the bike was starting to feel a bit more natural for him, and to finish within a second of the pace in that Q1 section is no bad going at all. So Sergio Garcia, look how happy he is on the graphic there. Fastest in qualifying 1 on a 1:58.559. Munoz, Sasaki and Lunetta also move through. Huertas misses out by half a tenth in 5th ahead of Akra Piqueras, Tony Arbolino and the Marco Diaz duo of Dennis Onchu and Aaron Canet. Pavelec, creditable 10th from Fernandez, Ralston and Javi Zurutusa. But Sergio Garcia is your leader out of qualifying 1. He'll be part of the battle for pole in Moto2. And of course, there are plenty of Czech fans watching that one closely. Q2 and Moto2 up next.
Countdown to the MotoGP Tissot Sprint. It's now less than an hour away. We have one session between that and where we are now. It is Moto2 Q2. It is that whole battle in Moto2, and what a battle it is going to be. The crowd are expecting something special. They're expecting something special from big Philip Salac, and to see whether or not their home hero who flies that Czech flag high can do something that will live long in the memory of these Czech fans going for pole position. Philip Salac is in this. David Alonso was fastest yesterday ahead of the number 12 home hero. Manuel Gonzalez, your championship leader, likewise is already in. Danny Holgado, Senna Aegis, Alex Escridge, Ethan Guevara, Colin Vire, Ivan Ortola, Jose Antonio Rueda, brilliant there, 10th yesterday. Time for Rossato in Q2 for the first time, let alone first time direct. Zonta van der Merwe, Joe Roberts, who was very, very fast this morning up in the top 2, along with Celestino Vietti, Sergio Garcia, Danny Munoz, Ayumu Sasaki, and Luca Lunetta are the 4 riders that join the aforementioned 14 as they graduate from Q1. But Lewis Sotheby up here in commentary with myself, Keegan Giles. Elliot York is down in pit lane. This is going to be a real session. I've been waiting all day for this to see whether or not Filip Salac has not been outside the top two at all. He was fastest this morning. Can he get that second career pole and really give the Czechs a home event to remember?
And the first of those poles was eons ago, back in the first round of 2023, the Portuguese Grand Prix at Portimao. Opportunity knocks for Filip Salac. Can he handle the pressure, I think, is the big question hanging over his shoulders, because there's no question he's got the speed. Can he deliver when the pressure is up?
He's in a rich vein of form as well as Filip Salac. He has been on the front row in 3 of the last 4 GPs. He's been on the front row in the last 2 GPs. He converted that front row to P2 at the checkered flag on Sunday, last time out, and that would have sold a few more tickets here at Brno. You can see just what it means for the home fans. Those Czech fans have been in there all day already. They will be well warmed up in more ways than one for this Q2 session. And Filip Salac, well, he will have some pressure on his shoulders, but so far he's taken it in stride, Lewis. He has looked very cool, very calm, very, very collected.
Yeah, and both of the American racing riders took this morning, both under the old lap record, both Filip Salac and Joe Roberts. Those fans you saw with the Salac banners in the hillsides in the stadium section, we've seen plenty of them this weekend. I have to say, just another mention to the fan next to them who's pulled out the pun Phillip Island. The Czech newspaper headline writers will already be jotting that one down if he takes pole in about 20 minutes' time.
Filip Salac, let's hope he doesn't become a Philip Farop at home here in Brno. He does not want to be choking in front of the crowd here at the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. We are just about 90 seconds from going green here in the first session of in the second session of Moto2 Qualifying here. And as I say, we are just less than an hour away from MotoGP Tissot Sprint. Matt Burke, Lewis, you'll be up here with him in commentary for that one. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. But right now, all eyes on David Alonso just as much as Filip Salac. Okay, Filip Salac from a home perspective, but David Alonso yet to get a podium in 2026. You'd have had very long odds if you were saying that at round 9. Now that's the situation he faces. He was fastest yesterday, though. Is this going to be the breakthrough weekend?
Yeah, he feels more a one with the bike now this weekend. You spoke to him in the broadcast yesterday when he said that he's riding a little less like a robot this weekend. Well, however he goes about it, David Alonso is targeting that first front row since Brazil. Of course, we know what happened to Minosti when he did qualify on pole position, but it's only one front row in the last 12. And if David Alonso is to finally get his stuttering title campaign up and running, you feel the front row is essential.
Got to say as well, off camera, I asked him, did you watch the Colombia match? Because if we're keeping a World Cup theme going from the other sessions in qualifying, he said he absolutely did. He got up live to watch it. So the result it was for Colombia against Uzbekistan 3-1. So maybe that's what David Alonso needed, a little bit of fuel to be added to his title charge from other sporting greats over in South America. Right, 15 seconds until lights out and away we go. The riders are already rolling down to from the tents to pit lane exits.
Just keeping up the World Cup theme for just one moment. We'll promise we'll talk about motorcycles at some stage once the session gets away. Heath Mancavaro on the screen. You see, he was over at the Brazil-Morocco game. Yet he went all the way out to the United States to watch it in person. So Heath Mancavaro, if nothing else, is battling a bit of jet lag here in Britain.
Yeah, Heath Mancavaro, you can't blame him. I tell you what, I thought we were battling jet lag, or not me so much, but on the Thursday morning when we rolled in after that 10 o'clock kickoff in England. But we're all good and going now. At least one of the home nation countries can win this week. Oh, I do apologise anyone Scottish out there, of course. We are only joking. Right, Moto2 GP. I'm the rather large 6'1" with terrible hair if I'm spotted in the paddock. Although that doesn't really narrow anyone in the paddock down. Okay, let's stop talking about football. Let's get our notes in order. Let's head down to pit lane. Al, who have you got?
Yeah, I wonder. Only one place to start. Eaton, Goodwood, and American Racing. We've got to start with Philip, of course. What a weekend it's been, and a podium last time out in Hungary. The perfect way to come into his home Grand Prix. How's he been this weekend? Soaking up the pressure but enjoying it at the same time.
Yeah, I think, it's obviously Hungary, it's a lot of pressure, but after last race, we got the podium, so I think the pressure was a little bit released, but he can do it, he's strong, he's working well with the team, and he came with full confidence, which we saw it already this morning.
Yeah, he's doing great. We're happy.
How did he react after yesterday? Looks really strong on the pace and over one lap. How confident is he coming into qualifying?
No, I think he's very confident. He's good. You know that people will try to chase him. But no, he's in confidence. Try to do a good lap by himself without calling nobody. It's all good, really, really well. Coming in the zone where he's supposed to be the longest track. And that's good. Big victory. So it's looking good so far. I don't want to say too much.
Well, that's understandable. A big session coming up. What step has Philip made in the last 2 or 3 Grand Prix where he's really made that step forward and found a few tenths?
I think number one, just to adjust to the bike, to the Kalex. And then, just out working with the team, get comfortable. Main reason because mentally, obviously, he's super talented, he's good. So,
You mentioned Joe, can't go without mentioning Joe. Good job to get into Q2 yesterday. What does he need to find to get on sort of par with Philip and sort of get the sort of podium momentum going this season?
Joe is just to, it starts a little bit difficult, unlucky, and then difficult, but as soon as the field good with the bike, they can push, and we have the confidence, we got to this point this weekend, we feel great with the bike, we found something with him, and yeah, try it.
What did you find, just quickly with Joe, to make him feel comfortable?
Just a general feeling, I think he got started a little bit from last year, that's also the injury that became. I think so far it's different.
I'll let you go now, Ethan. I know you're quite nervous and the team are very excited. Good luck for the session and, of course, for tomorrow as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, El. Thank you, Ethan. I've got to say, I love El York's questioning style. Ethan said, I don't want to say too much, so El carries on grilling and gets stuck in, son. That's what it's all about. Serious note. Ethan is going to be really, really nervous for understandable reasons. Philip Salach's home GP, that brings a lot of pressure. But Lewis, Joe Roberts here last year, Joe Roberts here in 2020. Majestic, Joe Roberts this morning, along with Philip Salach. It was a 1-2 for the OnlyFans American Racing team. They are going all out gangbusters here in Milan.
Yeah, huge weekend for the team. Both riders, as you say, love this circuit and will be expecting to challenge for the front row of the grid. Here is the rider looking to play the role of party pooper, the pantomime villain, potentially world championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, who has had a slightly tricky weekend. Hasn't been wholly happy with the behaviour of his bike so far this weekend, but we know Manu Gonzalez delivers when it matters most. So has Alonso. Look at that. The 1:57, the 7:18. Alonso immediately breaks the lap record.
That's a brand new lap record, as you say, Lewis. A 57.718. There was only... he's got down. David Alonso lost the front at turn 1 and barrel rolls through that barrel trap. So David Alonso, well, at least he set a banker. Yellow flags out. David Alonso has gone down, having set a new lap record here at Brno. I tell you what, that bike's on the outside of the circuit. That's going to be a real pain to get back in the paddock. With only 10.5 minutes on the clock, that is going to be countdown on. This is it, just out wide, and that front just rolls out from under him.
Yeah, that first corner feels like it goes on for an age, and David Alonso cut it unfortunately short there. Yeah, just as well he did a 57.7 because Salach himself went quicker than his all-time lap record earlier on today, but he's still 2:10 shy of David Alonso. Even when he's super fasted in P1, it still is never dull when David Alonso is concerned, is it?
Yeah, David Alonso is always something to look at on camera and on screen. When the 2024 Moto2 World Champion, the first ever World Champion for Colombia in motorcycle racing is concerned. This is on board with Manu Gonzalez, and they are running through down towards turn 10, yellow flags at turn 8. So a couple of incidents already in Moto2 Q2. I wonder who it is. Danny Munoz just going a bit wide there. That's at the bottom of the hill, which she wants corner. The yellow flags have cleared. Everyone else is now on their way.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm trying to work out who it is. Who's had a slow third sector? Someone's probably gone wide there in turn 8, got back onto the racetrack. Potentially Joe Roberts, potentially Jonathan Van den Voorburg, who've had a slow, Francis Holgado according to our screen. So both of the Aspar riders within half a lap of each other. It wasn't a run-up, it was a crash, and both Aspar riders are in the dirt.
I did wonder whether it was Holgado because it looked like the Aspar colours that were caused on our track map, but I thought, well, surely not the second Aspar machine.
Well, Holgado at least is provisionally front row, so the Aspar guys have at least got bankers in already, but this is far from ideal in Moto2 Q2. We saw David Alonso have that massive moment in the closing stages at Balaton Park when he was pushing for a lap time, and at least he's already got a lap time in before tapping the front and not being able to say that this time. That's definitely been down the road. He's not headbutting it. Danny Holgado, as he showers the circuit with a load of rocks and stones, that has been down the road at turn 8 according to our graphics, and now Jorge Martinez Aspar calls the shots and the orders, and those guys are going to be working pretty hard. Yep, that's at turn 8, that's on the way into turn 8, and it's not coming out very quickly either.
Yeah, fairness, Danny Holgado was a Barcelona where he did hit the screen during a qualifying session, so he does have form in that particular respect, but that genuinely was a crash, and clearly got it up and running, or got it off into the service road very, very quickly. So, yeah, a fraught start to the session for Aspar, but it has been a fast one. First and third at the moment for Alonso and Holgado, sandwiching the home favourite Salah, who sits in second place. That's the first representative lap time for Celestino Vietti, and he completes the top 10.
Yeah, that is in the top 10. I'm just trying to work out where it is as far as Oscar scorers are concerned. 6 is the best one at the moment, Ethan Guevara. Just a few other notes inside that top 10. That comes on to Brandon Gerber, who's there in 8th place. Alex Squidge on the Clint Racing Team Ford chassis there in 9th place. It's not his best qualifying of the year, but it's a very, very strong top 10. Riders who are going to be wanting a bit more. Joe Roberts 14th at the moment, as well as Colin Vire in 11th. Holgado's number 96 machine comes back into the box. And that is David Alonso. I tell you what, David Alonso's done a great job to get that bike back, because it went through the gravel and it was a little bit beaten up, but both bikes and riders back safe and sound.
Well, they get into work very quickly. They've got a good 3 or 4 minutes of the Aspar mechanics to repair whatever needs repairing. David Alonso there. Of course, while he's been riding back, he'll been having a very good look at the bike, just understanding himself what needs changing and fixing to give the team the best possible steer on what they need to do. The Aspar team, perhaps their hopes of defending after the front row start hang on the shoulders of their mechanics right now.
Yeah, the mechanics are always a bit busy down there in Aspar, aren't they, when they've got David Alonso and Danny Holgado in their team. And I've got to say, I could do with the camera just perched in that box now. And also we watch that clock count down, and right on cue, Mr. TV Director is listening well. David Alonso's bike looks more scuffed up than anything. It will have had, of course, some gravel get ingested. Danny Holgado in the back of shot, shaking his head there. He's third, but his bike definitely needed a little bit more. We look at Philip Salach, who is in the middle of that front row. He is the meat in that Aspar sandwich as it stands. 2/10 off what Alonso was able to do, and in the 57s. But at the moment, it is very much the calm before the Moto2 cold battle storm. Most riders, if not all of them, in the pits.
3 consecutive P2 qualifyings as it stands at the moment for Philip Salach. If he was to go on better, we would dearly want it to be here as they get to work. It looks as if it's relatively minor damage, as we say, on the Aspar machine of Alonso. You couldn't quite see Holgado's bike in the background there, but it didn't see it appear as if there was a hive of activity to look at there, as Jorge Martinez Aspar, who's had a bit of an eventful afternoon without giving away what went on in Moto3 Qualifying. He's just saying, Danny, just give me a chilled session, please.
Yeah, and that's not gone very well so far, has it? Both of them are throwing at the fence. So David Alonso and Danny Holgado, as we said, there's always colour and movement when they're on track. There's always colour and movement when this rider's on track as well. Manu Gonzalez, he is your championship leader. He has got more than a race win's worth of points in his back pocket, so if something was to go awry here tomorrow, then it will be all over as it stands. Manu Gonzalez lining up in the middle of that second row provisionally. Danny Munoz is still out on track. Munoz down in 13th place at the moment as he slides his way through turn 1 and asks for a load of power going down the backstretch.
I think what Gonzalez will be pretty happy with at the moment, as his 2 chief title rivals are both behind him. Now go the American racing pair. I think Alex Squidge was waiting for them. After you boys, and the Aspar pair are both able to get back into the action. The mechanics have done the hard yards. It's now time for Alonso and Holgado to deliver for them.
Let's see if they can, and let's see if perhaps the Only Friends American Racing team can ruin the
Aspar team party. We are 4 and a bit minutes away
Joe
from
Roberts
this.
going to total his teammate Salax potentially if there was ever a day to do it.
There was ever a day to do it, but then Joe Roberts probably fancies himself round here as well, judging by last year's form. So we'll have to wait and see. Joe Roberts hasn't had a front row since here last year. This was his last win. In fact, it was the front row here last year. It was his only front row of the entire year. So whatever it is with Joe Roberts round here, he was pole and P3 back in 2020. He loves this place. He loves Brno. He's 40th in a minute, but you can expect him to move up from there if all goes to plan.
He was already attempting to celebrate this week. Turned 29 earlier this week. Did Joe Roberts, as we switch from discussing the number 16 to watching the number 17 with Danny Munoz, who kept up his 100% Q2 record by coming through Q1. And as long as he's delayed by Jose Antonio Rueda in this last sector, he may well move in the order. 4/3 sector though for Munoz, but 9/10 off. If he could hold back to the line, that would move him up onto the third row of the grid, would lift him up at least 4 places.
And just a note on Jose Antonio Rueda as well. He's starting to really work this out, isn't he? He's 12th place at the moment. He's going to get another couple of laps in just yet, so he may well be another fly in the ointment. And actually now he's going to be following Danny Munoz, isn't he, as they come to the line. So Jose Antonio Rueda, he's right out on the green. That won't matter for that time at the moment because it wasn't really doing anything anyway. Munoz does not improve his time, but these two could do a lot worse and work together now with less than 3 minutes on the clock. Oh dear, he made lots of dawdling, and that means lots of pencil sharpening up in the FIA MotoGP stewards room. And this is really not what you want to see, because you've got some riders coming in a lot quicker right at the top of screen that will have been a bit surprised when they saw all that.
Yeah, the RW pair there of Saki and Van den Gorberg were desperate to follow Manu Gonzalez, who almost followed the Aspar pair into a gravel trap there with that moment in the final corner. Gonzalez, this hasn't come easy to him so far this weekend, and with that moment slow onto the main straight, he's already decided to bail out of it.
Well, he's rolled out of it, and he's going to have to do really well to keep out of everyone's way. He's on the pit lane exit. Ooh, almost he's on the grass now. He's got to go across the racing line to get out of the way of everyone else. That's really tricky stuff there. And we're going to see this moment again, Lewis. I think he just asked for a bit of power, and he gathers it up nicely. Not a scale he could have done without.
Yeah, and I guess he already recognised the battle. He's slow into the main straight there. He was already going to be losing time to start the lap, but decided, you know what, it's best just to save, keep my tyres in, not take too much out of them on this lap, and save it for one final attempt.
I've got to say, that felt a little bit more lively on board than it did from the trackside cameras as we come down out of turn 4. This is down towards turn 5 as we click up. Big Philip Sarch, who when he comes down the next couple of corners, we'll see a wall of people cheering him on. This lap is not going to be doing anything spectacular though. Sarch is now in second place at the moment. He's great through the first sector, and he's rolled out of it in the second.
Again, we have a big drop-off with these Pirelli tyres from the first to the second to the third time lap. So if you recognise already that the lap isn't going to be going well for you, the best strategy is just to roll out of it, just save your tyres as much as possible, and go again.
I've been looking at the split times. Oh, Senna Aegis burying underneath that Guevara down there. This is down towards turn 10. Senna Aegis at the moment could do could in this fourth. He could do it with a front row, but fourth is not too bad. It would be his best qualifying here at this track.
Ortola could be the rider to watch here though. He's been very good through these first 2 sectors. Ortola has a long lap penalty to serve tomorrow, as we mentioned in Q1, for taking out Danny Munoz. But if he can keep this lap going, he could potentially move up onto the second lap.
Guevara in 6th at the moment. He's just rolled out of it on this lap around anyway. It wasn't really going anywhere, but that means he's only going to get one more go at all of this. This is Ortola. He is on a good lap here. 7th place at the moment, 4/10 off as it stands. Let's see what Ortola's got as he comes through. If he holds that to the line, that puts him on the second row. Here's Ortola, the number 4, blasting to the finish line, goes up into that second row. 6th place for the number 4. That's a decent lap time indeed at this stage of the session.
Bayer's just gone up into the top 10 as well on the Red Bull KTM IO machine. So at the moment it's 10th and 13th for the IO squad. And in between them, in 12th place, is Celestino Vietti. He hasn't crashed yet, which he has in the last 2 qualifying sessions, but once again, he's finding himself potentially starting outside the top 10.
This is a decent lap though. Again, if he can hold it, this will put him right in the mix and pull just off the second row. I think he's starting around 7th or 8th if he holds it, of course. Checkered flag is out now. Not many lap times really coming in here. I think we've really peaked a bit early in this session. Oh, Vietti looked nervous on the front there, coming down towards the hard braking area at turn 13. He's 12th at the moment, coming out of turn 14, blasting towards the checkered flags. Does Celestino Vietti move up? Yes, he does, into the middle of that third row. So good stuff from the number 13. But besides that, Lewis, there's not a lot of special sectors coming in. It's all personal bests, but mostly all grey.
7th and 8th then for the two leading Bosca scorers. Salac isn't far off with the first sector. Let's see for the second sector. He's quite a long way off now. So the dreams of a pole position in the Czech Grand Prix look like they are fading. And, well, unless his tyre pressures are alright once again, as they were in Austin, maybe we can call it this time. Despite a crash, it's David Alonso's first pole of the year.
And therefore the first for Colombia in Moto2. But let's just get them all across the line as they come through the Schwantz corner. There's nothing really coming of any use. Joe Roberts is actually on a decent lap, 6/10 off for Roberts in the moment. I tell you what, 6/10 off don't put him in the top 10. At the moment he's 15th, so Joe Roberts is in the final sector already. I think he's just a little bit further up the road than David Alonso on your screen right now. He's at the very top of shot, and here he is. We pick him up with number 16, making his way to turn 13. Joe Roberts is a bit of a specialist in Brno. This isn't going to be his finest hour in the Czech Republic, but it might be one of his most important if he's to give himself a chance tomorrow. Roberts to the right, goes 10th. That's a good job. And Manu Gas moves up to the head of the second row with a dynamite final sector. Good job from Manuel Gonzalez. Very, very strong indeed. 4/10 off, but P4 on the good for tomorrow.
Yeah, the two Intact teammates swapping places on that last lap, but they can celebrate. Wasn't perhaps the route that they would have intended to take to first and third on the grid after a crash apiece, but it is pole and third for the Aspar team, and David Alonso becomes the 8th different pole sitter in Moto2 from 9 Grand Prix this year.
Very good stuff from David Alonso. You can see the scuff marks and the gaffer tape on the side of the number 80 machine. Once centre A just clears off out the way, you'll be able to see it. Or once David Alonso moves through, you can see it there, all the black tape of the fairing and the scuff marks, and his leathers are all in pieces. But it is a new all-time lap record. It is a new country on pole. We have a new pole sitter. David Alonso makes a little bit more history for Colombia. Like you said though, Lewis, let's hope he actually does get to keep it, that history, this time into Sunday.
One or two Czech fans who are hoping he doesn't, because it's for the Salac who would inherit it, but we don't want to see why he's getting hooked out of pole positions after qualifying sessions. Certainly not David Alonso, because what a talent he is. And is this finally the weekend on, what are we, the 21st of June tomorrow for the Czech Grand Prix, when David Alonso's 2026 season finally gets up and running.
It really needs to. I asked him this yesterday whether or not it's now. This is where his championship starts. Remember, last year, Diego Morel took a little bit of time to get moving as well. It's by no means over just yet, but with David Alonso, and for all the rumours are true, he does want to move up into MotoGP with some accolades. He's going to have to start performing right now. Great job rode by Philip Salac on the front row. I rate that his 4th front row in 5 GPs, Lewis. So he's been chasing that victory for a long, long time. Maybe tomorrow he can call himself a Grand Prix winner.
His 3rd, 2nd place qualifying in a row. He still has to wait for that maiden Moto2 pole, but he's certainly going to be a major contender tomorrow. I think even we would forgive Philip Salac if he goes in with the attitude of winning all minutes tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, is he going to get another chance like this? And he's in such good form. He's been for it so quick this weekend. As I said in that session, he's still yet to finish outside the top 2 all weekend in any session he's been in. So brilliant, brilliant stuff from the Czech home hero. And Danny Holgado, he doesn't do Jorge Martinez Aspar's blood pressure any good, does he? When he's just seen Alonso throw down the road, Danny Holgado joins in the party of fence throwing, and Holgado in the end comes home in that 3rd place. And we know that Holgado from a front row position, Lewis, is an absolute dark horse. He can absolutely be a bit of a fly in the ointment of not only David Alonso's season starting party, but maybe Philip Salac's homecoming one.
Manny Gonzalez heads the 2nd row. I think he'll be pretty pleased with that, given who's ahead of him on the grid. He's got his teammate Senna just next door in 5th. Ortola 6th, of course. Remember, he's got a long lap penalty to serve tomorrow afternoon, so he will jump out of that 6th place early in the race. And I guess Gonzalez will also be pretty pleased that his 2 closest title rivals, the Bosca of Guevara and Vietti, are a road behind him.
Other riders, just to note, Joe Roberts with that late lap to move into the top 10. Colin Vire outside the top 10 now. I made that the first time in a long, long time. It definitely this year that Colin Vire has qualified outside the top 10 down in 12th. Zonta van den Gorder, that's a season best for him in 11th place. Time for Rosato was always going to be guaranteed to have a season best and career best in Moto2, but 13th place for him. He's actually out-qualified Danny Munoz and Jose Antonio Rueda. So very good job, even if it was a bit under the radar for last year's Sepang Moto3 Grand Prix win.
Just trying to have a good look to see when the last time a qualified as low down the order as that. Qualified 13th in Malaysia last season, so that's what, make it 11 Grand Prix. Since Bias qualified as well as that. Ethan Guevara at 7th on the grid. He did say at the end of practice yesterday, I think qualifying and pole position might be a little bit out of reach, but I'm pretty confident about my race pace, so don't rule out the 28 just yet.
Yeah, he's always going to be in the mix, isn't he? The thing is here, it seems that the Boston scorers are at a bit of a disadvantage comparing to the Calexes, so we'll have to wait and see whether Ethan Guevara's hustling riding style can make up for some of that deficit. Of course, he is really in this championship hunt, isn't he, Lewis? It's been a couple of rounds now where Ethan Guevara's been slightly off the boil, last time out 7th over in Italy, and that has been coinciding with a run of form from Manu Gonzalez. He's looking tomorrow, even if he is starting 4, to become only the 3rd rider to win 4 on the spin. That's the kind of form Manu's in.
And I think Ethan Guevara will be making sure his Bosca scorer is gun barrel straight up the start line as well, to make sure he doesn't catch the attention of the stewards after his change of direction was deemed unsafe at the start in Hungary. Senna Aegis, who is directly ahead of him, and Aegis has been thereabouts for much of this weekend too. He was 5th yesterday, and he's 5th at the end of today.
David Alonso, that is a first front row as well, since the only visit we do to South America is Brazil. Of course, he did qualify very highly and up the order in Kota, but unfortunately he didn't get to start there because it was an exclusion, let's say, therefore he doesn't keep that record. So it is a first front row for David Alonso since round 2 of the, can you believe that was 3 months ago? Lewis, it seems like Brazil was yesterday.
Yeah, and David Alonso will, I guess, know that tomorrow is the all-important day in his 2026 season. Surely he can't wait any longer to wait for a podium finish. This is Luca Lunetta, second of the Speed RS Bosca scorers, 17th place for Luca, of course, earned his 2nd appearance in qualifying 2 after he navigated his way through qualifying 1.
Yeah, not bad from Luca Lunetta. I mean, he's not. The expectation is not going to be that high in his rookie year, you get the feeling, particularly when he's coming in from injury. Certainly not the same level as Celestino Vietti, who's in great form, really, for Celle. He's really there or thereabouts. Like we said, though, and like we've said so many times over the course of this weekend, the Bosca scorer just slightly perhaps not the package to be on this weekend. There's quite a size difference down there in Barcelona, isn't there, between David Alonso and some of the crew down there in the Asphalt team. I think we are going to be able to get ready to hear, though, from the Colombian. It is a first pole for Colombia, as we said. It is a first pole for David Alonso. He starts his 30th Grand Prix tomorrow. Fingers crossed from pole position. Great job, David.
David, congratulations on the pole. Slightly more dramatic than you'd have wanted with the crash, but fantastic qualifying nonetheless on 1. It's really important in the context of the season, and I'm sure you're ready to go for your first win of the season tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honestly, I was missing a crash, so much time without crashing, so it's good to touch the floor sometimes on a safe way, let's say. And that means that you are pushing and you are understanding the limit of the bike. And also I'm happy because finally my parents came on time, because they came from Spain with the van. So they are here on time on the bar ferme, so thank you. And good about the work we are doing. I try to wake up for the quali, to be ready for that first lap that is very important with the new tire. And well, finally, step by step, we are getting, and now we need to still focus.
Great job and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
A great job from David Alonso, his first pole position. The MotoGP sprint is coming up very soon. I'm going to get out of here, enjoy the MotoGP sprint in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sudbury and Jack Appleyard. Goodbye for now. Lewis, take it away.
David Alonso on pole then, officially for the first time. Of course, 2nd time he's qualified there, but of course got hooked out of there and lost him when his tyre pressures were inspected. Philip Salas, the Hun Hero, 2nd from Holgado. Of course, both of the Aspar riders crashed on the way to the front row. Championship leader Manu Gonzalez 4th. His 2 title rivals, Guevara and Vietti, a row behind him on the grid. So the 8th different pole sitter from 9 races in Moto2 this season. And this time, we hope for David Alonso's point of view that he's allowed to keep this one. So with Moto2 qualifying complete, all 3 grids have been set. Up next is the TISO sprint.
MotoGP's busy run to the summer break continues at the breathtaking Brno track for the Grand Prix of Czechia, known as the Adrenaline Factory, and back last year for a 5-year break. And honestly, she took the 200 kilometres from the stunning capital of Prague. Aya has his eye on a first medal for a sensational first pole with the sprint next live. It's time for MotoGP. What a Grand Prix venue, what a circuit. The Automotive Grand Prix, just about 15 kilometres outside of Czechia's second city, 5.4 kilometres, 3.36 miles in length, and this one's an absolute corker. What a layout, spectacular undulation, hard braking, fast change of direction, turn 3, the most severe braking zone on this circuit. We'll weave your way into the stadium section through 6, 7, 8 and 9. All good overtaking opportunities before your power up horsepower hill. On the brakes in the turn 13 before the short run to the finish line out of turn 14. What about our overtaking hotspots? For as mentioned, there are plenty of them. One of the favourite ones is down into turn 3. This is Marc Marquez on his way to a double win over Marco Bezzecchi last July. Well, what's 13 days ago over at the Balaton Park circuit in Hungary, Marc Marquez flying away from pole position, but there was drama and controversy at the very first corner as Jorge Martin skittled out. A Prix teammate and world champion of Marco Bezzecchi, Fabio Antonio, Fermin Albuquerque and Ralph Fernandez all caught up in that first corner drama. Now we were then treated to some show. Some fight between two of MotoGP's ultimate prize fighters as Pedro Acosta and Marc Marquez went toe-to-toe before Marc Marquez dropped the KTM star and blasted his way to yet another double victory in Balaton. Back-to-back doubles in the Grand Prix of Hungary for number 93. What a day, what a comeback once again it was by the reigning world champion as he came over the line to capture his first Grand Prix victory of 2026. The defence of this championship well and truly up and running. Serious momentum gained by the 93 over in Hungary, and to boot, it was his 100th Grand Prix success. On the same occasion, that his victory secured a 100th victory as well for the factory Ducati team. If Marc Marquez is to make it successive doubles in 2026 and successive doubles soon in the Grand Prix of Czechia, well, he's going to have to do the hard way. The world champion started on the middle of the second row in 5th place because all of the headlines this morning got a sensational start to Spring Saturday in our second qualifying session. The rising star from the land of the rising sun, Trackhouse Aprilia's Aya, the Japanese rider, 2024 MotoGP and Moto2 world champion, who carved up the record books just as he carved up his 5.4 kilometre Brno circuit this morning in a remarkable record-breaking Q2. Aya then on pole position for the first time as MotoGP career on the front row of the grid for the very first time, and he is a massive favourite going into this afternoon's 10-lap TSO sprint. Nobody within 0.2 of a second of the flying Aguirre. Two Italians joining on the front row of the grid, Fabio Antonio and Pecco Bagnaia. Aguirre, only the 10th Japanese rider in MotoGP history to find himself on pole position, the first in almost 6 years. He's Taka Nakagami did so in Aragon, and the 19th pole position in MotoGP history. For riders from Japan, Tadayuki Okada has the most on 7. But Aya was in sparkling form this morning to take what was just his 7th ever pole position in his Grand Prix career. This is a 138th start. World champs for the Marco Bezzecchi heads row 2 in 4th place, alongside him Marc Marquez and Diogo Moreira shining once again with the top Honda. So much to look forward to then in this upcoming TSO sprint, will be underway in 25 minutes time in the company of Mapper Lewis in the commentary box. Jack after yard down in the blazing heat of pit lane. Lewis, well, there is no question about it. There were several star performances in Q2 this morning, but nobody shone brighter than this young man, Aya with a show-stopping all-time lap record, maiden pole position.
Held by 0.2 of a second, having already topped practice on Friday. Didn't surprise anybody, really, did it? The way he took pole position this morning, even if it was the first pole, the first front row even of Ayagura's Grand Prix career. Normally, he saves his best for the business end of the race on Sunday and the sprint on the Saturday. If that still proves to be the case, the field have got a massive problem.
Ayagura has never been on a sprint podium. Top 5 in 6 of the last 8 Grand Prix, 4th in the last 2. Can he tomorrow end Japan's long barren run without a Grand Prix success? Makoto Tamada back in 2004. Now, this is news that broke in the lunch break. It was always a heroic effort for Alex Marquez to return here this weekend in this Grand Prix of Czechia after his horrific accident in Catalonia a few weeks ago. After consulting with the Brazilian team and MotoGP lead medic Dr. Angel Chartra, Alex, who was due to start the action here, the race action, in 14th place, has probably wisely taken the decision to withdraw from the remainder of this Czech Grand Prix. No confirmation from Alex or the Brazilian team about whether he will be a participant in next weekend's Grand Prix of the Netherlands at the TT circuit. Assen, but he's resting up, of course, recovering from a neck fracture and 4 fractures in his right shoulder. A shame for Alex, because when he was out on circuit, boy, was he super fast. A 152.086, had got in 14th place on the grid, but he has withdrawn. We wish Alex a continued speedy and rapid recovery.
Yeah, get well soon, Alex, and I guess thinking long term rather than short term, given that he was fighting for the odd point or two this weekend. Really, that wasn't the target for him this weekend. We saw Marco Bezzecchi on screen there a moment ago. He's going from the front of the second row. The hottest conditions of the weekend here at Brno. What impact will that have on tyre choice for the Tito Sprint? Let's head down to the first lap to the pit lane and join Jack.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. This is going to be a really interesting duel before the race, and then obviously once the lights go out as well. Everybody's just playing a little bit of cat and mouse with each other at the moment when it comes to rear tyre choice. 34 degrees, the current ambient temperature. Michelin telling me the current track temperature 57 degrees and only going upwards as well. One thing to bear in mind, Marc Marquez, winner of last year's sprint, was able to do it with the medium rear tyre. However, the Ducatis, the KTMs, all fielded with Prix potentially just have a step on them at this current moment. As a result, will they roll the dice and go for the soft to try and sneak some kind of advantage in those early crucial laps, and the Aprilis go for the mediums, or could we see it the other way around? At the moment it looks like Ducati's edging towards the soft, the Aprilia is edging towards the medium, but Davide Brivio just confirming to me we want to wait until we get onto the grid to see what the real game plan is going to be for everybody. There's going to be a little bit of cat and mouse, as we said, being played out on the grid before it's lights out here. One that we need to pay close attention to. It's going to have a huge impact on the race.
Good stuff, as always. Thanks very much, Jack. We know we'll be all over the tyre selections down there. On the we call a quick glimpse there of VR46 Ducati rider Fabio Di Gianantonio with the boss looking on. 30 years since Valentino Rossi won his first Grand Prix in the Czech 125 CEC battle all the way back in 1996. He won another 114 Grand Prix after that, on his way to one of the most decorated Grand Prix careers we've ever seen. Fabio Di Gianantonio back on the front row of the grid for the first time in 5 rounds since his 3rd place at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto Pecco Bagnaia, the only rider who scored points in all sprints so far this season. And what about Marc Marquez? Can he launch himself to another victory double here in the middle of the second row is the world champ in 5th?
Well, nobody has more sprint wins this year than Marc Marquez. Only Jorge Martinez has many sprint wins in history as Marc Marquez. So maybe today, given that physically at least it's going to be half the distance, maybe that's going to be his opportunity. One of the other stars of qualifying, we had the star of Asia in Ayagura, the star of South America in the form of Diogo Moreira, who at one point was on course for a first front row start in MotoGP, with just missed for the back of the second row in 6th. But what a feeling it must be, and what an education it will be. Not that he needs much educating at the moment, Diogo Moreira, but on that second row alongside the World Championship leader and the reigning World Champion.
The 22-year-old is a young man in a hurry and he's going places in a hurry. Once again, top Honda on the grid is Moreira. We're back in the Q2 in the last 3 Grand Prix. Best qualifying for a Brazilian in MotoGP since Alex Barros was 5th at Phillip Island all the way back in 2007. What can Herrera do then for the back of that second row? Some of the other heavyweights for HRC. Joan Mir with the back end of this morning Q2 for Honda HRC Castrol. He goes from 12th. Luca Marini launching away from 16th place. Third time in the last 4 Grand Prix for Marini. So he's qualified in 16th, but he will be bumped up the grid because of Alex Marquez's absence. Everybody behind Alex Marquez, which includes Quartararo, Marini, Bastianini, Miller, Rins, Binder, Vazgatoglu, and Crutchlow all moving up.
So Taras Gatioglu did receive a 3-place grid penalty earlier on today for getting in the way of Enea Bastianini in qualifying 1, but that takes effect tomorrow. Likewise, in case you're wondering, Jorge Martin put on that penalty. That does not apply today. That applies in the Grand Prix tomorrow. Martin, of course, who goes from 10th on the grid, is penalty-free today.
Well, recently in Mugello, in that unforgettable weekend for Aprilia, they locked out the front row of the grid. Trackhouse Aprilia's Raul Fernandez became the 11th different sprint winner. I would going to get a dozen different winners in the shape of that young man, number 79, Ayagura. Maybe the 6th sprint winner for Aprilia. Of course, previously, Asia Spargo, Mario Vinales, Marco Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin and Raul Fernandez have collected sprint wins on top of the Vachellaris GT. It's going to be a gold medal and a golden eye performance potentially for the Japanese rider. It's going to be the massive favourite, particularly the Grand Prix tomorrow. And we know one massive strength, one big weapon in his arsenal, that Ford Agura, is his late race pace, particularly the 4 race distances. If he can get the start, Lewis, and get away with that lead group, well, he's going to take some beating, particularly from what we've seen on Friday and so far here on Spring Saturday.
Yeah, and he's often been super strong in that first sector as well, as Ayagura so far this weekend. He has the fastest starting motorcycle on the grid. We firmly believe that the Aprilia, which with its ride height device sits so low when it leaves the grid, it's an absolute rocket ship when it leaves the grid. And the next Aprilia behind him on the grid is Marco Bezzecchi in 4th place, who hasn't exactly shown in the sprints so far this season. But it is a new experience for Ayagura. Very little seems to faze him. Even when he took pole position earlier on today, there was very little body language, was there, to suggest that he was overly joyed with what had happened. But that is just Ayagura in a nutshell. He is not the most demonstrative of characters, but even he must show be feeling a few butterflies right now as he pulls onto pole position for the first time.
Last time he was on pole position, he had a pretty good day, a very good day, because it was in Burram in 2024 when he was crowned Moto2 world champion. We just saw that Pecco Bagnaia, 29-year-old Italian, locking on to the front row for the factory casting on his second front row start in the first 9 rounds for the double MotoGP world champion. He does have 3 sprint podiums so far this year, does Bagnaia. All second places on that run through Kota, Jerez and Le Mans. Can he go one better here this afternoon? A major obstacle in the way will be provided by this young man, Ayagura. He doesn't seem to get flustered or fazed by any situation or any scenario that you throw his way, but this is a very different experience. First time since Taka Nakagami, who is here this weekend as a trackside observer. He'll be riding this Prix circuit on Monday on the new Honda 850. It was the last time a Japanese rider found himself putting aboard at the Polo Grand Prix in Aragon back in 2020.
Babbage Gianantonio starting from 2nd then. Of course, as far as sprints are concerned, it's also Babbage Gianantonio who's eyeing a first sprint win, much like Ayagura, as they start 1st and 2nd on the grid. We're on board now with the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi, who, yes, of course, he wants the gold medal today. He wants the big 12 points with the sprint, but surely he'll be mindful that Jorge Martin is back in 10th place on the grid and has a double long lap penalty to serve in tomorrow's full-length Grand Prix. So just some solid points, I think, will be the order of the day here for Marco Bezzecchi to extend that World Championship lead.
Yeah, Martin's got Horsepower Hill to climb here in Brno. He's got a bit of a mountain to climb, hasn't he, in the main Grand Prix tomorrow. 4th row of the grid. His worst qualifying of the campaign so far, and then throwing a double long lap as well after his controversial clattering into multiple riders in Hungary. A last-minute pep talk then from the boss, Valentino Rossi, having a little discussion there with Pecco Bagnaia, who's on the front row of the grid for just the 2nd time this season.
Here is the grid. It's Agura, Di Gianantonio and Bagnaia on the front row. Initial information is that they're all on the soft rear tyre. We will see if that changes. The second row we find Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez and Diogo Moreira. The first rider on the medium rear, as are Raul Fernandez and Pedro Acosta. Frankie Morbidelli, he starts 9th on the second of the Yard 6 Ducatis. Martin on the medium rear from 10th, ahead of Aldeguer and Mir, Maverick Vinales, Fabio Quartararo and Luca Marini are together on the 5th row. Vinales, another rider on the medium rear. So too Stile Bastianini from 16th, ahead of Jack Miller and Alex Rins. Brad Binder on the medium from 19th, ahead of Toprak and Cal Crutchlow, who of course completes our grid of 21, with Alex Marquez having withdrawn.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Alex Marquez for the remainder of this Czech run. So let's go and get the thoughts of the Gresini team manager, Michele Massini, who's the Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Gresini racing down to just the one rider for the remainder of the weekend. Before we touch on Cummings' chances in this sprint, Michele, just bring us up to speed on how Alex is and the decision to withdraw from the remainder of the weekend.
I think the fitness together with us and all the medical staff of the MotoGP group to take the right decision, the smartest decision possible in order to just to keep the process of his recovery, because it's true that it's more painful compared yesterday, but he was able to ride the bike, he was already faster, so I'm really proud of that. I'm already proud that he just came here in Brno over our expectative, I have to say, and really happy about overall all the weekend so far until now. And I think that the next step will be to fly to Assen, and we'll see.
And on Cumming, we're here on the middle of the 4th row of the grids. Not the qualifying he would have hoped for after a great job yesterday afternoon, but we know how strong he is at the end of races. In this temperature, could that be a skill that's really quite important?
Yeah, not the qualify we wanted, but also because yesterday and today, this morning, we shown a good pace. But I think that started for the 4th row, we have to play the all-in with the rear soft tire, in order to try to overtake as much rider as possible, and we'll see.
Mr. Michele,
you're welcome.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Massini, Gresini Bosch. It was a heroic effort, wasn't it? Just for Alex Marquez to turn up and pass his fitness test here yesterday. Qualifying in 14th place, but he has withdrawn. Well, who knows? Oh, he's cool as a cucumber, isn't he? I mean, he's coming up at 10 p.m. in the evening on Saturday night over in Japan, of course, his homeland. He looks like he's about ready to bed himself, doesn't he? In the Trackhouse garage. Keeping himself in the shade to relax as Marco Bezzecchi on the second row gets a bit of a jump scare from the boss as well.
Yeah, he looks almost bored, didn't he, in the box there? So can we just get the sprint underway, please, says Igor. I've got a gold medal to collect potentially in 10 laps time. We shall see if that proves to be the case. Here's one of the riders certainly looking to stop him. We also saw Pecco Bagnaia having a bit of a chat with mentor and of course, Academy owner Valentino Rossi, legendary 7 times MotoGP world champion. And as Bat mentions, the journey to Grand Prix greatness began here 30 years ago. And of course, he'll be very much cheering on his protégés from the academy, and of course his 2 team participants, Gianantonio Morbidelli, who starts 2nd and 9th.
Pedro Acosta has been superb. He has been supreme, hasn't he, so far this year for KTM, but there's still a bit of inconsistency hovering around the factory KTM, double toning in Thailand, and then nowhere near the podium fight in Brazil. I'm looking up to have a double toning in America, the tyre pressure penalty in the sprint. I mean, it was pretty anonymous, wasn't he, in Jerez? Really strong in Catalonia. Missing from the toning fight, Magellan, and a double toning last time out in Balaton, but it's been tough once again. The roller coaster yo-yo form for Acosta, who goes to the middle of that 3rd row in 8th place.
Was led the sprint last year, albeit in slightly farcical circumstances, did Pedro Acosta. Hopefully we see a slightly different sprint to that, as dramatic as it was 1 year ago. Here's Raul Fernandez then, who starts from 7th on the grid, which is by no means a bad qualifying, but of course very much put in the shade by his teammate Igor early on today. So one factory Aprilia starts on row 2, the other on row 4. What are their chances? Paolo Bonoros with Jack.
Yeah, and their chances, I imagine, come down a lot to rear tyre choice. I've just seen Marco still in conversation with his crew chief and some other members of the Aprilia technical staff. Has the decision been made on rear tyre, and how crucial do you think that call is going to be?
It is a crucial, it is the key point probably for the race. For the tomorrow there is no doubt, absolutely, on the medium and the rear. but even for the short race, we need to take care of the rear tire to manage the temperature, not the drop, but the temperature. So, as you already said, we are currently talking. The rider needed to have the best choice, but both of them needed to manage, absolutely.
Looking for Marco, it seems as though the man in front of him, Ayagura, is the man to beat here.
Absolutely, David. He did an unbelievable lap time, so congrats to I, absolutely. But also Marco showed with the medium tire on the rear, and also with the soft one, good race pace. He can manage the pace. The goal for him is to score the most of points that he can. And okay, if he has the opportunity to try to win, to be in the front, he will try for sure. But I think he's mastered enough to understand that the championship is so long, it's necessary to achieve the best position as possible.
Thanks, Paolo.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to Toribos, Paolo from Nora. Yeah, if Marco Bezzecchi, who are my team, don't win this sprint, well, the next best thing is another Aprilia rider doing so. Will that be the case for Ayagura? Who is Marc Marquez then coming to 5th place on the grid? 51.436, the best lap time that Marc has ever produced around this Brno circuit. Ordinarily, that would have been good enough to fight for pole position, but it was an extraordinary lap from Ayagura which shook up the field and shook up the regular order in Q2 this morning. We just saw that down on the grid. That's Mark Cavendish, Tour de France sprint legend. At the end of this Tissot sprint, we'll have the pleasure of waving the checkered flag. We know where Cav's allegiance is with the line this weekend. He's very, very close pals, of course, with Cal Crutchlow, who once again is standing in for the absent John Zarco, who will do so also next weekend's Dutch Grand Prix. I think we're going to see Cal for a good number of races with Johan Zarco. We know he's a long-term absentee for LTR Honda.
Well, that's quite a view, isn't it? Over this Brno circuit as the helicopters fly overhead. What a beautiful circuit this is. I think there was not a single person in this paddock who wasn't absolutely thrilled when we confirmed we were returning here to Brno last year following the resurfacing of this circuit. It's a popular one with the fans, and it's a popular one with the riders too.
So Ducati, the factory Ducati team with big prospects, big hopes for both their riders on the first two rows with the ninth, third, Marc Marquez fifth. Let's get the thoughts from Davide Tardozzi.
Yeah, we could see Mark's face after qualifying earlier. There was clear frustration there. It's an angry Marc Marquez, a dangerous Marc Marquez, Davide.
I guess that Mark is using the head. As I always said, he's still not 100% on the body side, on the body head. So I think that he's managing. Yeah, it's true that he won the last two races in Hungary, but here it will be much more difficult, and collecting points is the main issue.
Rear tyre looks as though Aprilia leaning medium, Ducati leaning soft. Is that true? What's the thinking behind that decision?
I think that the first row could be I guess, in soft, maybe the Bezzecchi medium, but we don't know. But I guess that both tires are very competitive. I think that depends on the strategy and the feeling of the rider.
Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi, the factory Ducati team. Their current lineup has 31 sprint wins between them, so they know how to get the job done on sprint Saturdays. As our cameras go into the packed full sides here, it's going to be a lot of aftersun required at the end of this Grand Prix of Czechia. Come Sunday afternoon tomorrow, it is scorching hot. Some of the hottest conditions we've had so far in 2026. Joan Mir putting himself into Q2 yesterday, despite a late practice crash at turn 7. He goes from 12 in the grid back at that 4th row, but what a day so far has been for Trackhouse Aprilia. Ayagura on pole position for the first time. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Brivio, Jack.
Yeah, and we grabbed Davide just after his last words in the ear of Ayagura. So a big smile and a laugh on your face. What were those final words then, Davide?
I just say, enjoy the start. Nobody think, enjoy the view. So, yeah, no, just, he knows. I mean, he doesn't need my word. I mean, he knows what to do. But also, I'm quite curious and interested to see how he can manage.
doesn't seem like it's affecting him.
Yeah, but also you have to learn, you know, how to manage this situation. There are riders that's open in front and won many races, so they're much more used to that. Of course, he has done in Moto2, he has done in... It's, as I say, learning process. So, good day, good opportunity to learn.
Absolutely. Good luck, David. Thank you.
Thanks to check out Davide Brivio. It has already been a stunning sprint Saturday for Ayagura, and it'd be a sensational sprint Saturday for Ayagura. Talking about his experience of being a front runner in the MotoGP World Championship, the last time Ayagura led a lap of any shape or form at Grand Prix level was in front of his home crowd on his way to the Moto2 World Championship at Motegi back in 2024. You can certainly look at the some of the front running in this 10-lap sprint coming your way very, very shortly. What a moment this is, though. Such a proud moment for Ayagura.
Changed rear tyre by the looks of it. He's gone across to the medium rear. Is that a sign of confidence in Ayagura, or is that just simply the right strategy?
Well, track temperature is well in excess of 50 degrees. A good chance also to get some data ahead of tomorrow. There's a more change as well as Nico Marco Bezzecchi too. So yes, and Matt Roberts, we heard from Paolo Bernard, didn't we? The Aprilias were playing it cagey, were keeping their cards close to their chest in terms of that Michelin another choice.
We'll see what the Ducatis do, of course. They have left it late, so Ducati haven't got an opportunity to respond to that. They have just learned that for the very first time, as we have. Maybe for Ducati, maybe their best shot is to go aggressive, go for the soft, and try and get up the road from the Aprilias if they take a little bit of time to get up to speed on the medium rear. That's it.
Powering away then from the front of the grid is the BMW safety car shortly. Powering away from the front right of the grid will be Ayagura on pole for the first time. Fabio Di Giannantonio and Pepe Bagnaia, certainly no strangers to leading at this level in the MotoGP World Championship. What though right now is going through the mind of Ayagura? Here is then your front row for the Grand Prix of Czechia, round 9 of 22 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Some issue there, Captain. One of his crews was calling over one of the water staff. But on pole position then, for the first time in his MotoGP career, the first Japanese rider on pole position in nearly 6 years, fighting for the gold medal. It's Ayagura on pole here in Brno. Time to do battle in Brno in the 10-lap Tissot sprints. Time for Ayagura to potentially be victorious for the first time in the MotoGP World Championship. He will fire away from pole position, and he has been the rider to beat so far here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. An all-time lap record lasted Ayagura to top spots in Friday's practice, and this morning he went even quicker. He almost pulled off the unthinkable. He almost pulled off the first ever 150 that we have seen here at this classic, this iconic, this historic Grand Prix venue. Ayagura then, first Japanese rider on pole position in MotoGP for almost 6 years. Two very experienced Italians alongside him on the front row of the grid, led by Fabio Di Giannantonio, top Ducati in qualifying, top Ducati he remains in the World Championship. Third in the rankings is Fabio Di Giannantonio. Yeah, he's gone over to the medium as well as Fabio Di Gianantonio. Some crucial, decisive, late Michelin tyre changes here. Let's get some latest information from Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, the easiest way to take it on board is the front 3 rows of the grid. There are only 2 riders that opt for the soft rear tyre, and it is both of the factory Ducatis. Pecco Bagnaia, Marc Marquez roll the dice and go soft. Remember, Marc won this sprint last year, but with medium rear attached to that Ducati.
Thanks very much then, Jack. This is the state of play. This is how the land lies championship-wise coming into this 9th sprint of the season. 20 points is the advantage that Marco Bezzecchi holds over his factory Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin. In terms of the packed hillsides here in Brno, 10 laps coming your way. Can Ayagura make the dream start? Can he be our 12th different sprint winner? Can the current grid have won sprints for Lady Fargo into that category as well? He did so on the Aprilia. Latest new sprint winner was, of course, the Trackhouse Aprilia, and Ralph Fernandez was so supreme that he won the sprint at the Italian Grand Prix Mugello on what turned out to be arguably the best weekend ever for Aprilia. And this is going to be one of the best weekends of Ayagura's career. Well, we're about to find out as we go racing for the first time here then this weekend in the Grand Prix of Czechia. The hottest conditions of the weekend without any question. Blazing sunshine, barely any cloud cover. Hottest conditions I believe we've had throughout the whole season. And our first stopover, of course, was in the tropical climate of the Changi International Circuit over in Burrak. Southeast Asia fans will be glued to their screens late into Saturday night then as they get set for Ayagura to come to pole position for the first time in his career. Marco Bezzecchi seeking his first sprint win of 2026. He heads row 2 in 4th place. But keep an eye on Marc Marquez. So, well, the only 2 riders in this top 9 on the grid. Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia with the mixing soft rear tyre. Green flag then clears at about right out of the racing in the sprint here in Brno. Pecco Bagnaia's made a sensational start from 3rd place in the grid. Ayagura's going the wrong way. Bagnaia surely will have the whole shot. Moreira aggressive on the inside of Bezzecchi into the first corner at that. Moreira's going to be 3rd as he's going through that first corner. He leans on Fabio Di Gianantonio on the inside. The dream launch for Pecco Bagnaia. He leads here in Brno.
Yeah, Bezzecchi got a great immediate launch, but I think he might have had to shut off the throttle a bit because the gap was closing in front of him. He ended up dropping a place. Moreira off the inside of Di Gianantonio. That's Marc Marquez also attacking Bezzecchi.
Also, yeah, you can see there Marc Marquez has got through on Digiden on that flip block. But aggressive change in election 3, 3 and 4. Bagnaia has a lead by over a 1/10 of a second. There he is, down here we go then, hard braking into turn 5, into the stadium section for the first time. Moreira a little bit hard on the brakes there, into 5.
Yeah, the factory Ducatis have to go on the attack in this early stage because they are on that soft rear tyre, so no surprise that Bagnaia's hit the front, and no surprise that Marc Marquez was getting his elbows out early on, because surely they are going to hit late trouble, so they need to make hay while the sun shines here.
So we are still awaiting Ayagura to lead for the first time in MotoGP. How much longer will we have to wait? Further down the order, 2 other Aprilias are going toe-to-toe. That's Fernandez versus Martin. They're battling at the back end of the points going place, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, Jorge Martin then is 2 places behind his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. He'd have taken that if he'd offered him that at the end of the first lap. There's another rider between them now though with Fernandez going through, so up Power Hill we fly. Pecco Bagnaia, the experienced head with 2 young chargers, Agura and Moreira right behind him.
Sorry, we've got crashes there. Well, we've got, is that this Marcus Vinales has taken a tumble at turn 12 as he was trying to get the power on going up through Power Hill. He was in the ground with somebody else.
I think it was Moreira, wasn't it? Moreira's gone missing out of 3rd place. Diogo Moreira is indeed out. He was out of picture. He was just chasing. He was just lining up a move on Ayagura, and Moreira's crashed out the 3rd place.
Early drama, early heartache then for Diogo Moreira. He was inside of that top 3. That's a free hit then for Marc Marquez, who moves into the medal positions. A rather frustrating trudge away from Moreira. So too for Maverick Vinales. At the front end at the end of that first lap of 10, Bagnaia's advantage over a girl with almost 2/10 of a second. But Gianantonio trying to get his claws back into Marc Marquez directly ahead of him.
Bezzecchi struggling at this early stage to get himself up to speed. Now you'll see it from the up-air shot. 3rd bike in your picture. Look, he's just trying to line up Ayagura for a move, and the front end tucks midway through, and Maverick Vinales is going to appear into picture and have his own accident.
Yeah, that's true for Diogo Moreira. We saw him make a mistake. He ran in hot at turn 5 on the first lap, right here on the first circuit of the Brno track. At the front net, Bagnaia looking pretty comfortable. He stretched his lead over Aguero to the first sector to just over a quarter of a second. Gian Antonio is really starting to close in on Marc Marquez's rear tyre, isn't he?
We've not got the graphics on screen at the moment, but we can tell you that it's Bagnaia, Aguero, Marc Marquez, Digit, Bezzecchi, Acosta, Fernandez, Martin, Bastianini is the current point situation. Bittner's up to 10th, ahead of Mir and Aldeguer, who despite the two dropouts ahead of him, Aldeguer's had a poor first lap. He's actually dropped a spot to 12.
Moving down through the Kevin Schwantz corner for the second time of asking. Lowest part of this Brno circuit. Now you start the sharp climb up through Horsepower Hill. Horsepower not lacking up through Ducati and Matilda. And this particular part of this 5.4 kilometre course. Bagnaia right there with some superb drive grip. Lowers the rear ride height device. Nothing that Aguero can do. Aguero just seemingly content to play the patient game.
I think that's all he has to do here. That's all he has to do, making it sound very easy. But the rider ahead of him and the rider behind him are both with a soft rear tyre. Aguero surely is thinking here, if I just stay with Pecco Bagnaia, I'm bound to have the superior late sprint grid. Because the next rider in the race behind Marc Marquez who's on the soft rear tyre is Joan Mir in 11.
Hot pace at the front as well. Fernandez goes in wide in the first corner. That's allowed Martin to sweep on through. Hot pace at the front. 52s from Bagnaia and Aguero. They're the only riders in the 52s at the front of the sprint. 52.641 from Pecco. It was 3/10 quicker than Aguero. Now, Gian Antonio is going to have to try and get on with business here because he's going to have to be wary, stop behind Marc Marquez as he has been. About front tyre temperature, about front tyre pressure issues. If he's going to try and hunt down Bagnaia and Aguero, can't afford to spend too much time behind 92, although catching Marc Marquez is certainly one thing, getting past him a completely different equation.
Marc Marquez has got as many sprint medals, so he's winning gold medals as anyone else. It's a bronze he's currently holding on to at the moment in third place. Doesn't at the moment appear to have the pace to go with Bagnaia and Aguero up ahead of him as we now roll on forward with Babic, Gian Antonio. Already at this stage, Digit, he's a second and a half off the lead.
Bagnaia's not got a sprint since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang on our flyaway tour at the tail end of 2025. He was the only rider so far this season. He's found consistency on sprint Saturday. He's the only rider in the first 8 sprints that scored points in all of them, which left to pick up a gold medal. Trio of second place finishes, silver medals in Austin, Jerez and Le Mans.
He still hasn't really gathered much momentum in this sprint. In 5th place, he's half second off the back of Fabio Gian Antonio. He's actually under a bit of pressure with behind Gian Antonio here. The rider leading behind us is Bezzecchi, but he's not exactly close behind us. He's got Pedro Acosta in very close company. Here it is, this battle for 5th place.
Bagnaia might be able to second clear at the end of this lap. He's 9/10 clear through sector 3 over Aguero. He comes over the line now. That's successive fastest laps in. This is an excellent pace at the front of the sprint by Bagnaia. 52.6 from the last lap, and 52.5 on the last circuit. And he is 9/10 clear of Aguero. Now, we know what happened in the Italian Grand Prix Mugello, didn't we? We know what happened there when Aguero came from a mile back. Sent it on the inside of Bagnaia at the final corner in the Grand Prix before Pecco squaring off. A real good tactical ride back by Pecco Bagnaia. But Bagnaia will know potentially what is coming.
And we also know what happened in Austin, Texas early on in the season when Bagnaia led almost all the sprint. As now Martin goes up the inside of Pedro Acosta, so he's now right behind his title rival Bezzecchi. But Bagnaia led all of the sprint in Austin and then was picked up on the final lap by an Aprilia on the medium rear tyre.
Acosta pushing it straight back to Martin. Love this. He is some structure. Some fighter as Martin goes back on the inside of Acosta. That's 3-6. 3-7 goes Acosta. He looks down there, doesn't he? On the top of the tank of the factory KTM. So that's been some duel. We've seen Pedro Acosta go handlebar to handlebar, knee to knee with Marc Marquez on a few occasions so far this season. This time he's having a really good tussle with Jorge Martin. I'd say that Martin's doing a pretty good damage limitation job, championship-wise, in the sprint so far. Not losing big points to Marco Bezzecchi.
When he loses a couple, if you put the point out now, the gap would be 22 points heading into tomorrow's Grand Prix, where of course he has the double one lap penalty to serve. The lead for Bagnaia is now over 1 second. It's 1.1, 3/4 the way through this lap. But interestingly, Aguero just dropping back slightly in the direction of Marc Marquez in second place. Aguero now 6/10 clear of Marc Marquez, but 1.1 back of Bagnaia leading.
Well, the only 2 riders in the first 3 rows of this grid on the soft rear tyre with Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez first and third respectively. And Ducati pulled up a bit of a tactical masterstroke here. Bagnaia still stuck in the 52s, 52.5, 52.6, now followed by a 52.9, and Marc Marquez is picking up his rhythm as well. Marquez is warming up, that body now, that right shoulder's come to him, he's in the 52s as well. On that last lap, Marc Marquez was the quickest rider on circuit.
We've already seen through this weekend, Marc Marquez full sprint distance on a soft rear tyre and still set personal best lap times at the end of it. So Marc should be pretty confident in what he's got underneath him, even if he's got a softer tyre than the rider immediately up ahead of him. So the world champion just getting himself quietly into contention here for a potential second place.
Yeah, Digia's had nothing for Marc Marquez. Got on his rear tyre, didn't he, a couple laps ago, but not able to find a way through at the moment. He has not got the same pace as the 93 ahead of it. Digia back in the low 153s, which is more than respectable pace, but not pace enough to get himself a medal at this stage. Coming out again, Ralph Fernandez and top at Lance Gagliardi have all got tracked in this warnings, 2 contenders. The helicopter shot then picks up Bagnaia. And Gaffney's just starting to creep down ever so slightly. Just on the 0.8 of a second Agura has found as we drop down now into the Kevin Schwantz corner, turn 10, hard on the brakes.
Because this could all easily just swing around. If that soft rear tyre starts to crying up, the medium should be absolutely fine for Agura. And is Agura just basically pacing himself in this sprint? We're not even at half distance yet in this TSO sprint. This is like 5 of 10, so we'll be at half distance when we complete this lap. And is this Bagnaia slowing down, or is this Agura speeding up? We'll get our answer at the end of the lap.
Well, he's taken 3 tenths pretty much out of Bagnaia already on this lap. This is that 5 of 10. You can just see visibly Agura closing in on Bagnaia, and so too Marc Marquez is coming along to the right as well, isn't he? Over the line we go. That's Bagnaia's slowest out of the sprint so far. He was half a second almost slower than Agura, and Marc Marquez 52.8 from Agura, and Marc directly behind Pecco Bagnaia. So yeah, there might be some bother brewing here for Bagnaia if he's not careful.
Yeah, and we've got kind of 53.1 for Gian Antonio. He is the third fastest rider on the track, but not exactly in any position to impact the podium battle at the moment. Still surprised by the Aprilia factory pace here with Bezzecchi and Martin in 5th and 7th. Bezzecchi's doing 53.6s in 5th place. He's 3/10 of a lap slower than Bagnaia, and he's 8/10 slower than Agura.
Well, look, Marc Marquez is up for this. Marc Marquez is closing in on Agura. Agura himself is charging towards the rear tyre of Bagnaia, and as mentioned, coming along to the ride is Marc Marquez. Do not discount the reigning world champion and a back-to-back sprint wins here in Brno. Into the stadium section we go. Trail-breaking Bagnaia then through turn 8. He'll flick it hard right. That's through one of the S sections here in Brno. Then get hard on the power. Accelerating up to 5th gear. Almost through the promise now as you drop down the hill. Plunge down the hill into turn 10. Just look at this same ride. This one's going to be by Marc Marquez on that Michelin soft rear tyre. He has not given to Gian Antonio a single sniff in 4th.
First of all, off that 2 for Ralph Fernandez and Enea Bastianini there in 9th. Fermin Aldeguer getting 2 places in the lap side. He passed both Brad Binder and Drambier. He's now up into 10th, and he's closing quickly now on the points.
Turn 11. Pedro Costa. Pedro Costa had a pretty miserable weekend so far. His Friday morning FP1 starting with a very early crash at turn 9. We got a little bit further around on this lap. Look at that front washing. We just maybe a little bit wide, a little bit offline. Barrel rolling through the gravel trap though. There goes Acosta. With Gian Antonio, fastest ride on circuit, 153.103. Fair play to Bagnaia. He steadied the shift at the front of this sprint. 53.3 on his last lap. Has just been better by 53.1. So he is responding to Agura and Marc, piling some pressure on him.
I'm hoping he doesn't reach a cliff edge in his final 4 laps in terms of tyre performance. We'll help you balance them all before the sprint going underway. No case of tyre drop. It's about managing the temperature, managing the slide of that rear tyre, and just keeping it under control. If you do that, you can get that tyre to the end of the sprint. Because what that Acosta crash has also done is it's removed the one bike that was between Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin in championship time. So now they're 5th and 6th, and Bezzecchi only extending his lead by 1 point.
So race mistake for Acosta. Next to the 6th, only previous DNF. Everybody got smacked into the gravel trap by Agura at the final corner of that very eventful and bruising Barcelona clash a few weeks ago. Agura now. Gap is down to just under 0.6 of a second, and he can't shake off. Cannot shake off the 93, can he? And Marc Marquez, it looks like it's 1 from 3. Gian Antonio is running a very, very strong and fast pace, but has he been dropped too much to make any kind of late inroads?
Well, he's normally so unflappable, isn't he? Nothing really phases Ayagura, but just put into context the position he's in here in this TISO sprint. There's 3 to 4 laps to go. Up ahead of him, Pecco Bagnaia, 2-time MotoGP world champion. Right behind him, Marc Marquez, 7 times MotoGP world champion. And Ayagura yet to taste either a sprint or a Grand Prix victory in between them and holding his own.
He is the only rider in that top 3 that have got the medium rear tyre. Is that going to pay big dividends? Is there going to be some big rewards coming up in about, 7 or 8 minutes' time for Ayagura? Over the line we go. Agura still in the high 52s. So too is Marc Marquez. Pecco Bagnaia. As now Luke Marie's gone down. It's going to be a painful sprint Saturday for the Honda riders. We've already lost Diogo Moreira out of 3rd place at turn 11 on lap 2. And Luke Marini joins him now in the kitty litter.
In the top 2, 4/10 of a second at the start of the lap. Bagnaia favouring that wider sweeping line, but he's able to bring himself back onto the line to tackle turn 4. It's all about, as I say, just managing the mistakes, just managing the temperature in this rear tyre. But Ayagura, he's starting to stick it now. He's starting to sense the possibility of a first sprint gold medal.
He wants to pay the killer. What's the range for that last corner showdown that the two had for the final place on the podium in Mugello just a few weeks ago. Bagnaia rolling out of the skin to resist this incessant pressure that is building. You could just sense right now that Agura with that medium rear tyre will have the better endurance, the better durability you feel towards the tail end of this sprint. Bagnaia's defensive skills are going to be tested to the absolute limit.
Normally, if you're in the latter stages of any kind of sprint or Grand Prix and you, in the final lap, see +0 Agura, you must have a sinking feeling of inevitability that this guy's going to come whistling past me because he's always so strong in the latter stages. But Bagnaia, having had a number of close calls in sprints, lost one on the final lap, of course, in Austin, lost one to Marc Marquez in Jerez. Bagnaia, he wants the gold badly here.
Into turn 13 we go then. Just over 3 laps remaining. And it's building this pressure, isn't it? You have to say Bagnaia has not buckled, he has not looked like tracking for 1 millisecond so far in this sprint. They're almost on par now lap time wise, Bagnaia and Agura. Agura though is the fastest of the top 3. Oh, there might be some late punishment, some late pain being dished out on Pecco Bagnaia. It's not giving him hold off Agura, not giving him hold off Marc Marquez either. For even a 4th silver medal of 2026. On board then with Agura up to about 315 km/h. Charging into turn 3, closing up then on Bagnaia in the braking zone. In theory, logic suggests that he now should have the better traction, the better drive. He's going back turn 3.
There we heard it.
It's back Marco Bezzecchi, the world championship leader for the 4th time in our first 9 sprints of 2026. He's not going to see the checker flag. He crashed out of the leading bull run. He crashed out in Austin. He crashed out in Jerez. And now Marco Bezzecchi has blown it once again on Sprint Saturdays.
Yeah, with Jorge Martin now up into 5th place, he suddenly pulls 5 points back on him, which Martin might think will already mitigate the points he may lose tomorrow with the double 1-lap penalty. Another unforced error for the World Championship leader.
Another spectacular home goal by Aprilia. How many more are they going to make in 2026? Can Ayagura have a safe face then for the Newali factory? He's in this factory of the captain sandwich. Remember, big Saturday's one with that 4 pairs. 15 points of Series World Champs will cut down to going into the 21-lap Grand Prix of Czechia tomorrow. This is building up to some finale, isn't it? This is building up to a thrilling crescendo here at the front of this sprint. Top job this by Bagnaia. He has not given Ayagura or Marc Marquez left behind him any hope at the moment, so he's showing me his front wheel. He's going to power now through the final corner. 5.4 kilometres and 1 lap standing between Pecco Bagnaia and his first sprint of 2026. His first since Japan last year. His lead is over 3/10 of a second.
Has to be said, it's going to take something special from here for Ayagura, but he has had a pretty special weekend so far. Is the big change potentially going to come before 2nd place? Can Marc Marquez make this a factory Ducati 1-2 on the last lap?
Agura's not in the close, but this is a big overtaking opportunity here on the brakes in the turn 3. He's nowhere near close enough to attack Bagnaia. Bagnaia has been rock solid at the front of this sprint. He has led it from the very first corner. Agora, what has he got left in the tank? Is there anything that the Trackhouse Achilles rider can do?
Would be a first sprint podium for Agora, but he didn't sign for silver when he took pole position earlier on today. Gian Antonio not exactly getting close enough in the background. He is still in a very solid fourth place. It is down to this leading three for the bronze, gold and silver medals today.
This is the pure class by Pecco Bagnaia. Absolutely pure class. This is a throwback to the Pecco Bagnaia of 2022, 2023 and 2024, isn't it? Still pressure is being thrown at him by Agora, but he's running out of corner, he's running out of time here, the Trackhouse Achilles rider. We're going to go down the hill then now, charging downhill into turn 10. This is another overtaking hotspot that is going to go away for Agora. There's got about half a dozen bikes between him and Pecco Bagnaia.
Bagnaia was perilously close to the green on the outside of turn 7, but I don't think he touched it, but that could also impact on the action. But if he doesn't get a good run out of horsepower hill here, I think Agora's going to have to settle for second place.
Perfect drive up horsepower hill out of turn 11 for Pecco Bagnaia. He will hear the Trackhouse Achilles behind him, but Agora will have to give this one up. He's nowhere near close enough. If Pecco Bagnaia nails this final two corners, he's going to nail his first sprint win since the Malaysian Grand Prix. A golden eye has to settle for silver, but the gold medal goes to Pecco Bagnaia. What a ride! He led that Tissot sprint from start to finish. What a decision, but what a tactical masterstroke it was by both factory Ducatis to run that Michelin soft rear tyre. Bagnaia takes the checker flag, being waved by Sir Mark Cavendish, Tour de France legend, by just under a quarter of a second clear. Agora, from a sensational maiden pole position, does take a sprint podium in an excellent second place. Marc Marquez, what a ride by the reigning world champion. He's third as there's late drama, unfortunately, for Cal Crutchlow on the LCR. That's his second tumble of the weekend so far. Gian Antonio is fourth. Jorge Martin, great damage limitation job by the Martinator, up 5 places from 10th to 5th. And with Marco Bezzecchi blowing big points once again, the World Championship leader doing effort for the 4th sprint so far in the opening 9. Points for Ralph Fernandez in 6th place. That's a real big effort from Ralph Fernandez, who's been laid low by a battle of appendicitis this weekend. Bastianini was 7th. Aldeguer late. The final points for the place goes to Brad Binder. But it's Bagnaia with a belter in Brno. What a ride, Lewis. That was top draw.
The very best of Pecco Bagnaia. Sees the lead at the start. And Agora must have been just hoping that soft rear tyre would try enough on the factory Ducatis, both ahead and behind him. But they did not. Ducati will feel vindicated in their decision to go for the softer rubber today in the sprint. And Bagnaia will feel vindicated. There's no question that the talent hasn't gone anywhere, and he has now his first sprint win of the season. Agora has a first career sprint medal, but for him it is only silver.
Yeah, he'll be, I'm sure, mixed emotions. Absolutely delighted with his performance in qualifying this morning. He's been rewarded to that record-breaking pole position. But he would have fancied having a real big crack at that sprint victory. Well, he gave it a real good go, didn't he? The problem was, just like in Mugello, it was Pecco Bagnaia that was denying it. He's been sick of the size of Bagnaia's rear tyre in the last few weeks or so. Marc Marquez, that's another classic ride. Another brilliant performance by Marc Marquez. He was not even 8/10 of a second behind his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. That last one, Bagnaia was still riding at full chat to keep Agora at bay.
Marc Marquez is now 65 points behind Marco Bezzecchi because of this. And as harsh as it may sound, if you're going to win the biggest prize on 2 wheels and become MotoGP World Champion, this is happening far too often.
Into turn 3, it's the hardest braking zone here in Brno. No consolation at all though for Marco Bezzecchi. Well, there was no points through, no fault of his own in the Balaton Grand Prix. But that spill here in the sprint in the Grand Prix of Czechia was all of his own doing. And he's on the back of the scooter. Unfortunately, that's been a ride on a sprint Saturday he's taken far too often so far in 2026. But that was brilliant, Bagnaia. That was awesome, Pecco Bagnaia. He said yesterday how much he loves and admires this Brno track. the sort of high grip levels that are on offer here in the Grand Prix of Czechia sort of mask some of the issues that he's had throughout 2026, but the lack of rear grip in particular on the factory Ducati. But that was some performance as he ties Jorge Martin now with a record of 34 sprint podiums. Good job of that by the Martinator. He would have taken a 5th place from the 4th row of the grid. Slightly tougher task for him to repeat that brilliance tomorrow as he has to come through the long lap part of the route twice.
That sprint come to him really, didn't it? In the end, of course, he had that early battle with Ralph Fernandez, but Pedro Acosta crashing out ahead of him, and then Marco Bezzecchi crashing out ahead of him. And Jorge Martin, well, whatever happens, he's not going to lose as many points this weekend as I feared he might. He gains 5 today, cuts the lead down to 15 points.
Yeah, of course, Diogo Morel also jumped off in front of Jorge Martin as well. A case of what might have been for LTR Honda and Moreira, unfortunately able to capitalise on his best MotoGP grid position. An excellent top 6. I could have been him now for Pecco Bagnaia, and he would have loved that. The fans would have certainly appreciated it, because by Aguero in particular, Aguero himself being pushed to the absolute edge by Marc Marquez behind him. As Bagnaia completes the stoppie, he'll stop with his crew and celebrates his first sprint win of the season. He takes his gold medal count up to 14. Last time, of course, he won a sprint was in Malaysia, and he was cruising right a podium there. With the puncher in the main Grand Prix, so the factory Ducati crew gets a lift on the rider parade bus to our podium celebrations on the stadium section. Just in the
prettiest parade today.
Yeah, turns 7 and 8 is where you'll find the medal ceremony. So Pecco Bagnaia giving up the congratulations to his teammate Marc Marquez. Some call, wasn't it, by those two to run that soft rear tyre. Ultimately, it proved to be the absolute top pick. Take nothing away from Aguirre. He rode a brilliant race, a mistake-free race. Nothing wrong with Aguirre's performance. He just was not quite quick enough to get on par with Bagnaia. But more points go bagging for Bez. And this cannot keep happening, can it? No scores in the sprint in Thailand, in Austin and in Jerez, all of them DNFs. And unfortunately it's another MC not classified in the column for Bezzecchi here this afternoon. He sees that World Championship League shrink by a quarter, down from 20 points to 15 going into tomorrow's main Grand Prix.
It wasn't exactly a bed of roses until the crash, was it, for Marco Bezzecchi? Of course, could well have been a repeat of what we saw back in Mugello. We recognised that he wouldn't be able to catch those ahead of him, so just settled for that 5th place. Time information on screens, just looking for our time on screen. Time screens was under investigation. 14th at the flank anyway, and of course only points to the top 9 in the sprint, so that will only impact the final 2 finishes.
A nice embrace there between Aguirre and Pecco Bagnaia at the back of your pitch. I think Pecco was just saying, well, you made me work pretty darn hard for that gold medal. Pecco would have known that the most potent opposition in that sprint was likely to come from Aguirre. Will there just be a tinge of regret as far as Aguirre goes in terms of his rear tyre choice? I suppose let's look at the glass half full. It was his first sprint podium after a stunning performance in qualifying, and close to having done those per match on the medium rear tyre. We've got a lot of information ahead of the main Grand Prix tomorrow. You are likely to see everybody win the medium rear tyre. It's actually the Ducati group making a rather bumpy ride. We might need to go a little bit stiffer on the suspension on the parade truck.
I'm sure Gigi will give them some tips if they need them for the parade tomorrow morning. I guess he's been uber critical too of Aguirre. Didn't quite nail the start, did he? That was ultimately where Bagnaia seized the track position. And once Bagnaia got that track position, he was not giving it up.
Certainly wasn't. He starts to process brilliant sprint success then with his teammate Marc Marquez. At least Aguirre is going to get a medal around his neck for the first time. He's had a little natter with Jack Appleyard before Jack's going to do the interview duties very, very shortly. As the BMW taxi then has delivered for the Ducati team for yet another double podium. You can see there Julia Marquez in the grey polo. His face, of course, to all of you around the world. after Pecco. Let's debrief about that performance. Davide Tardozzi,
He's going to win that race.
He's never shy, is he, of being Ducati's cheerleader when they get something to celebrate. Really important point. Only 7 of them at the end of what was 10 very hard laps for Marc Marquez, but as he well knows, points make prizes. But it's the maximum 12 that go to Pecco Bagnaia. Really good ride. Just goes to show, give him grit, give him feeling, give him confidence on that Ducati, and this is what he'll do.
Almost temporary, class is very much permanent for Pecco Bagnaia. He syllables already this season in sprints at 3 in a row, didn't he? Earlier on in the season, Austin, Spain, and then from pole position at Le Mans. That is his first gold medal of the season. And first and third for the factory Ducati team, who are ever so slowly getting themselves up to speed in 2026.
Ducati now within 10-point striking distance of Aprilia in the Constructor Championship. As once again you feel that Aprilia getting an own goal that feels prevalent when the FIFA World Cup is going on over in the US and Mexico, and Davide Brivio then, well, he sprints towards the sprint podium to congratulate Ayagura on his very first sprint top 3. Still so much for Trackhouse Aprilia and Ayagura to be proud of, and what has been a manner sprint Saturday for the American-based team. Well, he was the fastest driver on the last lap, wasn't he, as well? 10th ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. He will try and be back and come back stronger tomorrow. They've got a sun ride, some performance. Just look how hard that sprint was for Marc Marquez. He looks exhausted. Bronze medal though is the reward, and the world champions with Jack.
Mark, once again, you've given absolutely everything there in that tricky sprint race in these testing conditions. Another podium on the comeback trail, and with Marco having crashed out, vital points in the World Championship. Just give us your reflections on that race.
Yeah, happy with the third place. We did the correct option. Ducati did a great job. So just try to work for tomorrow and try to improve in the long race.
Good job. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Marco strode away with the big ice jacket. Not looking particularly happy, was he there, really? Nevertheless, it's a third place. A very hard third place in those demanding conditions, and given the fact he's still recovering from the recent double surgery to the right foot and the right shoulder, that would feel like a big 7 points. Well, it's been a sensational sprint Saturday for Ayagura and Trackhouse Aprilia. A maiden pole position and now a maiden medal in the sprint. Let's get the thoughts of the Japanese star with Jack.
Aye, well, it's going to go down as an amazing Saturday. First ever pole position this morning. We pushed Pecco all of the way in that sprint. In the end, the medium rear tyre, I think that was the decisive thing in this sprint.
The performance of the rear tyre is really good. For me, the biggest limitation was the front, so I thought I could have something more in the end of the race, but no. That was like that this time, and another chance tomorrow, so we will try again.
Great job today.
Well, there you go. Just like so many of us thought, he would have something extra at the end of the race. Clearly, that was the pre-sprint opinion, the pre-sprint view of Ayagura. It's not the win that he wanted, not the win he might have expected after qualifying points this morning, but still it was some effort. But there was no stopping Pecco Bagnaia. He's the first sprint win since Sepang, his first of 2026. Pecco Bagnaia with Jack.
Pecco's sprint victory here in Brno, and what a way to do it as well, holding off the hard-charging Mark behind as well. The decision on the grid to go for that soft rear tyre, clearly a brilliant one from you and the team.
Yeah, luckily it was the corner one, not like Austin or the choice we did some races ago, but very happy. The first 2 laps made everything, so I started well, I tried to push, open the gap, and then I tried to control a bit because the rear, the grip was not that bad, but vibration was huge, so I needed to slow down a bit and try to control I in the last 2 laps. But I'm very happy, we are working very hard, so I hope that tomorrow will be good the same.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that is a top ride. Congratulations to Pecco Bagnaia and to all of his factory Ducati crew who've made the absolute bang on the money call to go for that soft rear tyre. Bagnaglia's crew have had to sit and watch Marc Marquez dominate so much of 2025. He stole Bagnaglia's thunder in many respects in that charge to the 7th MotoGP World Championship last year. Pecco Bagnaia never gives up. He's a fighter himself, and all that hard work has paid off handsomely here in that sprint. Two factory Ducatis once again on the sprint podium. This time around though, the gold medal presented to Pecco Bagnaia. It's the factory Ducati team celebrate their 4th sprint victory of the campaign.
Jorge Martin, Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez all have 34 sprint medals apiece. And for Pecco Bagnaia, it's the first gold of the season, and 14 in total. Especially sweet one for Pecco Bagnaia. He has had a difficult 18 months or so. He went out there and grabbed it today. The start, as he said, all important to get the early track position. And ultimately couldn't overhaul him. Pavel, the Czech president, will present the medals, the bronze to Marc Marquez. He spent it all out there. He said it was an expensive win in Balaton Park. It was an expensive bronze today. Spending all of his physical reserves on his way to achieving it. Second place, it's the first sprint medal. I'm sure he went with the last for Ayagura in second place. Saturday's go, that's not a bad one, even if he was just picked at the post by Pecco. He returns to winning ways. As Czech President Petr Pavel presents the gold. The golden performance from Pecco Bagnaia today. Mistake-free, it was perfect from Pecco today in the Brno sprint.
So factory Ducati star Pecco Bagnaia halfway to his first potential double victory since he crossed the field in the Montego Mountains on the same day that Marc Marquez was crowned MotoGP World Champion for the 7th time. Here in tomorrow's Grand Prix of Czechia, Pecco Bagnaia completes what will be his 10th victory double in the sprint and Grand Prix era. Brilliant gold medal performance by the double MotoGP World Champion. A great Saturday for Ayagura and Krakow Aprilia. Marc Marquez once again picking up more silverware, more medals, more important, some vital World Championship points. The series leader Marco Bezzecchi once again not finding his way to the checker flag on a sprint Saturday. Bagnaia, though, your deserved winner here in Brno.
Fine performance, wasn't it? Pecco Bagnaia demonstrating what a champion he is, winning the sprint in Brno. Ayagura a very close second, Marc Marquez third as the factory Ducatis bookend the podium. Fabio Antonio was fourth throughout, that's where he finished ahead of Jorge Martin, who took advantage of slip-ups ahead, including for his teammate Marco Bezzecchi to take fifth. Fernandez, Bastianini and Aldeguer also at the point. So too Brad Binder, who picked Tranmere for the final World Championship point. Marco Bezzecchi and Pedro Acosta early fourers, as was Diogo Moreira. Here, Marco Vinales crashing within a second of each other on the opening lap. Well, he won't be wearing that smile today as Marco Bezzecchi loses 5 of his 20-point championship lead at the start of the day. It's now 15 ahead of Jorge Martin. Fabio Antonio, well, he's down 36 off the lead. Pedro Acosta stays 48 back, of course, having not scored himself today. Marc Marquez and Ayagura closing. The defending champion is now 65 points off the overall lead. The Constructors' Championship continues to heat up. Ducati now close the gap on a Prix down to just 10 points. And in the team standings, there's just one Aprilia Racing rider scoring today. Their advantage over Ducati Lenovo has been slashed down to 119. Let's have some highlights then. Igor will be certainly key to remember. Perhaps the one thing he didn't quite nail was this, the start of